Good morning, and excuse for this delay. We had a small technical problem. It's solved now, but we will be on time at the end of this session. So, again, good morning. Thank you for coming for this third SOW conference in Athens. Welcome at the National Linguistics Foundation. Allow me to present, as we are at the third and last conference of SOW project, to present some results of SOW project so long. So, SOW project is implemented by the program of History, Philosophy, and Didactics of Science and Technology of the Institute of Historical Research of the National Linguistics Foundation. It's a very long title. The Institute of Historical Research is the largest institute for historical studies in Greece. It is one of the three institutes of the National Hellenic Research Foundation. The other two are the Institute of Biology and the Institute of Theoretical and Physical Chemistry. Besides those institutes, NHRF comprises the National Documentation Center, which is the backbone organization of the Greek national infrastructure for scientific documentation, online information, and support services on science, research, and technology. Thus, NHRF brings together humanities and sciences, and therefore, it is the ideal institution to implement SOW project. HPDST's aim is to bring together historians and philosophers of science for a large prospective study of the scientific phenomenon. Its initial aim was to study science in its various meanings in the Greek cultural world, ancient Greece, Byzantium, Greek-speaking communities of the Ottoman Empire, and also the spreading of the new European science developed in Europe in the 6th century, after the 16th century to Eastern Europe. A second aim is the diffusion of its scientific results to formal and informal education. HPDST has successfully implemented large-scale projects funded by European Union and national funds. The forerunner of SOW project, NARCES, which means Nature and Religion in Southeastern European Space, mapped the relationship between science and religion from the 4th century to the 20th century in Orthodox Christianity based on Greek language sources. During 3 years, NARCES researchers collected, critically examined, and cataloged the religious texts on nature, the scientific texts evincing theology, and the canonical texts on knowledge and sciences. Thus, they mapped in the areas of Byzantium and the Greek-speaking communities of the Ottoman Empire, the complexity of the relation between science and orthodoxy. They mapped the debates on nature and the institutions responsible for the production and negotiation of knowledge about nature and God. NARCES outputs were a searchable database of texts, books and conference proceedings, and a comprehensive presentation with scientific results are to be found in a collected article titled Science and Orthodox Christianity, an Overview, published in the prominent Journal of History of Science, ISIS, in 2016. Project SOW has two main aims. The first aim is to map the existing science-religion discussion among all Orthodox believers. Until now, there was no synthetic overview of the different trends concerning science and faith in contemporary Orthodoxy. To promote a comprehensive dialogue between science and Orthodox Christianity, it was necessary not only to map the different views and opinions, but also to pinpoint the topics which are discussed in various countries and in various languages. This would create a solid ground for any further research of the subject, and hopefully it will introduce new ideas and approaches towards contemporary science to our system of ideas. This was achieved through a rich research database and a set of interviews from the key players of the discussion. The second aim is to help advance the discussion on issues concerning the relationship between science and Orthodox Christianity. without manipulating the discussion, Project SOW organized a number of academic meetings, such as conferences and workshops, helped produce an important number of publications, and organized public lectures in order to attract more attention for the issues related to the science-Orthodoxy relationship. Finally, Project SOW aimed at bringing Orthodox Christianity into the spotlight of the wider science-religion discussion, until recently dominated by the Roman Catholics, the Protestants, and other denominations. Throughout these 3 years, 10 researchers have uploaded on the project database material about the relation of Orthodoxy and sciences in all the main languages used by Orthodox Christians: Bulgarian, English, French, Georgian, German, Greek, Romanian, Russian, Serbian, and Ukrainian. This material includes books, articles, web pages, videos, broadcasts, and interviews. All metadata are presented in English. The database is already fully operational, and it's accessible from our portal under the name DataSpace. Although the work of the researcher will officially end at the end of the project funding, so will give room to a body of registered users carefully chosen, who will have the ability to add material together with the NHRF staff in order to make it even larger and keep it continuously updated. As part of the research work we have created a body of interviews which will serve present needs for those who want to be informed on personal views and opinions on the science-Orthodox relationship, as well as future needs of researchers who will use them as sources for a better understanding of the evolution of the dialogue. Currently, we are uploading on the site 30 video recorded and 27 sound recorded interviews from people actively involved in the current dialogue. All video interviews, which will be uploaded until the end of the project, are subtitled in English, and sound interviews are accompanied by the necessary metadata. All interviews also appear on the project's YouTube channel named Science and Orthodox Christianity, where you can also find various media presentations of Project SOW, as well as, of course, all our events. The first conference of SOW, Modern Science and Orthodox Tradition and an Easy Relationship, with 40 speakers from 11 countries and its related workshop, focal points and methodological issues in the research of science-Orthodox relations, took place in Athens last year. Case speaker of the conference was His Eminence the Metropolitan of Mesogea and Lavriotiki Nikolaos. 40 scholars from 12 countries participated at the conference Orthodox Christianity and the Reassessment of Scientific Knowledge, and its related workshop Modernity and the Science-Orthodox Recent Dialogue in February 2018. Keynote speaker at the conference was Professor Stylianos Antonarakis, Professor of Genetic Medicine at the University of Geneva Medical School. 2 workshops were originally scheduled, which took place in St. Petersburg about theology, science, and the Eastern Orthodox Christian tradition, and in Belgrade about religion and technology. In addition, we succeeded to organize 4 additional workshops and symposia. The workshop What Can Theology Offer to the Exact Sciences, co-organized in Volos with the Volos Academy for Theological Studies. The workshops Fécondité des échanges culturels, l'exemple de Bessarion, Humanisme, Science, Religion, co-organized with the Observatory of Paris, and the Istituto Ellenico di Studi Bizantini e Post-Bizantini of Venice, the symposium Science and Orthodox Christianity Around the World, organized in the frame of the International Congress of History of Science and Technology in Rio de Janeiro, and the symposium The Historiography of Science and Religion in the Construction of Modern Europe, organized in London in the frame of the European Society for the History of Science Biennial Conference. Publications have resulted from all these workshops. Another important output of SOW project is the published work. Project SOW has agreed with the internationally acclaimed publisher Brepols to start a series titled Science and Orthodox Christianity. We have the output of this project is 3 books, plus the 3 books of the series of reports, 33 articles in peer-reviewed journals, and 10 articles published in our website, and it continues. Public lectures by prominent scholars on various themes concerning the relationship between orthodoxy and science have been organized all over the world, in Sydney, in Moscow, in Bucharest, in Belgrade, in Sofia, and in Cambridge. In addition, we succeeded in organizing 3 additional public lectures in Athens. These lectures attracted media interest and were the occasion to combat the stereotypes about science and religion relations. Project SOW produced a feature documentary film on the main topics regarding the science-Orthodoxy relationship today. It was filmed by Christos Panagos, a filmmaker on the rise who managed in an artistic way, yet substantial way, to bring together these topics with the help of Nikos Livanos and Evi Deli. The film was completed after taking 31 interviews in 10 countries, and its post-production was realized in Switzerland and the United States. Today, after my remarks, we'll show you a brief teaser of the documentary, which will be aired at film festivals and on television networks around the world, and subtitled into more than 10 languages. Everything the project accomplishes and most of what is going on concerning the science-Orthodoxy relationship around the world is presented in our webpage at projectsow.org. You can learn about the project, about our events, as well as third-party related events. See or hear the interviews, dive into our database, read text, and link to various other web pages with related material. This website will continue to work as a portal for issues related to science and orthodoxy in the future, aiming at becoming a starting point for all interested. The website is, of course, assisted by our presence in social media, mainly Facebook, where our page has more than 450 followers from all around the world and continues to grow month by month. Project SOW has promoting a worldwide science-religion dialogue between key role participants from all countries with a strong Orthodox Christian community and has mapped the field of all specific topics in the science-Orthodoxy dialogue with local particularities or global focal points. Project SOW mapped a previously unknown field, the views and positions concerning the relations between science and religion in the entire Orthodox world. It set the foundation for an organized and advanced dialogue, creating a network of scholars from various fields and scholarly traditions willing to participate in the dialogue. Thanks to the mapping of the field, we are in a position to pinpoint the main topics that constitute the Orthodox Christian encounter with modern science. These are biology and genetics, contemporary uses of patristic theology versus scientific methodology, scientific and orthodox eschatology, humans and the environment, the human brain and artificial intelligence, modernity and its role in science-orthodox relations, modern physics and cosmology, psychoanalysis. The dialogue organized by SOW has shown that these topics are not and cannot be discussed separately, but rather within a framework which consists of 4 main axes around which each topic has been formulated and discussed. These are orthodox interpretation of contemporary science and technology, science and orthodox anthropology, philosophy as a mediator between orthodox theology and science, Orthodox Christianity and the global science-religion dialogue. The launching of a new series by Brepol's publishers on science and Orthodox Christianity will make known this field of studies all over the world, as Brepol is well known for being the editor for Patrologia Greca and Patrologia Latina, and is a highly esteemed publishing house, with its books being disseminated in practically every important library of the world. Thus, science and Orthodox studies and dialogue have found a prestigious international means of expression and diffusion among academia. More than 100 scientists, clergymen, and other scholars have actively participated in SOW activities. Thus, SOW succeeded in organizing a vast international network on science and orthodox studies and dialogue, involving all interested parties from all the regions where Orthodox are active. This network guarantees the future of a substantial dialogue and also the development of the scholarly research on science-orthodoxy relations. Our aim is to continue building on the SOW foundations by developing research projects and the means of the dialogue. We are already looking forward to continue enriching the database by giving access to scholars to make various inputs in the future. Concerning the engagement of the wider public, it is important to stress that almost all public lectures that we organize reach the full capacity of the event venues. This shows that despite the fact that the science-religion relationship is not a mainstream issue in today's society, despite the importance of the problems tackled, more and more people are interested to hear what scholars have to say. In many cases, such as the one shown here, so I will say that in many cases, such as the one shown here in the comic strips of the famous Greek cartoonist Sarkas, the topics that are at the spotlight of interest of the public are not necessarily those dealt with in academic conferences. This is, however, changing slowly but steadily, as there is more and more interest by people not actively engaged, but with personal interest to stay updated on the scholarly dialogue. Evidence to this is also the wider coverage by larger or smaller media of our academic events, which are always accompanied by interviews and lengthy articles. The questions posed by journalists vividly show that stereotypes are still strong, but Project SOW has managed to contribute towards changing this by putting forth active scholars to give interviews and inform on the various topics of their expertise. So let me again to say to you, thank for being here today. We'll continue the effort of the dialogue, and we hope that we'll see you also in the future. Thank you very much. Christos, he is a producer of the documentary film. He will show you a small teaser of the film.
Western science actually emerged from or was highly influenced by factors specific to Western Christianity. It seems that the Eastern Orthodox tradition will have a very different kind of relationship to science, and I think in the West, the intimate connection between religion and the emergence of science has meant that there can be a kind of sibling rivalry for people who've postulated the conflict thesis. In a sense, Eastern Orthodoxy has a kind of blank slate. It can start to work out its own relationship because it comes to the scientific tradition without that intimate background, without that intimate set of connections. And it remains to be seen, I think, what kind of relationships it will forge.
After the 16th century, the Eastern world of the Orthodox Christians did not actively participate in the making of the new science as in Western Europe. For the Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire and Russia, this new science was eventually seen as something imported. Local Orthodox churches now had to deal with the reception and adoption of ideas produced in the West. These ideas were seen as a distinct model that urged for rationality in the perception of the natural world. At that point, it was all about the legitimacy of a knowledge that did not originate from its own spiritual tradition.
Pourquoi je crois? que la science moderne, c'est pas par accident qu'elle est née en Occident et pas en Extrême-Orient. Vous voyez par exemple les Chinois avaient tout pour inventer la science moderne, mais tout. Ils avaient une technologie extraordinaire, mais leur philosophie les empêchait de couper, de fragmenter. Ils pouvaient penser que la globalité. Or, pour arriver à la science moderne, il faut savoir couper, il faut savoir fragmenter, il faut savoir étudier des systèmes. Ce qui est important, comme vous le dites, c'est que dans la pensée religieuse, il y a quelque chose qui a ouvert les vannes de la pensée scientifique. Oui. Bon, pour l'orthodoxie, c'est un peu autre chose, mais l'orthodoxie, je crois, amène quelque chose de plus. C'est-à-dire la pensée apophatique. Cette idée qu'il y a une possibilité d'approcher les mystères par le vécu. Le mystère, c'est quelque chose qui n'est jamais résolu. C'est l'inconnaissable.
For centuries, one of the greatest mysteries of all has been the very planet we stand on, planet Earth. Technological advances have improved our quality of life, but not without a cost. According to scientists, human activity has inflicted severe damage on the natural environment. For some, this damage could be permanent. There may be still time to make up for the loss, but action is needed. This may involve changing our lifestyle and our attitude towards the environment. What has gone wrong? Could Orthodox Christianity show the way?
Thank you very much. This was just a small specimen of what will come out next month. And now I have the great honor to present to you this conference's keynote speaker, Professor Richard Swinburne. Richard Swinburne studied at the University of Oxford philosophy and theology. He taught philosophy at the University of Hull and developed a particular interest for the philosophy of science. He later became professor of philosophy at the University of Kiel, and in 1985 was appointed Nolloth Professor of the Philosophy of Christian Religion at the University of Oxford. He held visiting professorships at American and other universities around the world, and lectured extensively for shorter periods in various countries. He has been awarded honorary doctorates by the Catholic University of Lublin, the Dimitri Cantemir Christian University, the University of Bucharest, and the International Academy of Philosophy of Liechtenstein. And finally, since 1993, he is Fellow of the British Academy. His work is immense. His main topics of interest include the philosophy of religion, the philosophy of theism, the relation of mind and body and natural theology. Furthermore, he has an important work on the doctrines that distinguish Christianity from other religions, particularly the resurrection of Jesus. Apart from a great number of articles, Professor Swinburne has written an important number of books, most of which are more or less known to most of us. Although I will not give a full inventory of his work, I would like to remind books like The Concept of Miracle, published in 1971, The Existence of God in 1979 and 2004, Faith and Reason, 1981 and 2005, The Evolution of the Soul, 1986 and 97, Responsibility and Atonement, 1989, The Coherence of Theism, 1993 and 97, Epistemic Justification in 2001, The Resurrection of God Incarnate in 2003, Was Jesus God 2008, Mind, Brain, and Free Will in 2013, and lately, Are We Bodies or Souls? I would like to invite Professor Swinburne to the podium.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I hope you all have a handout and also the revised version of the third page of the handout, which should be substituted for the third page that you originally received. Thank you very much for inviting me to give this keynote address. I've always believed in the wonderful order of the universe being laid bare by modern science constitutes powerful evidence for the existence and benevolence of its creator. But some purported discoveries of modern science have seemed to conflict with Christian doctrine, and so I've decided to devote this lecture to assessing the worth of one area of modern science whose results might seem troubling to Christians, the area of modern neuroscience, and in particular the neuroscience of human intentional agency. And I have chosen this area because it is relevant to the psychoanalysis workshop at the end of this lecture, the end of this conference. Right. It is central to Christian doctrine that we humans are morally responsible for our intentional actions. That is, the actions which we mean to do. Each of us is blameworthy if we intentionally do a wrong action, and praiseworthy if we intentionally do a good action. All our public actions, including all our actions of doing good or evil to others, are bodily actions. That is, actions which consist in the agent causing some bodily movement. I suggest that someone can only be properly blamed or praised for doing a bodily action if it was they who formed the intention to cause the bodily movement that caused the bodily action. And I shall in future summarize that as the person's intention caused the bodily movement. You're not responsible for your actions unless your intentions cause your movements. By a person's intention, I mean what they're trying to do, their purpose which they're trying to fulfill. So, the Christian doctrine of moral responsibility for our intentional actions involves the doctrine that intentions cause bodily movements. And quite apart from Christian doctrine, our ordinary experience of the world tells us that our intentions cause our bodily movements. Consider first an intention which may or may not succeed in producing the intended effect. Suppose, for example, I am trying to raise my arm when I am holding a weight, that is, to lift the weight. I may not succeed in lifting the weight, but if I do succeed, it seems to me strongly that it was me trying which caused the weight to rise. I seem to feel myself exerting causal power, which causes the weight to rise. And so, for that reason, lifting the weight was an intentional action. It seems to me strongly that this is so, because to try to do something just is to do what one believes will make it more likely that that thing will occur. And clearly the weight will not rise unless I try to raise it. And the harder I try, the higher it will raise. There is a continuum of actions between actions like this and those bodily actions which are so easy for most of us to perform and take so short a time that we are seldom aware of a time when we are trying to bring about the effect and have not yet succeeded in doing so. But clearly there's a difference between me intentionally raising my arm when I'm not holding a weight and my arm just rising in a way unintended by me. That difference is that me intentionally moving my arm consists in me causing the bodily movement. That is, me having the intention to cause the bodily movement, causing the bodily movement. You may think this is obvious, but Some people don't think so, and that's why I'm giving this lecture. It's a fundamental epistemic principle, which I call the principle of credulity, that what we seem to, that is, what we apparently experience, is probably so, and hence we are justified in believing, that is, it's rational for us to believe, that it is probably so, barring counter-evidence. If it seems to me that I'm seeing a tree, then probably I am seeing a tree. If it seems to me that I'm hearing you speak, then probably I am hearing you speak, all in the absence of evidence that I am subject to some illusion. If we could not rely on any apparent experience of the world in this way, even if we checked it out by looking again or listening for a longer period, we could have no knowledge about the world at all. Our knowledge of the world is based on our apparent experiences of the way things seem to be. And since our experience seems to tell us so strongly that our intentions cause our bodily movements, it is, in the absence of counter-evidence, very probable that they do. Now, science has shown us that all our bodily movements are caused more directly by brain events initiating sequences of events in our nerves which cause the bodily movements. And so, it must be that our intentions cause our bodily movements by causing the brain events which cause those movements. So, Christian doctrine, like common experience, is committed to the view that our intentions cause our brain events, and so that, on definitions which I am about to give, mental events cause physical events. Now, in order to do philosophy, or really anything else, rigorously, you need to have some definitions. And so I'm going to give you some definitions of physical events and mental events, and I'm trying to make them precise, and they are on your handout, and I'll now run through them. I define a physical event as an event to which no one person has privileged access. That is, it's a public event. And a mental event as one to which its subject, the person whose it is, necessarily has privileged access by experiencing it. And I'll call a pure mental event a mental event which does not entail the occurrence of a physical event. By a person having privileged access to some event, I mean that necessarily he or she is in a better position than anyone else to know that it is occurring. Whatever ways others have of finding out whether or not it's occurring, the subject can also use, but they have an additional way by experiencing it. Among physical events are brain events. Anyone who learns how to use the relevant apparatus can find out about my brain events just as well as I can or anyone else can. Perceptions, such as me seeing a tree, are mental events, since whatever ways others can use to discover whether or not I am seeing a tree, such as observing my behavior and studying my brain events, I could also use. I could watch a film of my behavior and study the brain events just as well as could anyone else. But I have an additional way of knowing about my perception, that is, by actually experiencing perceiving the tree. Perceptions are not, however, what I am calling pure mental events, since seeing a tree entails that there's a tree present, and that's a physical event. But me seeming to see a tree, that is, me believing that I'm seeing a tree, does not entail the existence of the tree. And so me seeming to see the tree is something extra in the world beyond the tree. But my claim that by my claim that an apparent perception does not entail anything public, I mean that the proposition that the apparent perception occurs is logically compatible with the non-occurrence of anything particular in the public world. Although we don't think it very likely, someone could, there's no contradiction in supposing, have an apparent perception which was not correlated with a brain event or anything else in the public world. It's not part of the meaning of the proposition that someone seemed to see a tree that there's anything happening in his brain or anywhere else. And for that reason, it's a pure mental event. Right. mental events to which necessarily the subject has privileged access, contrast with physical events to which there is public access, and among mental events, pure mental events which don't involve physical events. The class of pure mental events includes conscious events, that is, apparent experiences, events of the kind such that they occur only insofar as we are aware that they are occurring. Conscious events include sensations such as pains and feelings of nausea and patterns of colour in my visual field. They also include occurrent thoughts which cross my mind, such as today is Thursday. If I am not in any way aware that I'm having a pain, or the thought that today is Thursday is now crossing my mind, I'm not in pain, and the thought isn't crossing my mind. Pure mental events, the class of pure mental events, also include, as further conscious events, apparent perceptions. Apparent perceptions, as opposed to real perceptions. Apparent perceptions are included in the class of conscious events, such as my apparent perception of a tree, apparent awareness of one's beliefs and desires, and apparent awareness of truths of reason, such as being conscious of 23 threes making 69, as I think about it. All these are among pure mental events and among the class of pure mental events which are conscious events. And among conscious events are intentions in the sense which I defined earlier. Other people can reach well-justified conclusions about whether I had some intention in making a movement, and what that intention was. They can reach well-justified conclusions from a study of my public behavior, such as what I say, and perhaps one day from a study of my brain. Yet whatever ways others used to find out about what my intention was, I could also use. I could watch a film of my behavior and study my brain just as well as anyone else. But I have an additional way not available to anyone else of knowing whether I had some intention and what that intention was by actually experiencing the intention. And necessarily no one else can experience my intentions, for the person who experiences an intention is the person who has the intention. Pure mental events include, as well as conscious events, what I shall call continuing mental states. That is, events such as beliefs and desires, which may occur while the subject is not conscious of them, but of which she can become conscious by asking herself what she believes or desires, or by being aware of them when she's planning to take them into account in her actions. They are pure mental events because, while the subject can use all the ways available to others for discovering what she believes or desires, she has a way of discovering these states which are not available to others. So, physical events, mental events. Mental events include pure mental events. Pure mental events include conscious events and continuing mental states. Among conscious events are intentions. So, armed with these definitions, which are on your handout, we can see that the Christian doctrine and common sense are both committed to the view that mental events, and in particular intentions, often cause physical events, and in particular brain events. This view involves the denial of a doctrine very popular these days among philosophers and scientists called the causal closure of the physical, CCP, the causal closure of the physical, on your handout. And that doctrine is the doctrine that physical events are caused only by physical events. CCP entails that such common sense views as that I came to this building because I had the intention to do so, and so that intention caused my leg movements which brought me here. CCP entails that that view is false. On the CCP, it was not my intention which caused my leg movements. It was brain events, and these brain events were only caused by other brain events which caused my leg movements. My intention was caused by some brain event, and that is why it occurred just before my leg movements. Although it did not occur them, it was just an epiphenomenon which occurred at the same time, according to CCP. Since it seems so obvious to us that our intentions do cause our bodily movements, and so that intentions cause the brain events which cause those movements, by the principle of credulity which I introduced earlier, we would need strong evidence for the truth of CCP before adopting it. Now, CCP is a scientific doctrine about which kinds of things cause which other kinds of things, and so a justified belief in CCP requires a justified belief in some scientific theory which entails it. The thesis of this lecture is that no one could ever be justified in believing any theory which entails CCP, and so that the claims of recent neuroscientific work to provide the justification for CCP are not merely false, but couldn't possibly be true, and that is for the reason of that is because of what constitutes a justified belief in a scientific theory. For a justified belief in a scientific theory requires a justified belief that it makes successful predictions, and that means both a justified belief that it predicts certain events and a justified belief that those events occurred. And I am now going to argue that at least one of those justified beliefs couldn't possibly be had if CCP were true. I shall be arguing that in a crucial sense, therefore, CCP is self-defeating. If it were true, we couldn't be justified in believing it. So, how can anyone have a justified belief that some scientific theory predicts certain events? Scientists in the relevant field will have calculated that it makes these predictions. And if a scientist can hold all the calculations in her mind at one time, it will be for her a deliverance of reason, evident a priori that the theory does make these predictions. Alas, for any scientific theory of any complexity, most experts at the centre of the field will be unable to hold in their minds at one time all the relevant calculations. Even as the scientist reads through the text of her calculations, she depends on her memory towards the end of the calculations for her belief that the initial calculations were correct. Later in life, all that she may remember is that it did seem to her earlier that the theory made those predictions. She may have a diary in which she recorded this, which will be, as it were, her testimony about this to herself and others. So much for scientists in the field. Non-scientists and scientists less central in the field will depend on the testimony of those whom they regard as experts, their testimony that they've made these calculations and that they had these results. So, what makes someone's belief that the theory predicts certain events justified, makes it a justified belief, is, if it can be had, experience of oneself currently seeing that the calculations are correct, memory of having made the calculations in the past, and testimony from oneself or others that they have made certain calculations. Or rather, since all of these sources may mislead, it is apparent experience, apparent memory, and apparent testimony which provide our justified belief that the theory makes true predictions, a belief justified in the absence of counter-evidence, that is, in the absence of defeaters. So that's how you would know, or what would give you a justified belief that some theory makes certain predictions. And how can anyone have a justified belief that the events predicted in fact occurred? They will depend on evidence of the same three sources. Certain observers will apparently, in a wide sense, experience those events. That is, if they are physical events, they will perceive them, or if they were conscious events, they will experience them in a narrow sense. Later, the observers may apparently remember having experienced the events, and others will depend on the apparent testimony of observers about these, or observers may depend on their own apparent written testimony. Alternatively, a believer may have a justified belief that the events predicted occurred because it's a consequence of some other justified belief theory that they did. But in that case, a justified belief in that other theory would itself depend on the evidence of the same three sources: apparent experience, apparent memory, apparent testimony. Now, it follows from the principle of credulity that I mentioned earlier that what we apparently experience is probably happening, and so that our apparent experience is a real experience, that what we apparently remember probably did happen, and so that our apparent memory is a genuine memory, and that what others seem to be telling us, they probably are telling us, and so that apparent testimony is real testimony. At least when we've checked our sources, perhaps, by seeing if their deliverances coincide with other apparent memories, experiences, and testimonies. We believe our apparent experiences because and why do we believe our apparent experiences? Well, we believe them because we believe that they are caused by the events apparently experienced. You believe that your apparent experience of observing some distant star through a telescope is a real experience, and so there's a star there, because you believe that your apparent experience was caused by the star emitting light, which impinged on your eyes and caused the apparent experience of it. If you came to believe that your apparent experience was caused by a malfunctioning of the telescope, and if you had no other reason for believing there was a star there, you would cease to believe there is a star there. So, if your apparent experience is a real experience, then a physical event, the star being there, has indirectly caused a mental event, your apparent perception of it. And of course, that's not ruled out by CCP. Now, you believe most things because of apparent memories and apparent testimonies. We believe our apparent memories of our experiences because we believe that those past experiences cause our present apparent memories of them. In the case of memories of experiences 1 or 2 minutes earlier, it may be that the past experience causes the present memory of it directly. That is to say, without causing it by causing some other event which causes the memory. But we know well, as neuroscience has shown us, that in the case of memories of events more than a few minutes earlier, the causation is indirect. The past experience causes a brain event, a trace in the brain, which later causes a memory of it. And so our reliance on apparent memory for our knowledge of past events depends on assuming that a mental event, a past apparent perception, causes a physical event, a brain event, which in turn causes the apparent memory. And finally, in believing someone's apparent testimony to have experienced some event, we assume that their intention to tell us what they remember having experienced caused the words reporting that apparent memory to come out of their mouth, or to be inscribed on paper or typed into the computer. If we came to believe that the words came out of some person's mouth because they suffer from fluid aphasia, which produces streams of unintended words, or that the person's fingers pressing keys on his computer were caused to do so by a neuroscientist controlling the nervous impulse to those fingers, we would no longer believe that apparent testimony to be real testimony. And so, if we rely on someone's testimony to the occurrence of a past event, because we believe that he's telling the truth, as we are surely often justified in doing, if we believe in someone's testimony to the occurrence of a past event, this involves relying on two separate processes of mental to physical causation. We believe that his past experience causes his present memory of it via brain traces, and his intention to tell the truth causes the words to come out of his mouth, causing in the sense of being a necessary part of the total cause. Almost all scientific knowledge relies on apparent memory, for example, of the results of experiments or calculations written up only the following day, And for all science, we all rely most of the time on the apparent testimony, written and spoken, of observers to have had certain experiences and of theoreticians to have done certain calculations. And the wider public relies entirely on the apparent testimony of scientists with respect both to their calculations and to their experiences. A solitary scientist would be justified in believing his apparent current perceptions without assuming that there was any mental to physical causation. But no one would be justified in believing a large-scale scientific theory without having a lot of evidence about the occurrence of events at different times and places and having his calculations confirmed by other scientists. So it would seem that we cannot have any significant justification for believing any scientific theory without relying on apparent memory and apparent testimony, and therefore without relying on processes which consist in mental events causing physical events. Hence, it would seem that no one will ever be justified in believing CCP, since the justification would consist in believing in the occurrence of processes which would be ruled out by CCP itself. That is, CCP is self-defeating because any justification of it relies on assuming that it is false. And that is the general conclusion of this paper, end of part 1. But I will now fill this out, this conclusion, by analysing two different kinds of way in which scientists have attempted or could attempt to establish CCP. You're now at the top of page 2 on your handout. The first way is to attempt to show that the occurrence of any mental event never makes any difference to the pattern of later physical events. And the obvious way to set about this would be to show that the most plausible candidate for mental events which make such a difference, that is, our intentions, never do make any difference to our brain events. And neuroscience has set about trying to do this. The results of a recent neuroscientific research program, initiated by the work of Benjamin Libet in the 1980s, have been interpreted by many scientists as showing that conscious events, and so pure mental events generally in my sense, never do cause brain events. In the original and most influential Libet experiments, subjects were, so he got a lot of students and set them at desks, and he instructed them to move their hand at a moment of their choice within a short specified period, for example, period 20 seconds. The subjects watched a very fast clock and reported subsequently the exact time at which they formed their intention to move their hand. They reported the intention to move their hand as occurring, on average, 200 milliseconds before the time at which experimenters recorded the onset of activity in the subject's muscles, initiating the hand movement. For other reasons, Libet held that subjects misjudged the time of all conscious events by 50 seconds, and so he concluded that the intention occurred on average 150 milliseconds before the muscle activation. Now, subjects had electrodes placed on their scalps, and these electrodes recorded, on each occasion when the subjects moved their hand, a build-up of electric potential, which is called the readiness potential, which was presumably caused by the occurrence of a particular kind of brain event, RP, which occurred, on average, 550 milliseconds before the muscle activity, and so 400 milliseconds before the occurrence of the intention. So, the evidence seemed to be that when an intention is followed by an intended bodily movement, it is always preceded by a brain event of a particular kind. Now, Libet relied on evidence about what was happening in the brain by electrodes being placed on the scalp. But the last 30 years have seen very considerable progress in understanding the neural basis of intentional actions, which is made possible by new techniques which allow neuroscientists to identify far more precisely than by measurements of electrical potential on the skull which areas of the brain are active an exact number of milliseconds before the time at which subjects claim they are having some intention. That is to say, there are various techniques for identifying what's happening in different regions of the brain which don't involve invading the brain. The results of this later work seem initially to give very considerable support to the view that a prior brain event of the kind which gives rise to RP, that is to say the potential on the skull, is a necessary condition, though not necessarily a sufficient condition, for the occurrence of a simple intentional bodily movement of the kind subject by Libet. Now, you can look at this point at the revised third page of your handout, and on that third page, I'm afraid that there is a slight error. At the bottom of the page, there should be an arrow pointing from RP to pointing from B1 to RP, which I omitted to insert. And if people are following this in the Greek version, what I'm going to say for the next 2 minutes may not exactly coincide with what is there, because I revised what I had to say. Right, so if the subject's reports are at all accurate, there is a succession of events which I depict in the first paragraph of the third page of your handout. There's a brain event which causes some sequence of brain events, represented by B2, followed by a conscious event, M1, the intention, which is then followed by other events, brain events represented by B3, which cause a brain event represented by B4, which directly causes the muscle activity and so the movement HM. Now, many neuroscientists have argued from this kind of evidence to reach the extraordinary conclusion that the intention doesn't cause the movement because, and they have literally many of them claimed this, that since B1 precedes and correlates with HM, M1 cannot cause HM. They say because the earlier event is connected with the later event, therefore the middle event, the intention, can't have had any effect on the later event. But such scientists see the data as conclusively establishing hypothesis 2 on your handout, according to which the intention is caused by a brain event but plays no role in causing the bodily movement. But that, of course, is a totally unjustified conclusion. One event X may cause another event Z by causing an event Y which causes Z. So it's equally compatible with all the data showing the correlations between an earlier event B1 and an intention M1 and the brain event B4, and also the most natural explanation of those correlations to suppose that B1 causes, via some intermediate brain event, the intention M1, and the intention causes, via some intermediate brain event, B3, the brain event V4, which directly causes the motion. It may be that when B2 occurs, the agent still has a choice about whether or not to cause the B3 and so the bodily movement. So that's hypothesis 1 on the handout. That is the hypothesis that the earlier brain event causes, or at any rate is a necessary part, indirectly, of someone's intention to move her hand, and that intention causes, eventually, the movement of the hand. And that is equally well supported by the data, just as well as the second hypothesis is. And one would think it was a rather more natural interpretation of the data. The only way to show that the intention wasn't a necessary part of the cause, you would need to show that the earlier event B1 causes the same sequence of brain events with or without subjects having the requisite intention to produce the bodily movement. And the Libet program is nowhere near attempting to show that. But that's all detail on the Libet program. The major problem with the Libet type experiments is just this, that in order to show anything, and in particular, in order to show that our intentions don't make any difference to bodily movements, the program depends on the apparent testimony of subjects for information about the time of the occurrence of their mental events. And so all Libet-type experiments designed to show that mental events do not cause physical events require the experimenter to assume that sometimes they do. They cause mental events in the form of their intentions, the subject's intentions after the event, to report when he formed the intention. They require the experimenter to assume that those intentions, the later intention of the subjects to report the event, do cause the words to come out of their mouth, because if they didn't think that, they wouldn't have any reason to believe what the subjects report. Of course, such experiments as Libet experiments might serve to show that certain kinds of bodily movements, such as certain very quick reactions, such as jumping out of the way of a passing car, which we might have regarded as formed by our intentions, are not formed by our intentions. But they could only show that if we assume that other bodily movements, such as our movements of our lips when we report what happens, are formed by our intentions. That is to say, a Libet-type experiment might be useful in showing that certain kinds of bodily movements, which we might think are intentional, really aren't, but they would only show that if we assume that normally, when people report things and so on, their intentions do cause their bodily movement. And clearly, this same general objection will apply to any attempt to establish CCP which relies on evidence about which pure mental events occur when. We could only get enough evidence to show the theory to be true by relying on the apparent testimony of other people, and that involves assuming that the theory is false. So that's one way in which you might attempt to prove CCP, in which a lot of people are attempting to prove CCP, that is by showing mental event when the mental event occurs and show it doesn't make a difference. But you could only know when the mental occurs if you assume that sometimes it does make a difference. But there's a different way in which you might attempt to prove CCP, and that is on the basis of evidence merely about which physical events occur when, without relying on any evidence about which pure mental events occur when. Could not observation merely of physical events provide us with a justified belief in some very general deterministic physical theory, from which it would follow that every physical event has another physical event as an immediately prior necessary and sufficient cause? If it could show that, if we could establish a totally deterministic physical theory in this way, it would follow that no brain event could have a mental event as a necessary part of its cause. For if a deterministic physical theory of this kind were true, the physical event would have occurred anyway. Whatever mental events the subject had could have made no difference to the brain events. Suppose, for example, that scientists discover that for each physical event F, studied in large samples of many different kinds of physical events, there is some other immediately prior physical event E, which a certain deterministic theory claims will have F as its immediate effect. That would seem to be powerful evidence in favor of that theory, and so in favor of CCP. The problem, however, remains that our evidence about which physical events occur when in these large samples of events must come from the reports of scientists about the results of their experiments. That is, from their apparent testimonies and memories about what they claim to have perceived. But we have seen that we are only justified in relying on apparent memory and testimony if we are justified in assuming that past observations cause brain events which cause present memories, and that people's intentions cause words to come out of their mouths. So again, relying on the evidence of the apparent memory and testimony of scientists about what they have observed seems already to presuppose the falsity of CCP. And we're now about halfway down, page 2 on your handout. Now, I want to give CCP as much rope as I can and see if we can deal with this objection. And it might be possible to avoid this objection as an objection to this second way of trying to establish CCP by modifying our understanding of the notion of memory and the notion of testimony in such a way that we could be said to remember some past physical event without assuming that the memory involves remembering a past experience of the event, and it also involved changing our understanding of testimony a little, so that we could understand testimony to the occurrence of a past event without assuming that that involves testifying to a past experience of that event. Now, how could we stretch the notions of memory and testimony a bit so as to save CCP? Well, we could understand memory simply as a memory of the occurrence of events, and not only of events which are experiences of the occurrence of other events. A subject might be said to remember past physical events in the sense of those events causing traces in his brain, which at a later time cause the apparent memory of these events, without any mental to physical causation being involved. The memory traces caused in a person's brain by the occurrence of some event sometimes cause that person to become aware of the details of that event, which they were not at the time aware of. And so it does not seem too unnatural a use of the word remember to say that they remembered those details. That is to say, you may see some scene, you may not notice some feature of that scene. At a later time, you remember the scene, and you do notice a new feature of the scene. So you are not then remembering your past experience of the event, you're just remembering the event itself. And so if we understand memory as simply memory of the event itself and not memory of the experience of the event, perhaps we could allow that scientists' memories wouldn't necessarily need to involve memories of their past experiences. Well, that's stretching the notion of memory a bit, but we need to stretch the notion of testimony a bit in order to save CCP. And how could we do that? Well, we could understand testimony to some past event to amount merely to the public utterances of sentences reporting that an event occurred caused by a chain of events in the utterer, itself caused by the event reported, a chain which need not include any conscious events. Thus, suppose some words come out of someone's mouth. I saw the pointer pointed to 7. How could that be testimony if it wasn't the report that the scientist saw the pointer pointing to 7? Well, it could be that when the pointer pointing to 7, rays came from that to his eyes, that set up a trace in his brain. The trace in his brain caused the words to come out of his mouth. The pointer pointed to 7 without in any way passing through his experiences. So if we stretch the notions of memory and testimony, perhaps we can save CCP. Perhaps you can think that CCP might be justified. You might have a justified view that a certain deterministic theory is true on the basis of your predictions that certain events, on your basis of knowledge of the occurrence of certain events established by apparent memory and testimony of a rather strange sort, which didn't involve memory of past experiences or testimony of past experiences. So I'm doing my best to save CCP. But I can't save CP because there is a further, and to my mind, insuperable difficulty in supposing that we could have a justified belief that some deterministic physical theory gave true predictions about the relations between physical events. That is to say, as I commented earlier, in order to be justified in believing that a scientific theory was true, you need to have two kinds of justification. You need to have a justification that the theory predicted certain events, and you need to be justified in believing that those events occurred. Now, I think you could, by stretching the notions of memory and testimony, have a justified belief that the events occurred without relying on any mental to physical causation. But you would also need a justified belief that the theory predicted certain events. And I'm going to say you couldn't possibly have that without believing in the occurrence of mental to physical causation. Anyone who had not calculated for himself what a theory predicted about the relations between physical events must depend on the evidence provided by the apparent testimony of scientists to have calculated this and to have seen that had a conscious belief that that was what the theory predicted. That is, if some scientist tells you, my theory predicted that this would occur, you would need to believe that he had worked it out, he had seen it, and you would need to believe that his conscious events had caused the words to come out of his mouth. He would need a report not merely of what had happened in the physical world, but of his mental state that he had calculated these things. And if you were to rely on his, if a scientist were to rely on his own apparent memory of having made calculations in the past, then he would have to believe something about his own past mental life, that he had seen that these earlier stages of these calculations were correct. And both of these processes would involve a mental to physical causation, a mental to physical causation of the apparent, of the scientists seeing that certain calculations work, causing via brain traces his apparent memory of them, and his apparent memory of them causing the words to come out of his mouth. That's to say, it's no good just knowing that certain physical events occurred in order to know that some deterministic theory is true, physical deterministic theory is true. You have to know that the scientist has made certain calculations which showed that the theory predicted those events. And that means you have to know something about the scientist's own conscious life, not merely his present conscious life, but his past conscious life. And that involves two processes of mental to physical causation. Mental to physical causation from his past calculations to his brain state, to his memory of that past calculation, and from his memory of the past calculation to the words coming out of his mouth. That's what I calculated. So you cannot avoid assuming that mental events cause physical events if you were to have any justification for believing a purely physical theory about the physical world. So the second way of attempting to avoid CCP fails for the similar reason to the first way. CCP is the theory that the physical world is closed, it is not affected by the mental world, that our intentions and anything else don't make any difference to the physical world. My thesis is, if this is true, you could never have any justification for believing it, because your justification for believing it depends on believing that there are certain mental to physical processes going on. And the two kinds of way in which some scientists or the person might attempt to prove CCP are firstly to show he knows when the mental events occur, he knows they don't make any difference to the physical event, but of course he can only know when the mental events occur, or rather anyone else can only know when the mental events occur if they believe in his apparent memory of his past experiences, and they believe and they rely on his testimony to them, and the relying on memory and relying on testimony assumes the downward causation from the mental to physical. but you might attempt to avoid this difficulty by simply trying to establish a physical theory about the world, which and show that was deterministic, so there was no room for the mental to come in. And you might, by stretching your understanding of memory and testimony, acquire knowledge of when some past event occurred, event in fact predicted by the theory. But you'd have to know that the theory predicted this. And the only way to know that is to know that certain calculations have that result. How are you to know that? Well, if you can hold them all in your mind, if you can hold all the calculations that prove quantum theory in your mind at one time, then you, the individual scientist, might know this. But of course, hardly one scientist can do this. Scientists rely on their memory of what they've done in the past. And that means relying on past experiences, their experiences of having calculated this. This means relying on their experiences causing a brain state which causes their present memory of it. And that involves a downward causation from their past experiences of calculating to their brain states. And likewise, if we, the non-scientists, are to know anything that they have calculated this, we have to take their word for it. Take their word for it means that we believe that when the apparent testimony comes out of their mouth, they are in fact causing it to do so, and this means, again, a downward causation from the mental to the physical. So what I've argued in this lecture is, first, the general point that in order to that we should start from what seems most obvious to be the case, and that is that our intentions and many other sorts of mental events do make a difference to the physical world. If we didn't start from there, we would have no justification. If we didn't start from a principle of credulity that what seems obviously to be the case is the case, we wouldn't have any knowledge of the world at all. But of course we can be subject to illusion, and therefore this principle of credulity requires the clause subject to counter-evidence. So if a scientist could produce counter-evidence that, in fact, although it seems to be the case, intentions don't make a difference to our bodily movement, then we ought to believe them. My thesis is he could never have that evidence, because having that evidence would rely on believing that there are certain mental events cause physical events. Mental events of past memories causing brain events which cause present memories of them, and intentions to tell things causing words to come out of the mouth. And so the process of attempting to prove CCP is bound to be self-defeating, and therefore we should believe that what seems pretty obviously to be the case, that our intentions make a difference to our bodily movements, that the mental life makes a difference to what happens in the physical world, is true. And of course, common sense tells us that, and also it's crucially important for the Christian doctrine that we are responsible for our actions. It's our intentions that make a difference to what we do, and we can be held responsible for them. And so that is my thesis. Thank you.
I'm Andrew Briggs, also from the University of Oxford. At what level of complexity does CCP break down? If in some future experimental techniques we can adequately map the connections between neurons firing, would the breakdown of CCP mean that we would find causal gaps, we could find events occurring that could not be accounted for by a physical causation? And if the answer to that is yes, then is there already some incipient evidence of that? And if the answer is no, then how do you address the problem of over-causation, by which I mean in this, or over-determination, by which in this context I mean that there are too many causes, so that either they're in conflict with each other, so how does the poor neuron know what to do next, or they're in complete harmony, in which case we may have different explanations which are useful in terms of understanding, but which are not actually adding anything to the causal chain.
Yes, can I take the second part first and go back? It is compatible with all that I've said, that in each case where some brain event is correlated with a later brain event, this happens by the earlier brain event causing some mental event which in turn causes the brain event. And therefore, if our mental life were entirely caused by our brain states, and that almost instantaneously caused another brain event, then, as it were, you wouldn't notice the influence of the mental, but the mental would nevertheless be there and influencing it. But I don't think that is going to happen, for the simple reason that so many of our mental events are serious mental events, our decisions to do some big thing, not just to move our hand, are caused by a process of earlier reasoning, and so clearly it's going to be mental events over some time which cause the later brain event, and therefore it follows from my argument that in fact neuroscience will have to discover that there are gaps that need to be filled by the mental. And it will have to discover that because its very process of discovering is going to depend on assuming that. There are a few suggestions, is perhaps the only word, not seriously worked through theories around about how the mental might affect the physical. They do all rely on quantum theory and rely on there being the mental being able to, within the constraints allowed by quantum theory, to influence brain behavior. That is not unreasonable project to work this out, because the brain does seem to be the sort of system where some very, very tiny difference within the quantum limit, for example, in the distance between between adjoining neural cells, the synapse between them, the exact distance within very tiny limits depends on whether one signal is propagated from one neuron to the next. Whether one signal is propagated from one neuron to the next may make all the difference to whether that neuron fires. Whether that neuron fires may make all the difference to whether a certain sequence is initiated. So there's a scope there. People are just playing around. I'm not competent to talk about how successful they are at the moment, but it's clearly a project which has hardly started, but it's there, and there are possibilities of that sort. But if my argument is right, there have got to be possibilities of that sort, because otherwise they would never be justified in producing their theories at all.
I love that. I mean, there is quite an active field of looking for quantum processes in biology.
Dr. Penrose has one view. Trying to remember the chap who has a more developed view, but I could give you the reference afterwards. But I mean, this is just suggestions. Nobody's worked it out in detail.
Indeed. The minute the experimental evidence is lacking, though
Yes.
everybody agrees that there is quantum indeterminacy and that the processes of the brain are highly nonlinear, but there's even a deeper problem there, that even if that proved to be the case, quantum randomness as a basis of my mental states, feels a bit precarious to
it
me.
makes it possible. Quantum randomness in the brain makes it possible for something quite outside the physical world to make a difference without in any way affecting the laws. Otherwise, I'm quite happy with the notion that the brain is just a system to which ordinary physical laws don't totally apply. And this is not an unreasonable supposition, because quite obviously what goes on in the brain has an effect. It causes our mental life, which no other system does. So it's got something that other systems don't have. And given that, it wouldn't be surprising if it had something else that other systems don't have.
Well, it does suggest something very specific to look for, doesn't it?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Someone else.
First of all, thank you for the lecture. It was fantastic. I'm wondering if your argument could be extended in a generalized form into cosmology. Nowadays, many scientists talk about a mentalist revolution. That is, they talk about consciousness studies, all that kind of stuff. Do you think that it's reasonable to revive the medieval tradition of primary and secondary causes, which actually is implied in Gödel's theorem, and to follow exactly your last line of argument, to go beyond quantum physics into mental states as such, consciousness, what in Orthodox theology are called logi of things or energies. That is, to make a much more aggressive theological presence into physicalism. Thank you so much.
I'd like to see the details. In one very natural sense of primary and secondary causes, clearly they are at work. I mean, just consider efficient causes for the moment. If A causes B and B causes C, and nothing causes A, then A is the primary cause and B is the secondary cause of C, and that's going on all the time. So, I mean, my understanding of the way God controls the world is that all the time he is the primary cause of substances in the world having their powers and liabilities to act, and therefore he is the primary cause of their exercise of their secondary causation in the world. So certainly I'm happy with that. I don't know if all the logoi other than God, which sometimes come into earlier thinking, have any great place in that, but I'm open to a big suggestion if you work it out in detail.
Actually, Blackwell published a whole companion on consciousness studies. That is, there are some people much more competent than me who do follow that line of research. I think sometimes we are on the defense for no reason. It's better to see, if I insist on your last line of argument, as we had in psychiatry the cognitive revolution, which actually destroyed all the physical explanations, why not to try in cosmology and physics something similar? If we accept your premises that we accept primary and secondary causes, things go smoothly. Thank you.
Leave it to you.
Thank you very much. I wonder to what extent the people interested in advocating CCP are aware of the fact that this current conversation has a long history behind it. I mean, the topic of ontological solidarity between cause and effect is something that was discussed by the Greeks long before the Christian era. It was discussed in the early Christian centuries, particularly in Gregory of Nyssa in the 4th century, then the Scholastics and so forth. Is there any room in the current conversation in this scientific world for the idea of ideology and personal bias? Because if the same field of study gives different results because of the different convictions of the people involved there, there should be something ideological, like an ideological bias at play. Are people aware of this topic? Thank you.
I'm not accusing the neuroscientists who do very interesting detailed work of having any bias, but scientists these days, and I say this with apologies to some of those present, who are probably not the proper objects of this criticism, but many scientists who are not present are very focused people. They are focused on the details, in this case, of their particular neural experiments. And the moment you bring in wider considerations of consciousness or personal identity, they say, oh, that's for philosophers. We do experiments. We live in a world where faculties get subdivided, and they do their little bit. And it's for people like you to put the bits together.
Look, thanks for that terrific talk, Richard. It seems to me that your point about the self-defeating nature of CCP is well taken. But it must be a known problem. I mean, what kinds of responses do you get to proponents of CCP when you make this criticism that in relation to this question, it just seems to be obviously self-defeating?
Well, I only read this paper to philosophy conferences. I've published papers of this kind in the Journal of Consciousness Studies, which they are meant to read. But I don't think they do. I can't say, I haven't sort of got them to face up to it yet, but I'm trying.
Good. Well, I'll be interested to follow this up and see where the conversation goes.
Coffee time.
Now we can all go outside for a cup of coffee for a half an hour break. Thank you.
So let's start our second session of this third international conference. And I will invite Professor Alexei Nesteruk from the Russian Academy of the Humanities, St. Petersburg, Russia, and the University of Portsmouth. The subject of the Professor Nesteruk is the dialogue between theology and science. Please, Professor Nesteruk, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, brothers and sisters, I'm really happy to be here at the concluding conference of this part of the project. Now, our session starts with theology and philosophy. For more than 2 years, when I was present at these conferences, I have advocated the importance of including philosophy in the discussion between science and orthodoxy, because according to my experience, this dialogue for many years was a little bit unfruitful and with no clear advance, because the tension between science and theology wasn't understood, first of all, philosophically, because the intuitive approach to this tension, unfortunately, is not satisfactory, because it doesn't lead to any result. And this paper, which I'm talking now, is a direct continuation of my talk and what I was saying in February when I talked about the philosophical foundations of the difference between science and theology. And the fundamental point of my approach is I'm not following the Anglo-Saxon analytical tradition, because we, and not only me, but my colleague Tatiana Litvin, who will be after me, and my colleague Father Kirill from St. Petersburg, we do not consider this as a possibility for the orthodox appropriation of science. Because in some sense, they appeal to a different continental tradition, and in particular to phenomenology. It's not our arbitrary choice, it's a sort of theological inevitability, because we approach this problem from a slightly different angle. And in order to start my talk, I remind you, I remind you quickly what was my achievement in the talk in February, because without this introduction, in particular for those who wasn't present here in February, it would be extremely difficult to proceed. So, some philosophical précis, which I formulated in February. The first thing is the following, and it's a very simple idea. It's difficult to deny this idea, that the dialogue between science and theology represents a discourse of clarification and explication of the difference in the ways of appearance and access of the givens in science and theology in one and the same human subject. This means that if we introduce from the beginning the idea of human subject who is responsible for scientific activity and for religious experience, then the question of the difference or the tension between science and theology, it's a question of what is happening in this subject. Simple idea, but this idea involves a different type of approach, because we accept, if I would say so, a noetic approach to the topic. We do not consider this topic of science and theology as something which is outside of us. So in other words, this is science, this is theology, and we reshuffle science and theology somewhere on the plane of this board, on the plane of this desk. We are saying that we are in the center. A human being is in the center of this dialogue, and that's why the persistence of this dialogue, it's, strictly speaking, not disappearance from the side, shows us that this is a sort of intrinsic feature of the human condition. So the difference between science and theology can be qualified as a different philosophical appropriation of that which can be presented in phenomenality of objects. Phenomenality of objects, it's something which pertains to, first, science, for example, physics, when you can detach yourself from experience of subjectivity. The Anglo-Saxon tradition, which was, you heard about this tradition in the very morning, is exactly the point where the subject is looking at something which is going on. Even the conscious activity somehow is positioned as an object. And that's why what we claim that if we deal with theology, this phenomenality of object is not applicable. So we contrapose phenomenality of objects with event-like phenomena, but not in the sense of physical events, because the word event we heard today many times. It's not a physical event. It's not a brain event. It's an event in a phenomenological sense, as some kind of happening which exceeds the measure of quantitative, qualitative, in terms of modality, in terms of relation, in terms of possibility and impossibility. It's something which cannot have any metaphysical or physical foundation. And theology deals with it, but not only theology. I will be talking about human being itself is dealing with this, because in the phenomenon of humanity, in phenomenon of man, if I use this standard philosophical phrasing, we cannot provide any metaphysical justification for humanity. And that is why humanity in itself has this split between object-like phenomenality and event-like phenomenon, because the event of life, again, not a physical event, but event of life in this phenomenological sense, is not explicable on the level of physics and metaphysics. Then, if we say that metaphysical schemes are not applicable for the demarcation of theology and science, for continental philosophy, it's an obvious thing, because continental philosophy, in particular in France, they promote idea of the end of metaphysics. So that's why, effectively, metaphysical demarcation is not possible, because, strictly speaking, in science we can provide some reference to the substance of things, to atoms, elementary particles. In theology, this is impossible, because we are dealing in theology with inaugural events which are metaphysically unexplainable and impossible. For example, creation of the world. Again, I dismiss right away any attempts of cosmology to deal with this. I published some books on this topic, so that's why it's not an argument. Incarnation, which we cannot justify metaphysically. Resurrection, ascension, creation of man himself. Again, if I'm not a biological or physical reductionist, I cannot explain even the first event of the beginning of evolution on this planet, because we don't have access to this event. Not like a physical event again. But then in human being himself, we have a serious problem, and the human being becomes the center of the discourse, because in human being himself, we cannot make a clear separation between faculties of comprehension of humanity. And theology appears in this discourse, not again accidentally, not because we just compare two types of experience which is given to us, but because for humanity itself, we need an argument which goes beyond metaphysics, beyond causal explanation. So, if I skip the first paragraph and I will just quote the second, the essence and structure of the outer reality, in this case, if I approach science and its articulation of outer reality, in this case, as the givens in the representation of consciousness, so that's why consciousness is always present behind any representation of reality, receives its metalogical in inverted commas justification in inaugural events. So in other words, inaugural events, like event of life, becomes in the foundation of actually any scientific discourse. And if we want to understand scientific discourse, we need to understand event of life, event of consciousness. And whatever this means, I mean, I'm not specifically talking about, let's say, mental acts in terms of Richard Feldman or in terms of brain events. I'm talking that we have event of creation, of appearance of consciousness, creation of man, which cannot be justified metaphysically. This is the reason why we need theology. But how we actually proceed to theology, it's a different issue. So, here we come, and this was the final result of my talk in February, that we are dealing with the fundamental unknowability of human beings. Unknowability, of course, understood in the sense of personhood, not in the sense of biological bodies, because we can construct many models of the necessary conditions for existence of biological bodies, but we are talking about personhood, about, as we say in Orthodox theology, hypostatic existence, existence with a personal center. And this unknowability, effectively, is placed in the heart of the dialogue between science and theology. So in some sense, we must be absolutely clear that both science and theology, they are exercised, they are compared in this dialogue in the conditions of man's unknowability. And this, if I use strictly philosophical language, it becomes a transcendental delimiter of this dialogue, as well as a transcendental delimiter of any scientific discourse. Because in many ways, and today we've heard about the word apophatic, we can talk about apophaticism. But in some sense, the meaning of apophaticism in unknowability of man doesn't say anything. Because the fact that man is unknowable, it was clear to Greek philosophers before Christian era, it was clear to Greek patristic fathers, it was clear to philosophers who were dealing with the theory of subject, even in the 20th century, but unknowability is a fundamental aspect of the dialogue, and my claim is that the dialogue between science and theology, if we bring it to a philosophical level, is an explication of this unknowability. And no more than that, because we cannot proceed through any metaphysics to any physics, we cannot proceed to resolving the riddle of unknowability. And this is the result of theology itself. But in order to grasp why, I just say, let us rephrase the problem of unknowability in a slightly different way, which will be easy to comprehend. Let us consider a very simple explication of this concept of unknowability, which appeared in the history of thought under the title, The Paradox of Subjectivity. The paradox of subjectivity is a very simple thing, and I'll just give you a very simple picture, which tells you exactly the following, that paradox of subjectivity means that human being in this diagram appears twice. On the one hand, on the right-hand side, we have a chain of being, which is depicted as Ouroboros, which contains all possible objects and scales in the universe. And the human being is just at the bottom of the diagram, as one insignificant thing among others. So the scale of the human being is 100 centimeters, is nothing in comparison with the large-scale structure of the universe. It's huge in comparison with elementary particles. And the conclusion which can be made is the following, that human being is a speck of dust. It's a walking dust, it's nothing in the universe. At the same time, if we change the perspective, if we take a very strong phenomenological stance, we must say, no, this is nonsense, because actually the whole right-hand side of this diagram, it's a result of intentional articulation, or as people say in phenomenology, it's a result of constitution of the reality of the universe. And no reality is possible beyond the process of constitution. If you don't produce the structural way for this constitution, all notions of reality become absolutely inconcrete and effectively abstract metaphysical notions with no existential meaning. So the paradox itself received this particular title from Husserl in his last book on Crisis of the European Sciences. But at the same time, if I will take a more concise formulation of this paradox from a contemporary philosopher, American philosopher David Carr, we can describe the relations between subject and the world as purely intentional relations. Intentional not in terms of intention. I intend to do this and that. Not intentional in terms of intentionality. And intentionality, it's a type of activity which is pertaining to consciousness, related to be directed to something of outside from itself. It's a sort of the movement of transcendence. So intentional relations, as opposed to spatial, temporal, and causal relations. So that's why a human being is a subject of two different types of relations. And science and theology is exactly dealing with this, because in science we are dealing with causal relations. We are studying spatial causal structure. In theology, we are dealing not with causal relations because we are dealing with events. And the attitude to events is not based on causality, it's based on intentionality. Even to such event as our own birth, or our own conception is based on intentionality. Just to give you an idea why we are talking about events, why we are talking in this case like human birth events. If we take a quote from the French existential phenomenologist Maurice Merleau-Ponty, consciousness attributes this power of a universal constitution to itself only if, and here is in italic, it ignores the event which provides its infrastructure and which is its birth. In other words, if we remove the question of origin, then we describe the world at our liberty. We can do whatever we want, but we have no idea why the facticity of this description is possible, because we don't understand where it comes from. A consciousness for which the world can be taken for granted, which finds it already constituted and present even in consciousness itself, does not absolutely choose either its being or its manner of being. In other words, what is he saying? That we have no idea where we get, actually, for example, scientific experience. This slide, I will not read it. It's just to say that, of course, everybody knew about this paradox. Ancient Greek philosophers knew about this paradox. Patristic writers, for example, Maximus the Confessor, they knew about this paradox when he was saying about the dual position of humanity between the noetic world and sensible world, and he introduced this in Theology of Mediation, so that's why I will not dwell too much. Russian philosophers, they expressed this even more explicitly by saying that the fundamental predicament of a human being is to be between phenomenon and illusion, between deity and nothing. Because from the physical point of view, human being is nothing. But from the point of view of the center of disclosure and manifestation, human being is God. The same thing is...
Excuse me, you have 3 minutes.
All right. The same thing with another philosopher from Russia, Viktor Nesmelov. It's completely unknown in the West. So since I don't have time, I will be doing this quickly. Then, since we're dealing with this paradox, we clearly understand that the necessary conditions of this paradox, they can be justified by the structure of the universe. Because in order to have a physical body, we need the structure of the universe. But the fundamental point, what about sufficient conditions, where they come from? And then another question which theologically is relevant, does this paradox as a split in human hermeneutics describes you the fall or something else? My answer is the following. No, it doesn't describe the fall. It doesn't describe the fall, but I mean the question about the fall, again, I skip it quickly, comes from, for example, from a book of Christos Yanaras, The Enigma of Evil, where he identifies this paradox as evil. But then, if we go again to patristic sources, we say, no, it does not relate to the fall. Because the question is the following, that if human being is created in the divine image, and then the divine image itself is a noble, we were talking about apophaticism, then to be a true divine image, human being must be unknowable. And the unknowability of human being entails the paradox. So that's why this is not the fall. The question is, what is this? What is a fundamental feature which positions human being in a state of uncertainty, which gives you the endless hermeneutics of a human subject through science and theology dialogue? My answer is the following. It, not the fall, it's createdness or creaturehood. It's creaturehood, and creaturehood means that human being doesn't control the fact of its own existence. And if I, since I was stopped, how to understand this theologically? Because theologically, everybody understands it's a trivial statement that human being is a creature. But creaturehood introduces in human, actually, existence two aspects of capacity and incapacity. capacity of transcending towards something higher, but incapacity of doing this, of transcending physical creaturehood. And this was explicated with a great force by Christ himself, because if we talk about the question, what is the justification for the sufficient conditions of this paradox, not for the necessary conditions, which are part of cosmology, let's say, the answer comes, we have only one particular theological reference to this, is the incarnation of Christ. Because unlike a human being, Christ was incarnate in body, in a particular point of space and time, but he remained the second person of the Trinity, present by the power and the will in all points of the universe. So that's why the paradox was absolutely, in inverted commas, clear to Christ. But Christ, he did not experience any problem with this paradox because he hypostasized himself as a logos, as a second person. And that's why, what was the function of Christ in this case? Because particularly in the Western theology, the incarnation is related to the event of the fall. And it would be an argument that the arch between fall and incarnation, it's a sort of ultimate necessity for the incarnation to happen. The Orthodox point of view says, no, this is not true, because the arch in the in-being is related not between the fall and redemption, where the incarnation is the intermediate part of this redemption, but between creation and deification. And the arch, fall, redemption becomes a part of the great arch. So that's why what we are dealing here, we are dealing with a fundamental problem of createdness, which is forgotten. Because we feel whatever we feel ourselves in a fallen state, we feel our sins, but we forgot about createdness. So since I have to close the discussion, the last point. You can ask me a question, but does it mean that actually the incarnation and correspondingly the hermeneutics of humanity through the incarnation is implanted in the act of creation? My answer is certainly not. Because what we need, in addition to all this, and why the human condition, after 10 billion years of evolution of the universe, appeared on this planet, is not because it was in cosmology, but because it was a special call for human being. And this call implies that the human being, in order to fulfill the function of mediation between its own createdness in communion with God, not union, requires grace. And grace is a privilege of human being, but the privilege which also means the privilege of unknowing. So the privilege of grace and the privilege of unknowing of itself, it's part of the condition. That's it. The dialogue between science and theology represents an open-ended hermeneutics of the created human condition. So that's why it will never stop. There is no point of the fulfilling the telos of this discussion. It's open-ended hermeneutics. It's part of the human condition, and that is why we mustn't hope that this reconciliation or the end of this dialogue will be in our view. No, because effectively it's part of our createdness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you for your excellent presentation. And I will open the floor for the questions. We have 5 minutes for questions. I would like to ask you a question. How do you consider the bridge between theology and philosophy? Does philosophy play a role in this way?
Yes, I try to advocate my position, at least at 2 conferences here, that without clear and articulate presence of philosophy, this dialogue is de facto incomprehensible, because the oppositional sides, scientists and theologians, they are, strictly speaking, they are talking about different aspects of being. And this makes the dialogue futile. Why? Because it's not clear what is the objective of this dialogue. If the objective is purely demonstrative, just to show different aspects of this dialogue, it means that to show, for example, in a historical perspective, that it was the relationship between science and theology like this, let's say in Byzantium, then it was a different relationship in the 17th century, then it will be a different relationship in the 19th, 20th century, no problem. But this is not the discourse of the dialogue between science and theology as a theoretical, academic discourse, because it's a historical discourse. It's a narration, it's a narrative. So that's why if we're talking about the narrative, this dialogue can happen as long as you want. But the fundamental point from the Orthodox point of view, from the Orthodox perspective, what is the spiritual objective of this dialogue? Do we change? Because within Orthodoxy, we have a linear development. There is no circle like in the Greek cosmology. You see, because according to strong Orthodox view, that actually any cyclic movement is a movement which is caused by the dark forces of the universe, not by God. And in this sense, any cycling around the dialogue between science and theology, if it does not bring any visible result in, let's say, your spiritual or even stronger soteriological progression, from my point of view, doesn't have any sense for the Orthodox. I mean, this is a fundamental point. Because in Orthodox theology, we need to actually put some objective. Because if there is no change, then after 20, 30 years, we ask the question, but why do we need this if we do not change? If scientists, they are doing the same work as they did before. Theologians, even in Orthodox theology, I'm sorry, apart from two inhabitants of this city of Athens, I mean Christos Yanaras and John Zizioulas, nobody actually attempted to change anything in Orthodox theology itself within the context of this dialogue. But we have an absolute demand for the book on Orthodoxy in the scientific age. And this book doesn't exist because we have books, classics, we have Vladimir Losky, we have Dimitrios Staniloy, we have all sorts of classical literature in Orthodoxy, but there is nothing new. The dialogue, if this dialogue is constructive, and we need to read Zizioulas in order to understand, we need to bring closer theology and science in order to unite them in a sort of communion, but I mean, this doesn't happen. And that's why it's just the conclusion of my response to you. I consider the obstacle for the dialogue is a clear absence of the philosophical dimension. Because the problem which we're dealing here, it's a problem of a human being. And we need to deal with the split of intentionalities in human consciousness. And this is not a subject matter for scientists themselves, because as was said by Richard Swanborg, they don't want to deal with this, see? It's not exactly maybe the task for theologians themselves, because they are not effectively trained in philosophy up to some extent. It's a question for people who are qualified at least in 3 subjects and who understand that in order to make this dialogue comprehensible, we need the input of philosophy and not arbitrary philosophy. Because I was advocating for a particular type of philosophy. See? Because Anglo-Saxon philosophy, from my point of view, doesn't work.
And let me invite now our second speaker, Professor Tatiana Litvin, who is Associated Professor of the Department of Philosophy, Theology and Religious Studies at the Russian Christian Academy of the Humanities. Her topic is Knowledge of God and the Phenomenological Foundation of Religious Experience, Modern Interpretations. Professor Litvin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this invitation. It's a big honor for me to speak today and present my paper. I work in continental philosophy with focus on phenomenology and time philosophy. And now I present my paper in 3 small parts. Firstly, I will speak about experience as a category of faith and of knowledge. Second part will be devoted to methodological situation in philosophy and theology. And the third about phenomenology, about phenomenology as actually mediator in this dialogue, and the method in which we can create some new for this development of science. In the history of transformation and mental influence of the scientific theory of knowledge and religious method, the interpretation of experience, it is anthropological perspective that gives a sufficiently large horizon of application and theology in the modern philosophical and scientific question. So you can see the situation about 2 parallel theological traditions and philosophical tradition for the concept of experience, where we can find the heuristics to this subject and the heuristic of development from the standpoint of the current state of knowledge. We can use Thomistic, Aristotelian Thomistic tradition for natural theology with Augustinian tradition. That thanks to Anselm, Bonaventure and Duns Scotus, representing a fundamentally different tradition where God and God knowledge can be examined from gnoseological and from phenomenological viewpoint. In this case, not only the idea of salvation, but in general the proof on the world order and hierarchy proceeds from the experience of direct contemplation given in free action. Starting from Augustine, the question of freedom is implied in a philosophical understanding of experience. Experience as the basis of understanding remains the starting point for the proof of any existence, and the epistemological transition to the proof of the existence of God turned out in the 20th century a reason for analyzing both the empirical and transcendental levels of consciousness and self-awareness. So the Augustinian tradition can be premier for this dialogue, and the next point can be examined in the question of existence of God and how it is possible to interpret this question in the continental methodology. So experience can be examined as a basis of understanding, and in contemporary philosophy, experience such as religious experience can be each conceptualization of aesthetic or existential level. So experience can be carried out both the rational causality scheme and another scheme, like existential and aesthetics. And the conclusion can be that the theology, the reflection on Christian doctrine, is a tradition of knowledge, of highest truth, is not always considered as something important for scientific outlook of the early 21st century, but precisely because of its paradoxical status, It is relevant to the topical sphere of intellectual culture and political debate. So, in the question on method in the contemporary theology, we can find some different directions to answer it. Firstly, what is religious science in the modern academic community, where the very notion of science is under construct revision? So I mean that maybe the scientific status of another direction can be under revision, and in the philosophy of science, the problem of limiting the criteria of rationality has been studied for several decades in beginning of post-positivism, and now we have the criterion by Karl Popper, where we can say that this principle of feasibility expresses the expectation that the scientific community had of specific theory thus the possibility of reasoned criticism spelled out of any research at the level of hypothesis. So, can the idea of science be applied to theology? Maybe theology is not science, is inherently unscientific and can work only on dogma and permit no criticism. But contemporary scientific status of theology can be solved by the philosophical experience. So in the 20th century, the theology remains the same methodological situation like philosophy. And the scientific status of theology can be solved from historical viewpoint, where the historical experience of theological science remains a part of empirical verification. This conclusion entails switching to the revision on philosophical methodology of the 20th century. Actually, I mean that in the contemporary philosophy we have quite different directions and no only idea of philosophical criterion. During this period, approach of analysis and work with the text were tested for the interpretation of Bible. Experiments of French structuralism and postmodern approach, reader response theory, feminism, hermeneutics of liberation, and post-continental hermeneutics belongs to the latest biblical hermeneutics. In this case, we can use actually each hermeneutical approach to Bible, and how we know Christian exegesis and Christian science as whole is formed by the fusion of two traditions, Hellenistic and Judaic, and in this tradition of mutual reformation, we can use each each approach to that contemporary hermeneutics. You know the hermeneutics after Reformation, Gadamer and Schleiermacher, where the hermeneutics was a basic method in philosophy, and from contemporary phenomenological viewpoint, the hermeneutics can be used as phenomenological method in the science of consciousness. So we have in the 20th century quite eclectic mixing of both philosophy and theology, particularly in the biblical studies. And in this sense, hermeneutics does not work with dogmatic tradition, with metaphysics, but language or hermeneutics struct language of description in the scientific level, especially in the narrative theories and in the theories where the object is not important, so to say, in compare with methodological techniques. I think that now when phenomenology as hermeneutics construct phenomenology of human being and hermeneutics of subject, we can say about synthesis of these both traditions despite of historical difference in the formation of continental and analytic approach. So in postmodern period, two these traditions converge. However, there is an exception to this rule, namely in the phenomenology of Jean-Luc Marion, in which he returns to ideas of Descartes and Husserl and performs a theological turn in phenomenology. The third part of my presentation is devoted to the phenomenology actually as a method where we can find both methodology of description of consciousness and methodology of creation of science, so to say. I use unpublished manuscript of Husserl, Edmund Husserl, founder of phenomenology, manuscript AV21, which dates from the years 24-27. Husserl holds a consistent description of the phenomenological understanding of theology, as well as those functions that it performs in a system of philosophical knowledge. The ancient distinction between philosophy as science of nature and theology of knowledge of the supernatural is still in the concept of scientific thinking. Speaking of the phenomenological understanding, it's necessary to distinguish in the first place theology in the conventional science now, and the science of religion for our Christian religious source of knowledge, and secondly, theology is as a science about God and divine, but the science of natural light. When it comes to the natural lights of reason, and science is understood in terms of rationality, also in the modern European science, the rationality of judgment becomes the primary validation of scientific knowledge. Husserl said that rationalism is the belief that a priori principles are supposed for knowledge, or knowledge finds its justification in experience. Husserl points out that rationalism often involves empirism. A priorism and verification complement each other in search of justification. This method uncovers his inconsistency when it comes to super-rational or non-rational, irrationale, word Husserl, justification that is obvious to the understanding of theology. There is a need to clarify the theological grounds, as well as the fact base as such, when along with logic and reason, there are non-rational reasons. So Husserl mean the same approach how in other application of ethics, aesthetics, and gnosiological application, the same approach to theology. Religious faith is based on the tradition of fundamental religious principle. Tradition is the active force of beliefs, but does not claim absoluteness. For Husserl, the religious tradition is not related to the credibility of the knowledge derived from simple vision or recognition. Faith is a judgment, but not a judgment of the doxological or axiological order. So I can repeat, the rationalism is also a kind of belief. And Husserl drew about what the structural judgment is as such in scientific knowledge. It's famous thematizing in logical investigations. And a structure of judgment is such in scientific knowledge pointing to the difficulty which are found phenomenologically. The difference between proposition and its ground, between cause and motive, between judgment and premise. This issue is considered in manuscript 2, and the author writes about the face of reason, Verstandesglaube. Judgment reflects all areas of human knowledge, social and cultural values, and norms are also judgment. So the same can be said about religious values. However, phenomenologically, it is important to clarify the foundation of faith as an act of consciousness, because we have another act of consciousness in the same level, act of imagination, of perception, and so on. And in this sense, Husserl sees some kind of need for a judgment in the soul, causes or wheels which enable us to appreciate judgment and motivate us. He distinguishes between motivating force and obligation as in another level of gnoseological intentions. So in this case, Husserl's project of phenomenology as strong science is open. And we can see the continuation of this project in the phenomenology of Jean-Luc Marion. He builds the unity of aesthetics of icons with phenomenology of perception and the theology of gift, of grace, with the metaphysics of free will. So both traditions, Augustinian tradition of experience as such, and Husserl's phenomenological project of intention and science and such, can be mixed and can be synthesized in Marion phenomenology. And each part of this system has connected to another. Husserl's Cartesian project can be similar to Malevich theory or Levinas existential philosophy. In this sense, I can say that we have the dominant approach in 20th century after a theological turn in the French phenomenology. And actually in this in this context, phenomenology can be the mediator and guarantee of convergence. Also,
3 minutes.
One. Okay, it's okay. So accordingly, Paul Ricoeur and his studies of patristics, such as anthropology of Augustine, remains a relevant example of the application of method, of phenomenological method of the 20th century. to the analysis of classical text. I'd say that Husserl was very Hellenistic philosopher. His skepticism and his difference between noema and noesis were very near to ancient philosophy. After Plato, it can be some kind of Neoplatonist in our modern philosophy, but in each case, the contemporary phenomenological anthropology with accent of phenomenology can be interesting to the heuristic in the dialogue of science and religion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Litvin. And now, if there are any questions?
Okay, thank you for this. I mean, I think that this is a sort of exaggeration with phenomenology. We are somehow raising our hopes too high, in the sense that phenomenology cannot break the circle of the ego. Everything is constituted by me, but even Marion, who somehow is the most, perhaps, sophisticated representative of this, speaking of the adonné, the gifted, does not break this circle, because the subject is passive in Marion, is given to itself. But the question is, where is participation? Okay, if we speak of phenomenology, we can somehow be certain, be sure about a sort of experience that I have an experience, okay. What's the meaning of this experience? An atheist can say that, okay, you're free to have this experience. So, you know, what phenomenology cannot touch is the question of participation, or in what terms this experience is an ontological event. And this is also something I would like to say, but I would like to add, to offer a friendly criticism to Father Nesteruk. We speak of unknowability, which is true, yes. But in a sense, a man experiences this unknowability as a thirst for knowledge, for absolute knowledge. I mean, a man is divided. He starts from this unknowability in order to imagine an absolute knowledge of himself and of the universe. And in a sense, we always have this question, how is this verified? And this is the question of participation, which is an old question for philosophy. It starts from Plato, but it has been inaugurated and put in absolutely different context with patristic theology. So this is, I express, of course, there is also another dimension of all these things, which is the unconscious. When I speak of the experience so much, the question that a psychologist can put is, how do you control, how do you understand, how do you analyze this experience that you have, that it is an experience of what you claim to be, this experience to be? Oh, no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very much questions. Yes, I can find at least 3 questions. You ask how can we control, how can we analyze, and how can we understand, maybe, and it can be 3 different directions of philosophy. Yes, but I agree that we have a problem with participation when we think phenomenologically, and after Marion, find God knowledge as an event of meeting with God and as event of saturated phenomenon, like in another aesthetical experience. So in Marion, we have some interference between aesthetical vision and event as religious experience. It's true, it's phenomenology, yes, because phenomenology is a method of description and analysis of consciousness, and this method is involved in the social and sociocultural context. It's not abstract from history of human everyday experience and everyday academic experience, I'd say. Yes, so its experience is involved in the structure of language, in the symbolization, signification of our analysis. And in this case, the openness of Husserl's project is to create a new type of reflection on this experience. Yes, and this project is really open. But in the context of participation or concretization this event, I can say that the idea of contemporary Greek theologian John Manusakis is interesting to resolve this problem. He said about Chalkidon like an answer to question about Athens and Jerusalem. Yes, Chalkidon is Christological and Christocentrism of this experience. Yes, it's religious argument, but in the same time, it is an argument about concretization of event, because Eucharistia is the experience that we must repeat again and again. This temporary schema that we analyze again and again. And this way is similar to Husserl's phenomenological reduction. So we repeat this analysis again and again. We don't have some static way, static abstract structure, and this structure works like an eternal Plato idea. No, it's not a Plato idea. It's a sociological and philosophical task to do it, like an Eucharistia experience, to do it again and again. Yes. So I mean that, of course, phenomenology is not only way. It's a way, but it is a way with heuristics. It's a way with open project of science, of consciousness. And I think it's interesting in our context, in the dialogue of religions and theology.
Thank you very much. Professor, no, it is not the time of the dialogue. We have the lunch. We can discuss. But Professor Nesterov would like to answer to your question. Please.
Just response, because you touched my name.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Participation, yes. I completely agree with the fact that Eucharist is the major vehicle for participation, because it's not only just reduction in abstraction, it's a reduction of space, time, physical world in anaphora. When we open the kingdom of God, it's intentional participation. Intentional participation is a response to the call. The element of this participation is grace, which I mentioned. So it's not, that's why definitely we need to extend theology, phenomenology beyond its philosophical stance, okay? The final point, that if we go beyond Marion, if we go to Michel Henry, who was talking about self-affectivity of life, and he actually went even further, I didn't talk about this, about the possibility of bringing pneumatology in this dialogue, because pneumatology in this dialogue does not exist. But pneumatology is something which is absolutely important for the function of consciousness and life. Then it will be a real participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again for your excellent talk. And now
Thank you.
I give the floor to Professor Charalampos Ventis, who is Associated Professor at the Department of Social Theology at the National and Kapodistrian University at Athens. His topic is Enduring Temptation of Scientific Reductionalism and the Secular Equivalence of Religious Literalism. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. In my paper, I shall endeavor to address the issue of scientific reductionism as a perennial problem parasitic to real science. Now, this means that, to begin with, I draw a sharp distinction between science proper and scientism. Reductionism is a richly layered term with several distinct connotations, ontological as well as methodological, which nevertheless share a common denominator, the idea that complex systems can always be understood by being reduced to their individual parts. Reductionism is frequently identified with materialism, as, for example, in the highly popular eliminativist tendency in the philosophy of mind to explain away all mental activity and the entire notion of mind as such in purely physical terms. As denoted here, reductionism, or anagogismos in Greek, is not synonymous with materialism per se, for I firmly hold that, in their own different ways, science and Christianity are both thoroughly materialist projects in their respective accounts of reality. In my sense of it, the term refers rather to a sort of mentality that tends to explain away qualitatively complex layers of reality in advance, usually in a rush to offer the simplest possible explanation of how the world is made and runs. The latter goal, while not necessarily erroneous, does, I submit, become problematic when existence in its unfathomable totality gets cut down to size in Thomas Nagel's famous phrase, meaning that it is unreflectively reduced to the size of human conceptuality. This I call an arbitrary leap that simply assumes, with no supporting evidence, but with clandestine arrogance, that reality at large is correlative with what is humanly graspable. One major problem with reductionism, particularly of the scientistic sort, is that its metaphysical core goes easily unnoticed thanks to its pronounced materialism and implied unacknowledged assumptions, whose combined might give it a misleading plausibility. If these assumptions have their detrimental consequences for real science that I wish to pinpoint and bring to the fore in my paper, it is these assumptions and their detrimental consequences for real science that I wish to pinpoint and bring to the fore in my paper, with a view to suggesting that, contrary to its materialist aims, reductionism amounts and scientism amount in truth to a very peculiar, unexpected form of idealism. Now, human beings have rightly been called theopoetic creatures, for they do possess an obvious propensity to create gods after their own image, regardless of whether God, as understood in any of the three monotheistic faiths, does exist. Now, a practicing Christian might add that, once created by God, humankind has been ceaselessly reciprocating the favor. However, to say that humans produce gods and religious systems means that an explosion of the most disparate worldviews are being concocted in the process, many of them even devoid of theistic content, but still applauded as long as they purport to make full sense of the world. To comprise an alluring picture, powerful enough to hold us captive, as Ludwig Wittgenstein once suggested, a worldview need not invoke a divine agency at all. All it need do, actually, is to offer an all-encompassing, comprehensive view of reality with ironed out corners and fully palatable to the human mind. Once the desired goal of furnishing a nuanced, better yet a reassuring account of reality is met, the ideological undercurrent of such worldviews usually passes unnoticed, and they are embraced for the comfort that they provide against our complex, unfathomable cosmos. for that is precisely the purpose of alluring ideological narratives. They aim at softening the roughness of our encounter with a universe that is so overwhelmingly immeasurable, unpredictable, and hostile in its magnitude as to mandate some measure of its domestication, at least on the psychological level. Those familiar with Christian theology may easily recall enduring religious instances of this tendency. Biblical literalism, a routine source of fundamentalism, is the most flagrant example of a reductivist scriptural exegesis informing the vision of numerous sects and cults. This cluster of simplified religious narratives serves a satisfactory purpose. It reassures believers in the face of new knowledge that appears to undermine heartfelt revealed truths, although at a terrible cost of severing all ties with reality. A less-known theological counterpart, much more clandestine in its inverse reductionism, in this case correlative with anthropomorphism, is the concept of ontotheology, a distinctive trend tracing its roots in a branch of medieval scholasticism that in one way or another fashions God as a being, though to be sure as the greatest and sublimest of all beings. In broader terms, while the concept ontotheology denotes an assortment of metaphysical standpoints, for Heidegger, for example, ontotheology is synonymous with metaphysics as such, ontotheology is usually understood as the tendency to link God so inextricably to the cosmos as to visualize him as a distinct yet inseparable from it. Platonism is a good example of ontotheological metaphysics, in the sense that Plato's demiurge, as canvassed in the Timaeus, shared all eternity with a lump of unformed matter that he can only give shape to, and thus not create ex nihilo, and which imposes on God its own pattern, thereby delimiting God's freedom and strength. In effect, Plato's God is more of a cosmic decorator than a creator of the universe. Critics of ontotheology include Immanuel Kant, Martin Heidegger, and Jacques Derrida, as well as preeminent theist philosophers like Jean-Luc Marion, who has integrated the critique of ontotheology to his phenomenological pursuits as an alternative to the idolatry spawned by ontotheology. The Christian version of ontotheology is, as already stated above, a mental image of God as a supreme being, which can be ascended to with the aid of reason and revelation. The well-intended aims of this notion are clear. Ontotheology was conceived as a means of somehow bridging the frightening gap between God and humankind by making use of the Aristotelian notion of analogia endis, which was to become one of the most distinctive hallmarks of natural theology. Ontotheology is the implicit, if not explicit, teaching of St. Thomas Aquinas, also encountered in the writings of other scholastic theologians such as Suarez, Cajetan, and John of St. Thomas. It is also known as the object of legendary vehement rejection by the Swiss Protestant theologian Karl Barth, who assailed it as the contrivance of the Antichrist, because the concept ontotheology blurred the vital distinction between God and creature, and was thereby condemned as an idol fabricator. It is a matter of intense dispute whether Aquinas did indeed mean the analogical similarity between God and humans, the way Barth, and long before him Luther and Kierkegaard, believed. For surely, Aquinas only afforded humans a deficient similarity to their Maker, and one by participation to the latter at that. End of the day, however, whatever analogy God and man share breaks down. Such qualifications, nevertheless, did little, if anything at all, to spare the notion of analogia endis from relentless criticism, hurled from the side of theist and atheist quarters alike. Their disparate purposes aside, both sides did a remarkable job of unveiling the fundamental error bedeviling analogia endis with devastating subtlety. The concept constitutes either an outright form of idolatry for theologians or a blatant kind of anthropomorphism for atheist iconoclasts. in the sense that ontology projects to eternity and to the divine sphere a magnified version of human subjectivity, as Ludwig Feuerbach and to some extent Friedrich Nietzsche as well as Karl Marx so poignantly observed. If, therefore, the presumed analogy between God and humankind holds, theology is but a self-serving fiction, comprising at bottom no more than a concealed anthropology, and humans end up worshipping and in so doing being enslaved by an imaginary creation of their own, fashioned after themselves and cast in by the priesthood. For the purposes of this paper, the notion of analogia endis comprises, among other things, a neat example of an understandable human effort to domesticate ultimate reality, in this case God, as a way of making it friendlier, more congenial, better understood, and so more palatable to the human mind. The reductivism involved in this presumed analogy between God and man is easily lost on the rash scoffers of faith, who are by and large content to simply dismiss theology as such, along with its errors, with one stroke. But such rashness leaves us open to future repetitions of the self-same error, for human ways of the mind tend to persist and to cut across eras clad in misleadingly different garbs, because they are a constitutive aspect of human nature, much like instincts. It is my contention that in its own reductivism, scientism is a covert form of theology, a bad theology like the one surrounding analogia endis. If my thesis is right, it is suggestive that metaphysics is ultimately inevitably present even in the most materialist-laden versions of naturalism. I am well aware that such an allegation sounds provocatively superficial and erroneous, mainly because scientism purports to be metaphysics-free, objective, and non-ideological, precisely at the opposite end of mythology-laden accounts of reality. Scientism prides itself as a tested, time-honored form of presuppositionless inquiry in the world, in sharp contrast to theological endeavors that are routinely chided and dismissed as deplorably non-falsifiable exercises in futility. Such, at any rate, is the critique of free-floating metaphysics, whether based on revelation or not, handed down to us by Immanuel Kant, the logical positivists, and Karl Popper, among other rigorous modern iconoclasts. How would it be possible then to remotely link scientism with any sort of metaphysics? A considered attempt to answer this question should first draw a sharp distinction between scientism and real science. And that's a well-established, vital demarcation that still gets blurred by the hastiness of scientism's adherents to sell their trade as uniquely dispassionate and objective. In actual fact, scientism is a worldview with its own background presuppositions and commitments, whereas science proper is an ongoing, open-ended, inconclusive endeavor, unconcerned with final ends and definitive pronouncements, particularly regarding questions of ultimate reality. Admittedly, scientists do not work in an ideological vacuum to the extent that they are very human and, as such, inevitably influenced by a host of religious and political ideas. They can be skeptics, atheists, deeply religious, espousing either side of the left versus right political spectrum, or anything in between. Not infrequently, their research is guided by instinct and gut feeling, or is propelled by inherited heartfelt beliefs. Selfishness, ambition, and vanity are also known to motivate scientists. End of the day, science is not the emotionally detached, sterilized activity envisioned by superficial idealizers of it. Nonetheless, for all their susceptibility to carry their own dogmatic axis, conscientious scientists must be alert to the possibility of error and willing to correct themselves in light of documented falsification of their work. If not, then the community of peers will give them flack, sternly and promptly. In this line of work, in science, it is conclusions that matter, as opposed to whatever idiosyncratic beliefs motivated research in the first place. Isaac Newton was, among other things, a learned theologian and a skilled biblical exegete, and some key aspects of his mechanics had been at least partially influenced by his religious beliefs. The same is true of renowned chemist Joseph Priestley. but both made history for their pioneer discoveries in physics and chemistry, respectively, not because of their forays in the matters of faith. By the same token, Albert Einstein is not known and remembered today as a Spinozist, but as the founder of the special and general theories of relativity. Private philosophical views, as well as faith or the lack thereof, are inconsequential for science and even become bad baggage when allowed to mire research. Hence, a Christian science, so-called Christian science, like its foil, is a contradiction in terms and a betrayal of the spirit and aims of science. The metaphysics tainting scientism concerns its reigning assumption, whether tacit or explicit, that science and its reasoning can only endorse and accept what is humanly understood and domesticated. This may sound reasonable, but it is far from being an innocent or self-evident statement. To be sure, scientists are human beings and as such are structurally limited by certain innate weaknesses. It thus makes sense to assume that despite often challenging human limits, science must ultimately confine itself to what can in principle be perceived. To that extent, forays into a supposed suprasensible realm cannot be seriously considered as possible or realistic unless followed by extraordinary evidence, as Carl Sagan famously stipulated. Nevertheless, it would be utterly fallacious to also go to the extra mile of assuming from this stipulation that because ultimate questions can't be tackled by science, they must be offhand dismissed as pseudo-questions. Much less can it be assumed that what exists and can possibly be experienced is strictly reducible to what the human mind can sense and or grasp. In other words, it is a flagrant error to reduce ontology to epistemology, i.e., to human faculties of reasoning and sensing in the name of science. Scientism is routinely guilty of doing this, often with the help of a pragmatist philosophy of science that reductively, which is to say arbitrarily and dogmatically, conflates what is real with what can be known. An idiosyncratic version of American pragmatism has played a key role here, meaning not the early version of the trend, as established by William James, John Dewey, and Charles Sanders Peirce, but the immensely popular late 20th century kind of pragmatism championed by Willard Van Orman Quine and Richard Rorty. Despite Rorty's persistent efforts to appropriate Quine as an ally to a common pragmatist cause, the two actually have very little in common in terms of both strategy and aims. For all his ontological relativity and indeterminacy of translation, Quine still believed that science gives us the best, and so belonged to the epistemologically rigorous right-wing camp of pragmatism. Rorty, by contrast, was so eager to establish the fluidity of the notion of truth as part of his agenda to support social mobility and change, that he would not scruple at conflating scientific claims with literature and literary theory. Crucial to his purposes was the doctrine of linguistic non-representationalism, a notion also shared by Quine and Ludwig Wittgenstein, which rendered utterances and meaning relative to specific vocabularies that delimit all meaningful discourse to an immanentist horizon, i.e. to what is solely humanly graspable, in other words, to what makes sense for us. And that's a linguistic version of Kantian transcendental immanentism. Such an intralinguistic immanentism is prohibitive of the possibility to do philosophical work in the systematic fashion, say, of Descartes, or at least as pre-critical, i.e. pre-Kantian metaphysicians would have it. As Quine bluntly declares, summarizing the epistemological upshot of Wittgensteinian semantics and his own, truth, and I quote Quine here, truth is immanent and there is no higher. We must speak from within a theory, albeit any of various. Or in Alexander George's, who is a British philosopher, condensed form of Quine's dictum, nonsense awaits us if we fail to recognize... Excuse me? Okay. Nonsense awaits us if we fail to recognize that one must work from within, that one cannot leap outside language and all systems of belief to evaluate these from a distance. Admittedly, this anti-realist approach, meaning that our encounter with external reality is inevitably humanly mediated, has its merits, the most important of those being an emphatic reaffirmation of humanism in epistemology. Nonetheless, a metaphysical contraction of the world enacted through an isomorphism between language and reality may be a fascinating philosophical trick, but it cannot be assumed as self-evident. Further to that, the said contraction poses a decisively reductive picture of reality that should actually be protested than blindly endorsed, following the lead of Thomas Nagel, Michel Marconnet, and others. These theorists, falling as they do on the opposite, i.e. on the realist camp of modern philosophy, have convincingly chided Wittgenstein's empiricist naturalism for being a linguistic idealism of sorts. His linguistic immanentism, along with Quine's, cuts reality down to size, to use Nagel's phrase. In other words, it downsizes meaningful ontology to the capacity and limits of human conceptualization, in the sense of rendering the notion of the real commensurate with the possibility of its epistemic justification, in which case the real is what is conceivable only. Nagel reacts to this picture, saying that the world may contain not only what we don't know and cannot yet conceive, but also what we could possibly never conceive. This realist view espoused by Nagel amounts to a strong form of anti-humanism. The world is not our world, even potentially, since it may be partly or largely incomprehensible to us, not just because we lack the time or technical capacity to acquire a full understanding of it, but because of our natures. Nagel, himself an agnostic intellectual, is actually reminiscent here of St. Paul in his sober reminder of the cognitive asymmetry between God and humankind. And here I quote Paul from Galatians, but now that you have come to know God, or rather, to be known by God. It goes without saying that not all scientifically oriented thinkers share explicitly this pragmatist epistemology. All the same, and I conclude here, in one way or another, they work with a tacit acceptance of its underlying maxim, the projection of human subjectivity to the realm of ultimate reality, either in the form of an imaginary God as a being, or in the sense of a minimized ontological horizon that mustn't exceed what is humanly palatable. In both cases, this tendency amounts to idealism and anthropocentrism and constitutes a feeble way to domesticate what so frighteningly exceeds our human frontier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ventis, for your interesting presentation. And now I open the floor for the discussion. We have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Haralabe, for your excellent presentation. Allow me to present a concern rather than a question, taking advantage from the reductionism which was analyzed by our speaker. And this is, my concern is that, it will be limited only to the importance of the dialogue between faith and science, which was also presented in the previous papers. If we take theology disincarnated from the real historical expression, and I mean by historical expression of the church, the ecclesial communities, then we can either use philosophy or phenomenology or whatever, but we lose the importance of the real subject. And then the dialogue between science and faith, Orthodox Christianity and science, may be questioned. And I say this because I consider the dictum of the last Holy and Great Council as one of the most successful dictums, that the church and theology do not exist for themselves but for the world. And this was signed by all 14 Orthodox churches, which means that without dialogue or without looking, as a missiologist I am speaking now, without looking to the world, we cannot proceed and we cannot accomplish our mission in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vassiliadis, for this interesting commentary. I would just very briefly add that I'm all in for dialogue between science and theology, but I would only add one important stipulation. The precondition for dialogue is the willingness of both sides to reconsider in case either is proven wrong. And I'm afraid that the institutional Christendom wants to engage in dialogue not as a conversation partner, but as a preacher. And in that case, there is a problem. We cannot be taken seriously as theologians and people of faith if institutional Christendom does not abrogate its self-perceived role as a preacher. That's, for starters, it's the topic of a larger discussion.
This is also applied to the other partners.
Oh, precisely. Yes, but keep in mind that science is intrinsically falsifiable, whereas Christendom does not claim to be falsifiable in any way, so that creates an asymmetry.
I thank Haralabos for this very interesting paper, which shows that finally the persisting problem is again subjectivism. I could say in both disciplines, in theology and epistemology. And in a sense that somehow this is connected with the previous papers, and especially the paper on phenomenology. I think that what counts is to find effective ways to speak of a step beyond this, which is most important. And I don't think that is achieved within the Western theory of subjectivistic in this or that way approach. So much they search for either subjectivity. It seems that this reduction and this reductionism strengthens subjectivism at the end of the day. What do you say about this?
Well, I really, that's a very stimulating question. Thank you, Father Nicola. I need to think about it and give it lots of reflection. Now, off the top of my head, I would say that to some extent subjectivism is inevitable, but my concern is not really with subjectivism as such as with a reductivism which I see tending not only Western but Eastern theology as well. So it's a problem for Christendom in its entirety, and I would say that it's more of a problem for Eastern Orthodox theology because I don't see any willingness and any sense of self-criticism in the pronouncements of institutional Christendom. I see lots of self-righteousness, and often there is an anti-Westernism there which only serves to cover our embarrassment because we are a very introverted church. Just the other day, a Greek metropolitan assured his flock there are no other planets beyond Earth, which is totally outrageous, and this actually the pronouncement was made with no consequences. And I'm sure that many people who heard the sermon would agree. And now that's absolutely disastrous, and we really have to focus on these instances because they give a black eye to theology and make us sound totally implausible.
Thank you Now the second session is over. You have the lunch break, and the third session begins at 14:30 exactly. Please be here. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for coming, for being here. I would like to welcome you to the third session of the day entitled Orthodoxy and the Scientific Mind. We will open this session with Andrew Briggs, Professor of Nanomaterials from the University of Oxford, who invites us to consider the material world as a house and use our curiosity in order to investigate it. The title of the talk is How the Material World Calls Us to Something Beyond Itself.
Thank you very much indeed for the welcome. And indeed, the topic is how the material world calls us to something beyond itself. And I want to offer you a metaphor. And the metaphor is this, that the natural world that we study by our science is like a house. And we are inside this house. And we are curious sort of people, so we like to learn more about the house. We like to measure the rooms, see what dimensions they have. We're material scientists, so we want to know what the floor and the walls and the ceiling are made of. We're interested in Maxwell's equations, so we want to understand how the electricity works in the house. We care about fluid dynamics, so we want to understand how the plumbing works, especially when it doesn't work. And we might extend that to chemistry, what goes on in the kitchen. And we might extend it even to the social sciences. I love this picture here of a woman delousing her mother's hair. There were many such pictures painted in the 17th century in the Netherlands. It's an interesting question why paintings like that were made that would have been impossible 100 years earlier. Some people think that the Dutch Calvinist revival played a role. And we go on and on and on, studying more and more this house that we inhabit and learning more and more about it and understanding it better and better. Until one day we notice that the house has windows. And the windows invite us to look out. They call us to a world beyond the house. And they invite us to expand our horizons. And you can see what this is a metaphor of, that the kind of science we do, the kind of science I do in my laboratory, I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment, is a study of this material world that we inhabit. But what I find, and what many of my colleagues find, is that the more we study this world that we inhabit, the more we find if we look up, there are windows. And we're being called to something beyond the material world that we study by the methods of science that are so successful in our laboratories. And for different people, this call to something beyond the material world takes different forms. For many scientists, it's a sense of awe and wonder and amazement. There's a lovely medieval English word that's been rediscovered recently, to awe-ape, to amaze or stupefy. For others, it extends to the realms of poetry and painting and sculpture and music. And for some, it goes beyond that. We were talking at dinner yesterday evening about Antony Flew, who wrote this book, or rather had this book written about him, called There Is No God. Yes, there is a God. How the world's most notorious atheist changed his mind. And in that book, three scientific dimensions of nature are invoked that led him to change his mind. The fact that nature obeys laws, the dimension of life, and the very existence of nature itself. As we look out through these windows, we discover that God is a being to be known, not a hypothesis to be tested. And in that statement, it's the to be known that has the emphasis on it. This sense of engagement with a being other than ourselves and other than the material world. It's almost like the resolution of the rival theories of seeing that the ancient Greeks wrestled over. Is it extramission? Is it something going from our eyes to the object being seen? Or is it intromission? Is it something coming from the object being seen to our eyes? And a similar kind of, and that was resolved, of course, 1,000 years later, largely by a Muslim scholar. And to some extent, as we look out through the windows, we find that change taking place, that God is not someone who we make up in our minds and then investigate whether or not such a God exists, but we discover that there's something coming towards us, something calling us. So we don't make up an idea of what we think God should be like and then seek to prove whether or not he exists, but rather we engage in this open inquiry that we're called to by the material world as something beyond itself. And that's why God has a name. Within the Judeo-Christian tradition, God is not a set of concepts. He's a being with whom there are historical encounters that are recorded. He is the God of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob. When Moses was being called to this rather scary encounter with Pharaoh on behalf of the Jews in Egypt, he asked God, "Who are you? What name shall I give?" Vayomer Elohim eth Moshe, Ehyeh, Asher, Ehyeh. This richest sense of the verb to be. And that's why the four-letter, the four consonants had such a special place for the Jews, so special that they don't pronounce it. And the Masoretes put in the vowels of Adonai, my lords, the Lord. And so the description of God is inseparable from the history of those who share their experience of God. Now, I'm undertaking a project in Oxford now with a team on promoting human flourishing through the best of scientific insight and spiritual wisdom. And this conference that we're at now is about the Science and Orthodox Christianity relationship, past, present, and future. And if I may, I'd like to concentrate on the future and say what changes are taking place, or what changes will take place that will significantly alter some aspect of human flourishing. Why do we care about that aspect? And here are some, and just for now I'd like to concentrate on the last two on that list, synthetic biology and machine learning, because changes there are taking place so fast. In my laboratory at Oxford, one of the questions we study is how electricity flows through a single molecule. We mount the molecules on electrodes made of graphene. This is a picture of graphene where each dot there is one carbon atoms. The carbon atoms are spaced by 142 picometers. And we can measure how the electricity flows through a small constriction in graphene, and we can see remarkable quantum phenomena, in this case, a Fano resonance. We can study thermoelectricity, the voltage generated by one molecule, when we make the two sides of the molecule to be different temperatures. We can study how the flow of one electron through one molecule couples into vibrational modes and affects the transport of the electricity through the molecule. And using this and related technologies, the whole area of synthetic biology is set to be utterly changed. Tomorrow we'll have a talk from Gail on CRISPR technology, which is amazing technology. It's amazing the precision with which it can now be done. What we're soon going to see is not just single point defects being changed, not just gene editing, but synthesis of longer lengths of DNA than has ever been possible before with adequate reliability to be useful. One of the technologies being developed by this company here, Evenetics, and the basis of their technology is very high precision control of the temperature of a chip on which the DNA strands sit, so precise that it discriminates between the melting points of perfect DNA and defective DNA. And that way it's possible to screen out the material that's imperfect and thereby achieve a very, very high accuracy of the yield product. What sort of challenges is this going to raise? Well, should you cure a single point gene defect? There are some rare but important diseases that are attributable to one point defect. Should you cure it? Perhaps that's an easy question to start with. For an individual, that's already got FDA approval in the USA for trials. For their germline, that's not yet approved because you'd be doing gene editing of perhaps people who don't exist yet without their permission. Should you use GM to enhance performance? Well, we already have established genetic modification capability for the performance of crops and of livestock. Should we apply that to humans? Most of the reports that have been written, certainly in the UK and the USA, make a clear distinction between curing a genetic defect and thereby curing a disease and human enhancement, or it's sometimes called augmentation. Now, does that distinction quite work? Supposing I could edit your genes to increase your resistance to cancer, so to make it less likely that you would die of cancer at a young age. Is that curing a disease in the sense that community medicine has greatly reduced the incidence of things like cholera and so on? Or is it enhancing the human? Is it ever right to enhance the cognitive ability of a human? Every parent thinks so. Every good school teacher thinks so. Supposing that we could use genetic modification to accelerate that process. And you find yourself rather quickly coming to questions of what does it mean for a human to flourish? What does that mean? Well, the Judeo-Christian tradition has been thinking about that for a long time, and therefore ought to have something to contribute. So we could say, you know, what does flourishing for a human mean within the Christian tradition broadly? And at this conference, we could ask, what does it mean within the Orthodox tradition specifically? I'll come back to that in a moment, because we could then turn to another area of activity in my laboratory, which is we're able now to get the movement of small objects so precise and to measure it with such great sensitivity that we can almost get down to the quantum limit of some of these things. In order to do that, we have to do it at cold temperatures. On the left is a dilution fridge. When it's enclosed, it's open at the minute because then you can see the shiny gold-plated bits. But when it's enclosed, we routinely operate at about a 50th of a degree above absolute zero, 20 millikelvin. That's colder than anywhere in the universe that's known outside a human laboratory. And by getting down to these low temperatures and using very small vibrating objects, we can get to the quantum zero-point motion. We can actually measure the motion with a sensitivity of about 10 femtometers per root hertz. And that enables us to test some really fundamental concepts in quantum theory. Different people here will know different bits about quantum theory, but you may know that the key to quantum theory, the absolutely unique thing that makes it different from everything that went before, is the concept of quantum superposition. And that was brought into the popular imagination by Erwin Schrödinger when he lived down the street from where Diana and I live in Oxford. And he had this idea of the poor cat who was simultaneously dead and alive, which led to this good news, bad news cartoon about the Schrödingers going to the vet. About your cat, Mr. Schrödinger, I have good news and I have bad news. When we're measuring these things in the laboratory, we now use machine learning to decide what to measure next. Machine learning is a fast-growing area of artificial intelligence. And about 2 years ago, we set ourselves the goal that within 5 years, the machine would be deciding what to measure next to the standard of a second-year graduate student. That gives quite a lot of scope, but at least it's memorable. The graduate students in the lab said, well, what about us? You know, what shall we do? And the answer was, well, get your PhD quick before the machine takes over. Actually, it didn't take 5 years. It took 1.5 years. And the technique that we use is Bayesian optimization. This is Bayes' formula. That's a picture which is often said to be a picture of Thomas Bayes, who was a minister. It's not known whether he really was. He wrote a paper on this shortly before he died, which was published posthumously in a version that was edited by another minister, actually to use Bayesian probability theory as an argument for believing in the existence of God, an argument which Richard has developed in a very detailed way. And he didn't talk about it this morning, and so neither shall I. But we have discussed it, and it's a fascinating topic. But let me tell you how Bayesian probability works for Bayesian decision-making. You have a belief about something that's represented by P of A on the right, the probability that belief A is true. But there's some uncertainty about the belief, and you want to improve your confidence and you want to improve the accuracy. And you're going to do that by getting some new data. That's called B in the formula up there. The data are costly to acquire. It could be an opinion poll, and opinion surveys, they're expensive to do. Or it could be experiments in our laboratory, and although the graduate students don't know this, the experiments in our laboratory are quite costly as well. And so you want to choose carefully what next data will do you the most good in updating your belief, in improving the confidence level, improving the accuracy of it. And the way this works in the laboratory is as follows. You've got some belief, which could be some mathematical function. Here it's shown as dependent on only one variable, but typically in the laboratory it's many-dimensional. And here's the belief, and the arrows represent the uncertainty. And what you do then is to find the maximum in the acquisition function, which will tell you which next data point will do you the most good. So you go through this, and in this particular case, the next data point that will do you the most good is just about here. So you make that measurement, and here it is. So now you've reduced the uncertainty and increased the accuracy there. Now you'll find a new maximum in the acquisition function. In this case, it's about here. So you go around that and you measure that point. And that way you optimize the improvement of the confidence level and accuracy of your belief. Now this is how we do it in the laboratory. This is for a real experiment. It's on a quantum dot in a gallium arsenide substrate. And what we do is we train the machine on previous data, both simulated and measured, and then allow it to get some sense of what the data are likely to look like. This is a function of two voltages here, the source drain bias and the gate voltage. And then we let it measure a very small number of points on the actual device, in this case 64 points. We then let it make several different predictions with some uncertainty built in as to what it thinks the total picture might look like. And then it calculates an acquisition function, or here it's called an information gain map, and the darker areas are the ones where it will learn most if it makes measurements at those points. You can see the dark areas correspond to the differences between the different simulations here. So then it makes measurements at those points and goes round the loop again, or if you like, round the loop here. What I'm going to show you now is a movie taken from a real experiment. How are we doing? 35 seconds left. Oh, wow. So I'll show you a real movie and then I'll stop. So the real movie, on the right-hand side, you'll see the information gain, and on the left-hand side, you'll see the actual measurements being taken, and you'll see that the measurements are taken where the information gain map is brightest. So here we are actually running the experiment. And what I'm going to do now, because my charming chair is standing next to me, reminding me that it's time to stop, is to put up some of the issues that I think that machine learning raises. Should the technologies be embraced? Is redemption for humans only? And is this life all? And then to say, what might orthodoxy contribute to these issues of synthetic biology and artificial intelligence? Because both of them depend crucially on what you think a human is and how you think a human flourishes. And orthodoxy ought to have something to contribute to those. Dave Myers, the distinguished psychologist, textbook writer, has identified 3 components of well-being, which are relatedness, autonomy, and competence. And you can see how we find those properties in God. And with the wonderful emphasis of orthodoxy on theosis, as we become like God, so we will develop those qualities. And of course, God loves creating. The new ancient Near Eastern texts that have been dug up that show how Genesis 1 reflects temple architecture, a place for God to live in and be with his people amongst them, is reflected in Genesis with its wonderful refrain, Vayireh Elohim ki tov, and God looked and saw that what he'd made was fit for purpose. And so orthodoxy, from its wonderful, wonderful background and emphasis, ought to have a lot to contribute to these topics as we go forward. This is I've written a book on this with Andrew Steen and Hans Halvorsen. After we'd taken this picture of the 3 of us discussing the topic of the book, someone pointed out that the poses of our heads reflect those of the 3 characters in Galileo's dialogues. And on the cover of the book, we've used a painting by Roger Wagner, in which Roger uses modern technology, cameras, smartphones, to emphasize that these stories that we recognize from the literature are to be lived out in the technological world in which we find ourselves and shall find ourselves. Thanks.
Thank you. We have time for some questions. Yes, please.
Thank you for your talk, Professor Briggs. My question is the following. For the Orthodox theology, the question is not about, if you're talking about human being, it's not about welfare. It's about ultimate, actually, goal of human existence. In particular, one of the definitions of this is the longing for the immortality. I mean, whatever technology offers us at the present stage of the civilization ultimately is doomed to be extinguished in the universe. We understand it on the grounds of the physical laws. And the major problem when you talk about technology is that unfortunately this planet will not be able to sustain more than 16 billion people. And that's why we have more urgent, I would say, existential tasks. So that's why, how would you react to my question of the following kind? How this picture which you produce is related to not temporary or local in time goals of humanity when you classify them as welfare, but the fundamental actually question about how to deal with its own createdness. Because in your picture, I agree with 100% what you said, but the fundamental theological issue is this, that human beings do not control their own destiny. And you can improve your life, you can improve your welfare, but still the spiritual problem is your destiny as a creature. So what, in your picture, how would you respond to this question? What to do with this?
Well, I love that. Thank you so much. The metaphor of the house with the windows, calling us to something beyond itself, sort of contributes to that question, because it's a metaphor that reminds us that this material world is not all. And I don't know what it's like in Greece, you can tell me, but in the UK, almost all the legislation that relates to these issues, ethical issues, and that goes back to other ethical questions like stem cells and so on, almost all of it is on the premise that this life is all. And you, almost to the point where some people say, you know, it's almost as if there's religious discrimination going on here, that those who believe that this life is not all are almost being shut out of the parliamentary debates and the public debates. So if in these discussions of human flourishing and of the ethical questions that will arise, we can be a voice saying, this life is not all. We have a destiny that is beyond this material world. I think that that will help. And what I would add is that not only with the issues that you've raised, but with the issues of, in this case, machine learning, humans are going to be affected. There are going to be big changes, and we have to decide whether or not we want to contribute to the debate about the use of these. It's no good being like King Canute, the legendary English king, he may not have been legendary, I don't know, who stood on the shore and his courtiers told him that the tide would have to obey him. The tide didn't obey him, he came in, all right? And these things are going to happen, and so the question is whether we want just to be passive bystanders or whether we want to be contributors to the beneficial use of the technology, because the upside is very great.
Thank you. Is there another question? Here.
Of course, you know that there's some research with optogenetics that we believe that directing the ions, the small ions and the neurons, we can record the memory or the fantasy or the belief of the people. After this kind of answers, how can we believe, I mean, that in old stones, in old temples, they are not just stones but angels?
That humans are angels?
The human, when they see stones, they see angels in some religions. For example, living in Jerusalem, the believers in old temples, they see angels.
Yes.
They can imagine angels flying.
Yes.
But the science just see old stones.
Yes.
And this is a conflict between science and religion, how it will be. And with this kind of very fast, let's say, science research that I said, optogenetics, etc.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much for raising that question. I loved the way that Professor Swinburne addressed an aspect of that in his opening talk. And I would particularly echo what he said about this distinctive feature of humans, that we are responsible agents.
One last question.
Not a question, but a comment on an issue which will arise with Gail's paper tomorrow on the subject of gene editing. How many genes do you have to replace before you kill the person and replace them by someone else? the answer depends on your theory of personal identity, about which philosophers have different views. But my view is that we couldn't possibly discover this in any way. But all we can know is that for each gene we replace, the probability increases that you will be killing someone. And we shouldn't take any chance on that. So perhaps one gene is the maximum.
That comment is very closely related to the question of machine learning, where people ask the question as to whether intelligence and consciousness, and dare I say it, even personhood, can be platform independent. And opinions differ strongly on this. And I think it's something that we shall find ourselves increasingly having to address. And I think that one of the aspects of it that will be important from Christian theology is this sense of the redemption of the whole world. And that may be an important meeting point between, as it were, Western theology and orthodoxy. I'm hoping that Professor Harrison is going to say more about this in his talk tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Professor Briggs. We will continue with a talk by Reverend Kirill Kopeikin, Senior Lecturer of Theology at St. Petersburg Orthodox Theological Academy. His talk is entitled Science and Theology, the Prospects for a Fruitful, Mutually Beneficial Cooperation. A very interesting talk, rich in proposition based on theological approaches.
Greeting, colleagues. I'm very pleased to be here in Athens and to discuss the topic of relationship between Orthodox Christianity and science. Today, theology is often perceived as an archaic discipline. I think that there are at least two areas in which the use of theological discourse can give a concrete scientific result. The first of these areas of fruitful cooperation is the study of consciousness. Today, it is a very relevant and popular topic. As is known in the European Union Framework Programme for Research and Innovation, Horizon 2020, launched two scientific mega-projects. Graphene Flagship, it is rather a technological project, and the Human Brain Project. This, as is well known, has had several serious problems and has had to be redesigned. John Searle, considered to be a living classic in the philosophy of mind, proposed that the basic orientation of philosophy of mind over the last 75 years has been wrong. In Searle's opinion, Cartesian dualism and materialistic monism are equally wrong. Dualism does not agree with the modern scientific view of the world. Materialistic monism can't resolve the problem of consciousness. Materialistic point of view is dominant for ideological reasons. Fear of possibility of admitting the reality of the psychical, only one step away from the accepting the reality of the spiritual. Today, colossal resources are being devoted to brain research. A number of large projects have been launched. Among these, the American Brain Initiative, the European Lead Human Brain Project, the Japanese Brain Mind, and the eponymous China Brain. But the answer to the question of what consciousness is and how it might be related to the brain function has yet to be given. This search is being taken along the path of finding the material substrate of consciousness. Such a search, according to Searle and a number of other prominent researchers, is utterly misled. And the cost of failure is very high. The research projects are in the billions of dollars, and such false starts are turning out to be very costly for the inventor. I'm convinced the describing physical reality demands a fundamentally new approach, a view from the inside that is typical for orthodox theological discourse. More than half a century ago, the prominent American mathematician, physicist, and Nobel laureate Eugene Wigner noted the close relationship between two problems, the problem of physical reality and the problem of consciousness. He argued that physics and psychology represent the two most important disciplines that together shape a mutually complementary picture of the world. Physics describes an objective external world, psychology the reality of the internal world. He is convinced that a complete image of the universe requires that both of these views be in agreement. Wigner hoped that in future physics and psychology would be combined into one deep discipline, and today we can hope to arrive at the realization of his aspirations. What sort of language could be built that will be able to organically combine an objective means of describing the physical world and the subjective, personal means of describing psychical reality? Here we can say that the most characteristic feature of the objective language of science comes to our aid. The fact is that modern physics built a model of the world through the introduction of numerical values. These values allow us to compare the elements of the physical world with mathematical objects, numbers. This mapping exists in the process of measurement, which is a study of the relation of one physical element to another. Thus, objective science describes the world not as it is in itself, but via the projection of different elements of world on devices of measurement. The physical theories that result from this practice are thus theories of relations. In other words, we explore the syntax of the book of nature, by which the reality of mathematical syntactic theories, the physical theories are opened up to semantic interpretation. The problem of interpretation is a hermeneutic problem, and therefore traditionally theological. The uniqueness of current situation is that today we seem to have reached the limit of structural knowledge. For this, there are two confirmations, both theoretical and experimental. The theoretical basis that we have reached the limit of structural knowledge was given by eminent Russian mathematician Professor Ludwig Faddeev. He proved that from a mathematical point of view, the revolutions of quantum mechanics and special theory of relativity in physics are deformation of unstable algebraic structure into stable ones with the small parameters of deformation. The stability of the mathematical structure of quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity means that the equilibrium has been reached and further movement along the former path of the searching for deeper and deeper structure is impossible. The experimental confirmation of the reaching of the limits of structural knowledge is that quantum mechanics testifies to impossibility of detecting deeper structure. The eminent Irish physicist John Stuart Bell in 1964 wrote certain inequalities, which are named Bell inequalities. A number of experiments showed a clear violation of Bell's inequalities. This result means that the deeper structure of the universe simply does not exist. Famous American physicist Henry Stepp claims that the Bell theorem is the deepest discovery of the science. Eminent American physicist and philosopher Abner Shimoni asserts Bell's work made possible some near decisive result in experimental metaphysics. The winner of 2009 Templeton Prize, Bernard Despagna, agreed with Shimoni that we have seen in the test of Bell inequalities our first step in the elaboration of an experimental metaphysics. The violation of Bell inequalities means that we have reached the limits of structural knowledge. Deeper structure of the universe simply do not exist. Thus it followed that structure of the universe that we can observe now are fundamental, ontological. But does this achievement mean that we have reached the limits of knowledge? Not at all. Further movement is possible in the direction of examining the content of this ontological structure, this semantic interpretation. The problem of interpretation is a hermeneutic problem and therefore traditionally theological. Let me explain. As it is well known today, modern science arose in the context of the conception that the Bible is the first book of God and nature the second. Between them cannot be contradiction, as they have been composed by one and the same author. Furthermore, as Francis Bacon argued, study of book of nature can be the key to a deeper understanding of the Bible. What has research into the second book of God given us? The principal conclusion of natural science, first formulated by Galileo, is that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics. But most importantly, as Galileo noted, when a person begins to describe the world with the help of mathematics, his knowledge becomes equal to the knowledge of God. It means that mathematics can give us the key to the Bible. But what is mathematics and what is its nature? A sober look at mathematics leads to a conclusion that mathematical objects exist in our psychic reality, in the human mind. In this sense, mathematics is subjective and ideal. In the physical world, there is no mathematics. On the other hand, mathematics is universal in the sense that it is the same for all entities implying it. In this sense, mathematics is objective. We might try to look at mathematics not just as a static construction that exists outside of time, but to examine the process of its genesis in the psyche of the mathematician creator, and thus fill it with a living, dynamic, and psychical content. How would this be possible? Investigation, the process by which mathematics is generated in the mind of its creator, is extremely difficult. This happens because we are inseparable with our psyche. We cannot go beyond its boundaries and regard it from the outside. But we can look at the traces that the dynamic of psychic life leave behind. This is, first of all, mathematics. Secondly, this is the sacred text, the Bible among them. The Bible can and should be viewed not so much as a story about events, but as a narrative about the history of mankind's internal world, and thus as a story about the nature of the human soul. The biblical cosmological narratives is taken a projection for psyche's archetypal structure. The Bible begins with the sixth day of creation, the story of God creating by means of his world out of nothing, ex nihilo. If the Bible is a revelation, that is mean that the Creator shows us his view of the universe. If mankind wants to understand this text, he must attempt to put himself into the position of the Creator. Is there something in human experience that can be compared with the creation by the world, creation ex nihilo? Of course, any literary or poetic creativity is creation by world. By this is yet still creation out of something. The only creation familiar to me that takes place out of nothing is indeed mathematics. A mathematician begins his creation, gives birth to the idea of nothing, which is no longer nothing, but which is certain something namely the empty set. Subsequent acts of their creation on the mathematical universe are not creation out of nothing, but acts built upon previous mathematical construct. The mode of this action is described in the language of set theory, which is the foundation of modern mathematics. Thus, we may pose the question, what is not only structure of this act, but also content? To answer the question, one can compare acts of creation in the mathematical universe with the dynamics of sixth day of creation. We can appeal to an existential reading of the Genesis narrative in the mathematical context of the creation of mathematics by the word of a mathematician creator ex nihilo. Thus, we will be able to fill out the mathematical syntactic structure with semantic existential context and create new conceptual two-dimensional language. Such a language would allow us to describe both the objectivity of the external physical world and the subjectivity of the inner psychical world. I would term such a project mind theology. The second areas of fruitful cooperation between science and theology is the second quantum revolution. Now, the European Union is launching project, the Quantum Theology Flagship, with €1 billion of financing. The essence of a second quantum revolution consists in mastering the effects associated with possibility of manipulating single quantum object. This should lead to a new technological breakthrough, in particular, the creation of quantum computers, absolutely protected channels of quantum communication, supersensitive quantum sensor. The second quantum revolution should lead to a radical transformation of science, industry, and society. In 2016, the Quantum Europe Conference in Amsterdam adopted the Quantum Manifesto. This formulated a general strategy, indeed, to set Europe at the avant-garde of the second quantum revolution. George Greenstein and Arthur Zions, author of the book The Quantum Challenge, know that the quantum mechanics arose and developed not as a description of reality, but as a description of the results of observation. This recalled Ptolemy's geocentric system, perfectly explaining the observation movement of the planet from the S, but not the physical reality. Achieving a breakthrough in quantum information technologies established an effective means of quantum cryptography and quantum computers, knowing only quantum formalism, is about the same as launching an artificial satellite from Earth using the Ptolemaic system. In this connection, the question arises, is the Copernican revolution possible in microcosm? I'm certain that a Copernican revolution in the world of subatomic particles will become possible by resorting to the biblical tradition that presents its view on the interior of the universe. The surprisingly deep correspondence of the mathematical model of the universe to the outside world compels us to pose the question not only about the structural, but also about the ontological nature of this correspondence. Remembering the philosophical and theological context in which modern European scientific investigation arose, it is logical to assume that the correspondence between the internal psychic material model and the external physical world is not limited to their structural likeness, but can be extended into the realm of ontology. This allows one to resolve the problem of the interpretation of non-relativistic quantum mechanics and move from a description of results of observation to description of reality itself. This approach allows us to include psychic reality in the scientific picture of the world and to complete the second quantum revolution. I would term such a project quantum theology. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have time for some questions.
Which is that I love the way that you're seeking to engage the theology with the science. And you may know that the holder of the chair in natural philosophy at York University, Tom McLeish, is advocating this theology of science, which a number of people are actively engaging with, led by Peter Harrison, who could say more about it. As far as the nature of the quantum state goes, there is indeed no agreement as to whether the quantum state is epistemic, as you were suggesting, or ontological. And it's an active area of the philosophy of quantum foundations. Progress is very hard, but some progress is being made actually through laboratory experiments. So experiments in my own laboratory have been able to rule out, at least on the microscopic scale, the kind of macrorealism that was postulated by Sir Anthony Leggett in 1985. And more recently, experiments in Sydney in Australia have ruled out what's called maximal psi-epistemicism as an interpretation. So I think that progress is being made on these questions in the laboratory. I think it's very precarious to pronounce on them on the basis of biblical hermeneutics, because that has a history of being not the right method to use to resolve these kinds of scientific questions.
Yes, I think that we need a new look at the Bible. We need to look at the Bible, not traditional view, but to look at the Bible as a describing of structure of human soul and the universal structure of human soul.
Right.
I think that if we try to combine the view of quantum mechanics from the outside and this view from the inside, maybe it will be to take new step in understanding of nature of reality. But yeah, it's very difficult. It's yes, I think that we are now only in the first step of this way. Yes, but I think that we must do this step.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
We'll proceed to another question, please.
I admire very much, Father Cyril, your approach and your attempt to combine, I mean, to place the importance of the Bible, the Orthodox Christianity with science. However, you have been so critical in pointing out that the defects of some axioms from the science, but on the other hand, you have been using a literalism in regard to the Bible. I understand that what you said, you have just said that we should view the Bible from a new dynamic hermeneutics, which is something which I agree. But do you think that we, as Orthodox, the Bible, our tradition, has said everything and we don't need to listen to what the science will tell us, but it's a matter of interpretation of our tradition? Is it that we don't need the importance of the scientific results?
No, I think that we need the scientific results because science gives the key to reading the Bible. It's very important. I think that modern theology is in very bad situation without science. And I think that for Orthodox tradition, very difficult that we don't understand science as at a deep level.
Thank you. Next question,
Yes.
please. Yeah.
We have 6 billion years from the Big Bang. 90% of this time, the human life does not exist. And before the human being, 10,000 years of the human life, it was humanoids, many humanoids, more than 30, that they were living under these conditions that we call nature. How we can explain that the only one creature with this big mind, like God, what we call it, can structure all this life that we call it's a genius life, but somebody is behind thinking about this genius life that is perfect life, etc.
But I think that there is one very interesting point. We can understand creation. We can to see the structure of universe in global scale. I think that it is because we are create like image of creator. And mathematics can give us the key to understanding of creator, I think.
Thank you. We have two last questions.
I want to thank you very much for your excellent lecture. And may I dare a question like, do you think there is today mathematical formulas to describe the complexity of conscious and unconscious complexity of the human mind?
No. I think that mathematics is unique because it is universal for all minds. And mathematics is only part of our mind, but universal part of mind. I think that it is the main thing in mathematics. And thus mathematics can give us the way to understanding of structure of our soul. Part of soul, not all, but very important part.
But you see, the mathematics follow a logical way, it's a kind of a logic. But there are aspects in the human mind, human psyche, and the relationship of man to God that the way of the logic is rather an obstacle to reach this area. And that is what I want to comment.
Yes, I see. But I think that mathematics is more than logic. More than logic.
Thank you. Next question, please. Last one.
Thanks for a fine paper, and the previous paper too. Two excellent papers, both of which are making me increasingly nervous about being co-creators with God and knowing the cosmos as God knows it, which seems to me the great problematic project of Western metaphysics, especially scholasticism, to understand the world as God understands it. It seems at the very least a very dangerous concept and prone to abuses of power, of what Dostoevsky warned against as taking over from seeing things from the point of view of the God-man to becoming ourselves man-gods. The Nietzschean project of remaking the world according to our own plans and designs. Just a concern that I would be interested to hear how you might address this. Does God really want us to understand the world as he understands it? Or is the expressiveness, the meaning we find in nature, meant to say something to us and not to serve as an instruction manual?
I think it's dangerous, but we must do that.
Thank you very much. And now we will proceed to the last talk of this session by Georgios Meskos, mechanical engineer and doctor in theology. He will talk to us about rediscovering eternal reality through science, physics and mathematics in a talk entitled Science at the Edge of Eternity.
Εγώ θα κάνω την εξαίρεση και θα μιλήσω ελληνικά. Η παρουσίαση που θα κάνω είναι ουσιαστικά μια ξενάγηση σε απόψεις διακεκριμένων επιστημόνων που είναι συναφείς με όσα λεχθήκανε στις προηγούμενες παρουσιάσεις. Κάπου βέβαια θα συμφωνούν και κάπου θα διαφωνούν. Στο τέλος ίσως θα έχω και εγώ μια δική μου συνεισφορά. Το θέμα είναι η επιστήμη μπροστά στα όρια, μπροστά στο χείλος, ας το πούμε έτσι, της αιωνιότητας. Η αναζήτηση της φύσης, της υπέρτατης φυσικής πραγματικότητας είναι ένας από τους στόχους της σύγχρονης επιστήμης. Για τον σκοπό αυτό χρησιμοποιούμε κυρίως την κβαντική θεωρία και τη γενική θεωρία της σχετικότητας. Δύο θεωρίες οι οποίες είναι εξαιρετικά πετυχημένες, που όμως συνοδεύονται από τα γνωστά παράδοξα και από το γεγονός ότι είναι μεταξύ τους ασύμβατες. Η κβαντική θεωρία χαρακτηρίζεται από το γεγονός της μη τοπικότητας, του γεγονότος δηλαδή ότι οντότητες που βρίσκονται μακριά η μία από την άλλη επικοινωνούν κατά κάποιον τρόπο μεταξύ τους, από επίσης το γεγονός της απροσδιοριστίας και από άλλα πιο εξειδικευμένα θέματα, τα οποία όμως παρόλο που έχουν πρακτικές εφαρμογές, εντούτοις δεν τα ζούμε στην καθημερινή μας ζωή. Η θεωρία της σχετικότητας έχει και αυτή πολύ σοβαρά ζητήματα, τα οποία ίσως έχουν πιο πολύ ενδιαφέρον. Μας οδηγεί στην ιδέα της μεγάλης έκρηξης και μας την εξηγεί και ας υποθέσουμε ότι αυτό θεωρείται σαν μια δεδομένη άποψη. Όμως αφήνει αναπάντητα πολύ κέραια ερωτήματα. Δεν μας εξηγεί γιατί συνέβη η μεγάλη έκρηξη, γιατί υπάρχει το σύμπαν, γιατί είναι τέτοιο που είναι και βέβαια δεν μας λέει τίποτα για το τι υπήρχε πριν από αυτό. Όμως, κατά την άποψή μου, το πιο σημαντικό ζήτημα το οποίο μας θέτει η σχετικότητα είναι το ζήτημα του χρόνου. Όταν συσχετίσει κανείς τον χώρο με τον χρόνο, τότε με μια σειρά συλλογισμών που είναι πολύ στέρεοι, δηλαδή δεν είναι εύκολο κανείς να τους αντικρούσει, οδηγείται σε αυτό που λέμε block universe, δηλαδή στην ιδέα έχει μεταφράσει στα ελληνικά μονολιθικό σύμπαν. Για να το πω πολύ απλά, σε αυτή την ιδέα δεν υπάρχει, σε αυτό το μοντέλο δεν υπάρχει διαφορά μεταξύ παρελθόντος, παρόντος και μέλλοντος. Δηλαδή, εάν το παρόν είναι πραγματικό, τότε και το παρελθόν δεν έχει πάψει να υπάρχει και το μέλλον ήδη υπάρχει. Αυτό το μοντέλο, αυτή η ιδέα έρχεται σε κάθετη σύγκρουση με πολύ βασικές πεποιθήσεις που χαρακτηρίζουν την ευρωπαϊκή κουλτούρα, μια από τις οποίες είναι η ιδέα της ελευθερίας. Αν το μέλλον ήδη υπάρχει, είναι από οντολογική άποψη, είναι ήδη υπαρκτό, τότε πού υπάρχει η ελευθερία. Αυτός είναι ο λόγος που υπάρχει έντονη αντίδραση απέναντι σε αυτό το μοντέλο και υπάρχει έντονη συζήτηση και αμφισβήτηση. Με πολλούς τρόπους οι επιστήμονες προσπαθούν να ξεπεράσουν τα θέματα τα οποία θέτει το block universe και να βρούμε εναλλακτικές ερμηνείες ή κάτι που να αντικαθιστά την θεωρία της σχετικότητας. Τώρα, αυτό όλα μας λέει ότι στη σύγχρονη φυσική υπάρχει ένα σοβαρό κενό. Υπάρχουν ζητήματα ανοιχτά τα οποία δεν είναι απαντημένα και που μοιάζουν να μην μπορούν να απαντηθούν. Φυσικά οι ειδικοί προσπαθούν να τα απαντήσουν και εγώ μπορώ να διακρίνω δύο κύριες κατευθύνσεις. Η πιο σημαντική από πλευράς ερευνητών ίσως είναι αυτή η οποία θεωρεί ότι πρέπει να πορευτούμε μέσα στα πλαίσια της παραδοσιακής οντολογίας φυσικής και ονομάζω κλασική φυσική πραγματικότητα μέσα στα πλαίσια της κλασικής φυσικής πραγματικότητας. Όμως, τα τελευταία χρόνια όλο και περισσότεροι επιστήμονες, ερευνητές επιλέγουν να ακολουθήσουν το δρόμο της εκτεταμένης φυσικής πραγματικότητας, δηλαδή να εμπλουτίσουν την οντολογία της φυσικής με κάτι καινούριο, με κάτι διαφορετικό. Για να γίνει κατανοητό τι εννοώ, η πρώτη τέτοια προσπάθεια ήταν η ερμηνεία της κβαντικής φυσικής των κρυφών μεταβλητών του David Bohm. Στο άρθρο στο κείμενο το οποίο συνοδεύει αυτή την παρουσίαση που τώρα πάρα πολύ περιληπτικά παρουσιάζω, υπάρχουν οι απόψεις μιας σειράς διακεκριμένων επιστημόνων που ακολουθούν το δεύτερο δρόμο, δηλαδή της εκτεταμένης φυσικής πραγματικότητας. Εκεί πάλι διακρίνω δύο γραμμές σκέψης, δύο δρόμους. Ο ένας είναι αυτόν που προέρχονται κυρίως από το χώρο της φυσικής και της κοσμολογίας, που δουλεύουν αποκλειστικά με την φυσική και τα μαθηματικά. Όμως υπάρχει και μια άλλη γραμμή σκέψης που ουσιαστικά προσπαθεί να ενσωματώσει στη συζήτηση για την υπέραντη φυσική πραγματικότητα και το άλλο μεγάλο πρόβλημα που υπάρχει στη σύγχρονη επιστήμη, το ζήτημα της σχέσης του νου με τον εγκέφαλο. Οπότε αυτή η δεύτερη γραμμή σκέψης προσπαθεί να συμπεριλάβει στον προβληματισμό της τον προβληματισμό σχετικά με τον νου, εγκέφαλος και φυσική πραγματικότητα. Η πρώτη κατηγορία, με διαφόρους τρόπους, είτε πιστικούς είτε λιγότερο πιστικούς, ουσιαστικά επανερμηνεύει την κβαντική θεωρία και τη γενική θεωρία της σχετικότητας, έτσι ώστε να υπάρχει ένα βαθύτερο επίπεδο πραγματικότητας, το οποίο να είναι υπεύθυνο για όλα τα παράδοξα. Το λέω έτσι πολύ απλοϊκά για να γίνει κάπως κατανοητό. Το ίδιο κάνουν και οι άλλοι. Απλώς στο επίπεδο αυτό, με κάποιον τρόπο, που πάλι είναι πάρα πολύ ποικίλοι αυτοί οι τρόποι, υπάρχει μια συνεισφορά, μια σύνδεση, κάποιο στοιχείο το οποίο να σχετίζεται με την νόηση και τη συνειδητότητα, όχι τη συνείδηση την ανθρώπινη, γενικότερα την έννοια της συνειδητότητας. Και έτσι, σε αυτό το επίπεδο επίσης μεταφέρονται όλα τα παράδοξα τα οποία μας δυσκολεύουν στην κβαντική θεωρία και την θεωρία της σχετικότητας. Βλέποντας από μια απόσταση όλες αυτές τις προσπάθειες, βλέπει κανείς ότι υπάρχουν κάποια κοινά χαρακτηριστικά. Υποθέτουν ότι υπάρχει ένα επίπεδο φυσικής πραγματικότητας, το οποίο δεν είναι ούτε τοπικό, ούτε χωρικό, ούτε το ένα ούτε το άλλο. Από αυτό το επίπεδο τώρα, με κάποιους τρόπους που περιγράφονται μαθηματικά, δηλαδή τα μαθηματικά έχουν φοβερές περιγραφικές ικανότητες, πώς αναδύεται ο κόσμος τον οποίο βλέπουμε. Ο κάθε φυσικά ερευνητής, ο κάθε επιστήμονας έχει την δική του προσέγγιση, την δική του στάση. Κοινώς παράγοντας επίσης είναι ότι ο νους είναι, βέβαια αυτό δεν μπορεί κανείς να πει ότι είναι αποδεδειγμένο, αλλά είναι μια τάση, μια άποψη, ότι ο νους είναι η γέφυρα που γεφυρώνει την βαθύτερη αυτή πραγματικότητα με τον κόσμο της καθημερινότητας. Θα αναφερθώ ειδικότερα τώρα, τους άλλους τους έχω παραλείψει γιατί δεν έπαιρνε ο χρόνος, αναφέρομαι τώρα στο έργο ενός νευροεπιστήμονα, του Ιαν Μαγκίλχριστ, αν το προφέρω σωστά, που μας δίνει ερμηνευτικά εργαλεία για να συνδέσουμε όλα αυτά και ενδεχομένως και πολλά από αυτά τα οποία ελεγχθήκανε στις προηγούμενες εισηγήσεις. Η βασική του άποψη, που δεν είναι δικιά του και είναι προφανώς και αρκετά παλιά, είναι ότι ο εγκέφαλος ή ο νους, όπως θέλετε πέστε τώρα, είναι αυτός ο οποίος κατασκευάζει τον κόσμο τον οποίο βλέπουμε. Θα το πω έτσι πολύ απλά, ό,τι υπάρχει εκεί έξω, ό,τι είναι η φυσική πραγματικότητα, εκπέμπει κατά κάποιον τρόπο πληροφορία, η οποία μέσω των αισθητηρίων μετατρέπεται σε ηλεκτρικό σήμα, το οποίο στη συνέχεια το επεξεργάζεται το εγκέφαλος, το αποκωδικοποιεί και δημιουργεί την εικόνα, την αίσθηση, τον κόσμο τον οποίο βλέπουμε. Ο Μαγκίλχριστ αυτό το θεωρεί δεδομένο και προχωράει παραπέρα στον προβληματισμό του, Και το ερώτημα που θέλει να απαντήσει είναι γιατί ο εγκέφαλος όλων των ζώων έχει δύο ημισφαίρια. Χρησιμοποιώντας πάρα πολύ υλικό, από πάρα πολλές παρατηρήσεις, κλινικές και άλλες, καταλήγει στο συμπέρασμα ότι τα δύο ημισφαίρια συνυπάρχουν σε κάθε έκφραση, ας πούμε, του εαυτού μας. Όμως δουλεύουν αντιθετικά το ένα από το άλλο, ανταγωνιστικά, όχι συνεργατικά. Θα έλεγε κανείς πολεμάει το ένα το άλλο για το ποιο θα κυριαρχήσει, ποιο θα διαμορφώσει την εικόνα την οποία έχουμε. Το δεξί ημισφαίριο έχει μια ολιστική, διαισθητική και χρησιμοποιώντας όλο το σώμα, δηλαδή πληροφορία από όλο το σώμα, αίσθηση και κατασκευή, ας το πούμε έτσι, του κόσμου, δηλαδή αισθάνεται τον κόσμο σαν ένα σύνολο, ενώ αντιθέτως το αριστερό ημισφαίριο κατανοεί τον κόσμο και μελετά τον κόσμο ξεκινώντας από τις λεπτομέρειες αναλυτικά και δημιουργεί από τα επιμέρους το σύνολο. Με αυτό τώρα το παρουσιάζω πάρα πολύ σύντομα, δεν είναι έτσι σύντομη η εργασία του, ούτε έτσι απλοϊκή όπως τα λέω τώρα. Προσπαθεί και ερμηνεύει την εξέλιξη του ανθρώπινου πολιτισμού και ειδικά του δυτικού πολιτισμού. Και μας λέει ότι στην αρχή της ιστορίας και στα χρόνια της αρχαιότητας κυρίαρχο είναι το δεξί ημισφαίριο. Οπότε έχουμε μια κατανόηση του κόσμου μυθολογική, θρησκευτική και φιλοσοφική, εν πάση περιπτώσει, μέσα από την τέχνη, που όμως σταδιακά αυτή η κατανόηση υποχωρεί εις βάρος, μάλλον κάτω από την πίεση της ανάπτυξης του αριστερού ημισφαιρίου, δηλαδή της επιμέρους κατανόησης των πραγμάτων, της απόκτησης όλων και περισσότερων γνώσεων. Διατείνεται ότι στην εποχή της αρχαίας Ελλάδος υπάρχει μια ισορροπία, η οποία στη συνέχεια χάνεται και έτσι φτάνουμε στη σύγχρονη εποχή, όπου κυρίαρχη είναι η αναλυτική, αναγωγική, επιστημονική, ας πούμε, προσέγγιση, αυτή, νομίζω καταλαβαίνετε τι θέλω να πει και τι θέλω να πω, του κόσμου. Εγώ τώρα, καθώς διαβάζω όλα αυτά και βλέπω όλα αυτά, σκέφτομαι πάρα πολύ απλά ότι όσο πιο πολύ η αναλυτική, η κατανόηση του αριστερού ημισφαιρίου προχωράει προς την κατανόηση του κόσμου, τόσο πιο πολύ τα σχήματα τα οποία δημιουργεί θα πρέπει να μοιάζουν με τα σχήματα τα οποία είχαν αναπτύξει οι αρχαίοι. Και πραγματικά, ίσως και αυτό είναι η αφετηρία της δικής μας ευαισθησίας πάνω στο θέμα αυτό, είναι, εγώ στην διατριβή μου, στην διδακτορική μου διατριβή, κατέγραψα από τον Ηράκλειο μέχρι τον Μάξιο τον ολογητή την εξέλιξη της ενίας του λόγου των όντων ως εργαλείο περιγραφής του φυσικού κόσμου. Συνήθως, ας πούμε, χρησιμοποιούμε την έννοια του λόγου σε θεολογικά, ας πούμε, θέματα, όμως στο background της θεολογικής, ας πούμε, συζήτησης υπάρχει ένα μοντέλο περί του πώς είναι δομημένος ο φυσικός κόσμος με βάση αυτή την έννοια του λόγου. Μια εξέλιξη η οποία ξεκίνησε από τον Ηράκλειο και σε όλα τα χρόνια έφτασε σε μια πληρότητα, σε μια ολοκλήρωση στην εποχή του Μαξίμου του Ομολογητού. Διαβάζοντας λοιπόν το βιβλίο του Λις Μολίμ, Time Reborn, το οποίο έχει μεταφραστεί και στα ελληνικά, ο χρόνος, η αναγέννηση, πραγματικά είχα την αίσθηση ότι διάβαζα μια μαθηματική εξήγηση, μια μαθηματική περιγραφή αυτής της θεωρίας των λόγων των όντων. Και μετά στη συνέχεια διαπίστωσα και πολλοί άλλοι που προσεγγίζουν διαφορετικά το θέμα, εντούτοις μοιράζονται κοινές ιδέες, κοινές, ας πούμε, κάποιες βασικές ιδέες από το μοντέλο αυτό της αρχαιότητας. Και επομένως, ακριβώς αυτό έχω την αίσθηση ότι η επιστήμη αυτή τη στιγμή βρίσκεται στο όριο, σε μια στιγμή που λίγο ακόμα, ίσως μετά από μερικά χρόνια, μερικές δεκαετίες, δεν ξέρω, όταν θα έχουν ολοκληρωθεί όλες αυτές οι διεργασίες που συμβαίνουν στην σύγχρονη επιστημονική σκέψη, θα έχουμε πια εισέλθει, θα έχουμε μπει μέσα στην αιωνιότητα, γιατί πραγματικά όλα τα μοντέλα αυτά τα οποία ακολουθούν αυτόν τον δρόμο σκέψης υπονοούν κάποιο είδους αιωνιότητα. Και έτσι έρχομαι στο κομμάτι το οποίο όλα αυτά συνδέονται με τη θεματολογία του συνεδρίου, που δεν είναι άλλο από την θρησκευτική εμπειρία. Όλες οι θρησκευτικές εμπειρίες, μάλλον οι θρησκευτικές εμπειρίες όλων των θρησκειών έχουν κάποια κοινά χαρακτηριστικά. τα οποία είναι η αίσθηση της επικοινωνίας με κάτι το οποίο υπερβαίνει την καθημερινότητα. Είτε είναι κάτι, είτε είναι κάποιος, ανάλογα με την κουλτούρα, ανάλογα με τον τόπο στον οποίο βρίσκεται ο πιστός, βιώνει, ας πούμε, μια υπέρβαση του χώρου και του χρόνου. Οι θρησκείες παραδοσιακά ερμηνεύουν αυτό το βίωμα με έναν τρόπο ως κάτι το υπερφυσικό, ως κάτι το οποίο, ας πούμε, πολλές φορές το χρησιμοποιούν και ως απόδειξη της δικής τους πίστης. Φαίνεται όμως ότι αν όλα αυτά που περιέγραψα προηγουμένως έχουν κάποια βάση, φαίνεται ότι δεν είναι υπερφυσικό, αλλά είναι κάτι το φυσικό. Οπότε έχουμε το εξής θέμα, την εξής εικόνα. Από τη μια μεριά, καθώς η επιστήμη πλέον εισέρχεται, ας πούμε, στον χώρο της αιωνιότητας, δικαιώνει πολλές από τις πρακτικές των θρησκειών, αυτό που θα λέμε θρησκευτικό βίωμα. Δηλαδή, η αντίληψη των σκεπτικιστών ότι το θρησκευτικό βίωμα είναι μια καθαρά ψυχολογικής φύσεως παρέστηση, ψευδαίσθηση, φαίνεται τουλάχιστον να μην ισχύει σε απόλυτο βαθμό. Τουλάχιστον φαίνεται ότι σε πολλές περιπτώσεις πρέπει να ισχύει κάτι άλλο. Όμως, αν κανείς αποδεχτεί αυτή την προβληματική, τότε τίθενται πολλά ερωτήματα, καινούργια ερωτήματα, σχετικά με τη φύση του Θεού, σχετικά με το ποια είναι η σχέση του με τον κόσμο, ποια είναι η σχέση του με αυτήν την πραγματικότητα, την αιώνια πραγματικότητα. Και με αυτή την έννοια, πραγματικά οι θεολόγοι οι οποίοι θα θέλανε να έχουν μια άποψη, μια διήγηση η οποία να αγγίζει τον σύγχρονο άνθρωπο, έχουν να ενσωματώσουν πάρα πολλά καινούργια στοιχεία, τα οποία απαιτούν και τελείως καινούργια κατανόηση και της δική τους θεολογία. Αυτό ισχύει φυσικά, πιστεύω, για όλες τις θεολογίες σε όλο τον πλανήτη, αλλά πολύ περισσότερο για την ορθόδοξη θεολογία, εφόσον εμείς βρισκόμαστε σε μια ορθόδοξη χώρα και είμαστε μια ορθόδοξη κοινότητα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε για την ομιλία σας. Εάν θεωρήσουμε ότι η εξέλιξη είναι ένα συνεχές που θα καταλήξει στο τέλος ή το τέλειο, γιατί ο άνθρωπος, σύμφωνα με τον Μαρόρ, γεννήθηκε όταν είδε ένα πτώμα και αναρωτήθηκε γιατί. Δηλαδή είμαστε ατελείς και γενετικά διαταραγμένοι, θα έλεγα, διότι η φύση δεν οριμάζει ποτέ στον νόμο της εξέλιξης, έτσι είναι. Δηλαδή αυτά τα όντα που βλέπουμε ως η γη μπορεί να είναι γενετικά ανώμαλα ή δυστυχή για να καταλήξουν κάπου με βάση τη θεωρία, ας πούμε, της εξέλιξης. Πιστεύω ότι εάν για να δούμε το μέλλον, πρέπει να πάμε στο παρελθόν και να δούμε ότι για να φτάσει, ας πούμε, να φτάσουμε στα 10.000 χρόνια του humanoid, του ανθρωπίνου γονιδιώματος, πέρασαν δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια, προηγήθηκαν δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια εξέλιξης για να γίνει αυτό το γονιδίωμα. Άρα πρέπει να περιμένουμε, νομίζω, γιατί σκεφτείτε, ας πούμε, τον έρωτα. Ο έρωτας είναι μια παραμόρφωση, ένα φάντασμα, είναι μια ιστερία του ανθρώπινου εγκεφάλου. Είναι αρρώστια. Έτσι. Η επιθυμία είναι αρρώστια. Δεν πιάνεται ποτέ. Έτσι δεν είναι? Έτσι και η θέαση προς στο υπερβατικό και το υπερφυσικό επίσης είναι νόσος. Ο εθνικισμός είναι νόσος, γιατί φανταζόμαστε ότι εμείς είμαστε οι καλύτεροι και άλλοι είναι όλοι οι χειρότεροι. Όλα αυτά που βιώνει ο άνθρωπος, δηλαδή, είναι γενετικά διαταραγμένες ιδέες ή φαντασιώσεις. Στην ιατρική μπορούμε να τις πούμε και ψυχώσεις. Ευχαριστώ.
Ναι, στο θέμα αυτό τώρα νομίζω δίνει απάντηση ένας από τους επιστήμονες τους οποίους παραθέτω στο κείμενο, ο Wolfgang Sommers, ο οποίος λέει το εξής. Διακρίνει την εξωτερική πραγματικότητα, την πραγματική πραγματικότητα, στο πούμε, στο φυσικό κόσμο όπως υπάρχει καθεαυτός, και τον κόσμο τον οποίο κατασκευάζει ο νους. Αυτός έχει μια ισχυρή επιχειρηματολογία που εξηγεί γιατί ο κόσμος που κατασκευάζει ο νους δεν μπορεί να έχει αντιστοίχηση 1 προς 1 με τον κόσμο τον οποίο, ας πούμε, ο οποίος υπάρχει. Και μάλιστα θεωρεί ότι η έννοια του χώρου και του χρόνου είναι καθαρά μέσα στο μυαλό μας, δεν πρέπει να υπάρχει στον φυσικό κόσμο, στην φυσική πραγματικότητα. Πώς όμως δημιουργήθηκε αυτός ο κόσμος που κατασκευάζει ο νους μας. Και δείτε την εξής, ότι είναι η εξέλιξη, η βιολογική εξέλιξη είναι αυτή η οποία μας έκανε να βλέπουμε τα πράγματα και να βλέπουμε από τα πράγματα αυτά που βλέπουμε. Με την έννοια την εξής, ότι καθώς αναπτύσσονται οι μορφές της ζωής και αναπτύσσεται η νόηση, έστω σε στοιχειώδες επίπεδο, οι εγκέφαλοι, ας πούμε, των πρώτων ζώων, και στη συνέχεια βέβαια και ο δικός μας, βλέπει, κρατάει από την πληροφορία που έρχεται από το έξω κόσμο μονάχα αυτό που χρειάζεται για την επιβίωσή του. Άρα, επομένως, μπορούμε να δεχτούμε, και πιστεύω ότι δηλαδή, εκεί οδηγεί αυτή η σκέψη, ότι στα χρόνια τα επόμενα, καθώς πια υπάρχει και μέσα και τεχνολογία που δημιουργεί καινούριες δυνατότητες, θα πρέπει να βιώσουμε καινούρια πράγματα, τα οποία έχω την εντύπωση ότι αυτή τη στιγμή τα διαβλέπει η επιστημονική φαντασία. Δηλαδή, η καινούρια γενιά επιστημονικής φαντασίας των τελευταίων χρόνων δουλεύει πάρα πολύ με το θέμα αυτό. Με το θέμα δηλαδή το τι υπάρχει μέσα στο μυαλό μας, τι σκεφτόμαστε, τι είναι πραγματικό, τι θα ζήσουμε ως πραγματικό. Πραγματικά, λέω εγώ τώρα ότι θα ήθελα να ζήσω πολλά χρόνια για να δω τι θα γίνει, αλλά ναι.
I apologize that I can't make my comment in Greek. It does seem to me, when you talk about the theological task in relation to this, that Orthodoxy does have some very good resources to do this. And I'm particularly reminded of a paper that appeared in the journal Zygon a couple of years ago by Joshua Shuping, in which he pointed out that the quantum physicist David Bohm and his idea of the implicate order, which is one of those ways of thinking that you alluded to earlier, in many ways, there are very considerable parallels with the way in which St. Gregory of Nyssa thought about the relationship between the material world and the mind of God, which was not exactly an idealism of a modern sort, but was nevertheless said that in a sense the material world is not to be seen just as material or even as material, but as being made up in some sense of the qualities that exist in the mind of God. So it seems to me there are very good Orthodox resources to begin this exploration, which you've invited theologians to.
Έτσι ακριβώς είναι. Θα μπορούσα να πω και εγώ ότι η ενασχόλησή μου με αυτό το αντικείμενο και όλες οι ιδέες και όποιες σκέψεις έχω, εν πάση περιπτώσει, που έχω πολύ περισσότερες από αυτές που έχω πει, ξεκίνησαν ακριβώς από αυτό, ότι έχοντας μια γνώση της θεολογίας και ταυτόχρονα αγαπώντας τη φυσική και από μικρός, ας πούμε, διαβάζοντας και βλέποντας, μια από τις ιδέες ακριβώς αυτή, το μοντέλο, η ερμηνεία του Μπόμ μου θύμισε πάρα πολύ τους λόγους των αιώνων, στους οποίους συνεισέφερε σημαντικά ο Γρηγόριος Νήσης στην εξέλιξή τους. Βέβαια, έχω υπόψη μου την αμφισβήτηση της θεωρίας αυτής του Μπόμ από τα θεωρήματα του Μπέλ. Οι σύγχρονοι που έχουν αυτό το μοντέλο, ακολουθούν αυτή την γραμμή σκέψης, ξεπερνάνε τις αντιρρήσεις του Μπέλ, ας το πούμε έτσι, έχοντας καινούργιες ιδέες για αυτό το υπόβαθρο, έχοντας μια σχεσιακή, δίνοντας μια σχεσιακή δομή στο κύμα, στο πούμε έτσι, που έλεγε ο Μπόμ, όχι σαν μια καθ' αυτό πραγματικότητα, για να ξεπεράσουν ακριβώς, ας πούμε, τις αντιρρήσεις από το θεώρημα του Μπέλ. Πραγματικά είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα, αν κανείς λίγο καταλαβαίνει όλα αυτά τα οποία λέγονται, και πραγματικά έτσι θα δούμε στο μέλλον πού θα οδηγηθούμε. Και κυρίως αυτό που είναι πάρα πολύ έτσι, δεν ξέρω αν είναι και τρομακτικό κιόλας, είναι ότι όλα αυτά εμπλέκονται και με την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, και εκεί κάπου δεν ξέρω. Εγώ σηκώνω τα χέρια, απλώς κάνω μια ενημέρωση, ας το πούμε, καταθέτω κάποιες πληροφορίες.
Ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω για την παρουσίασή σας και να σας συγχαρώ. Ήταν πραγματικά πολύ εντυπωσιακά όλα αυτά που μας είπατε, και ήθελα να καταθέσω μια σκέψη σε διάλογο μαζί σας σχετικά με αυτό το relativity 2 και την έννοια της ενιότητας, χωρίς να είμαι βέβαιος ότι κατάλαβα πολύ καλά τι μας είπατε. Επειδή είμαι ψυχίατρος, κλινικός και ψυχαναλυτής, θέλω να σας πω ότι η έννοια της ενιότητας υπάρχει στην ανθρώπινη ψυχή. Αν λάβετε υπόψη σας το ασυνείδητο, δεν δουλεύει με ο χρόνος, είναι έννοια της συνείδησης. Το ασυνείδητο δουλεύει. Ήδη θέλω να σας πω ότι ήδη το έχει προσέξει ακόμα ο Αριστοτέλης πρώτος. Και επίσης ο τρόπος που σκέπτεται η ψυχή στο βάθος είναι όπως δουλεύει το όνειρο, με εικόνες, όχι με έννοιες και με λέξεις όπως όταν επικοινωνούμε μεταξύ μας. Αυτό κάνει μια τρομακτική διαφορά στο πώς συγκροτεί ο νους στην εικόνα του κόσμου. Ναι. Αυτό νομίζω ότι σκέπτομαι ότι πρέπει να ληφθεί πολύ σοβαρά υπόψη για το θέμα το οποίο μας απασχολεί.
Ναι, κοιτάξτε, το ζήτημα αυτού του χρόνου είναι πολύ παλιό. Δηλαδή, το αν, ας πούμε, ο χρόνος, αν υπάρχει μόνο το παρόν, ή αν το παρελθόν έχει πάψει να υπάρχει, το μέλλον υπάρχει, δεν υπάρχει, και όλο αυτός ο προβληματισμός είναι πολύ παλιός, πολύ πριν εμφανιστεί η σχετικότητα. Απλώς τώρα μέσα από την θεωρία της σχετικότητας παίρνει μια πιο μαθηματική, μια πιο φυσική, μια πιο επιστημονική, ας το πούμε έτσι, μορφή και χαρακτήρα, και κυρίως αυτό που, ας πούμε, δίνει βάρος στην όλη κουβέντα είναι τα πειράματα. Είναι το γεγονός δηλαδή ότι η σχετικότητα βεβαιώνεται από πάρα πολλά πειράματα, πράγμα που σημαίνει ότι δεν είναι τόσο εύκολο, δεν είναι απλώς μια απλή σκέψη, μια θεωρία. Φυσικά, σας λέω ότι επειδή ακριβώς υπάρχει μια έντονη αντίδραση εκ μέρους πολλών επιστημόνων, δεν είναι δυνατόν να είναι έτσι τα πράγματα. Μπορεί πραγματικά μετά από κάποιο καιρό να βρεθεί κάποιος που να πει μια δικιά του, είτε αντικατάσταση, παραδείγματος χάρη ο Σμολίν, αντιστρέφει τα πράγματα στη σχετικότητα και αντί να δώσει, ας πούμε, κεντρικό ρόλο στον χρόνο, μάλλον στον χώρο, και να εξαφανίζεται ο χρόνος, δίνει κεντρικό ρόλο στον χρόνο και εξαφανίζεται ο χώρος. Λοιπόν, μπορεί τελικά, ας πούμε, αυτή η εκδοχή που έχει τα συν της, έχει και τις αδυναμίες της, ή κάτι άλλο να βρεθεί και, ας πούμε, να ξεπεράσουμε αυτό το. Αλλά αυτή τη στιγμή πραγματικά αισθάνομαι πολύ περίεργα, γιατί δεν είναι δυνατόν να χωνέψει κανείς μέσα του αυτή την ιδέα, δηλαδή ότι, ας πούμε, ό,τι εγώ είμαι ένα τετραδιάστατο στερεό, το οποίο υπάρχω εκεί πέρα. Ούτε γεννήθηκα, ούτε πέθανα, είμαι κάτι που είμαι εκεί πέρα. Σαν ένα τούβλο μέσα σε μια τεράστια οικοδομή. Πραγματικά είναι κάτι πολύ δύσκολο να το αφομοιώσουμε. Θα δούμε. Δεν ξέρω. Δηλαδή γράφονται πάρα πολλές, είναι πάρα πολύ έντονη συζήτηση και είναι έντονη, δηλαδή υπάρχει έντονο συναίσθημα.
Thank you very much. One last question, please.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Μέσκο για τα ενδιαφέροντα που ακούσαμε. Θέλω να κάνω δύο παρατηρήσεις. Το ένα είναι, άκουσα τη λέξη φαντασία. Η φαντασία είναι μια ψυχική ενέργεια μεταξύ της περιοχής, αν μπορούμε να πούμε περιοχή, της αίσθησης και του νου. Όχι του εγκεφάλου, όπως κάνατε το διαχωρισμό. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι είναι μια επιπρόσθετη λειτουργία έξω από τις βασικές λειτουργίες και η οποία φαίνεται να είναι επίκτητη από κάποιο σημείο της ανθρώπινης εξέλιξης. Αν και αυτή η εξέλιξη πρέπει να μπει σε εισαγωγικά. Τι σημαίνει εξέλιξη. Θυμάμαι, κάπου διάβασα από τον Άγιο Γρηγόριο Νήσης ότι του ανθρώπου φύσης είναι, λέει, αθεώρητος. Η λέξη αυτή δηλώνει ότι ούτε το σώμα μπορώ να γνωρίσω με επιστημονικό τρόπο, φυσικός είμαι, και μπορώ να γνωρίσω πηγαίνοντας στην μικροήλη, στο ηλεκτρόνιο και ακόμα παρακάτω. Έχουμε αγνωσία πάνω σε αυτό, όπως και στο θέμα της ψυχής που οι ψυχίατροι έχουν ίσως πολλά περισσότερα να μας πούν. Τι σημαίνει λοιπόν εδώ, πώς μπορούμε να προσεγγίσουμε και να τα αδέσουμε αυτά τα πράγματα. Μόνο λειτουργώντας και τα δύο μαζί. Έρχεται η επιστήμη, η σημερινή βιολογία, ίσως είναι κάποιος γιατρός εδώ μπορεί να μας πει, ή και η φυσική που μας λέει ότι κάθε επίπεδο οργάνωσης, ανώτερο, παρουσιάζει νέες ιδιότητες και επίσης λειτουργεί ο νόμος της προσθετικότητας με αποτέλεσμα να παρουσιάζονται και καινούργιες. Και αυτό ξεκινάει από το ηλεκτρόνιο, με τα ηλεκτρόνια ασθένους. Σε κάθε καινούριο άτομο οι δομές όσο επαυξάνουν παρουσιάζουν νέες ιδιότητες και κάτι παραπάνω. Αν λοιπόν εμείς καταφέρουμε, λέει η χριστιανική θεολογία, ότι αν μπορέσουμε να ενώσουμε το σώμα με την ψυχή, τότε θα παρουσιαστεί κάτι καινούριο. Τι είναι αυτό το καινούργιο? Εκεί ίσως πρέπει να εστιάζεται κανένας και όχι στον επιμερισμό και πώς θα επικοινωνήσουν. Η επικοινωνία θα γίνει όταν συγκεραστούν αυτά τα δύο πράγματα. Και εκεί είναι ο δρόμος του μοναχού, είναι ο δρόμος του ασκητού, είναι ο δρόμος της γνώσης. Ευχαριστώ.
Ο δρόμος της πνευματικότητας, ναι, θα έλεγα.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Ναι.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to a 20 minutes coffee break. 20 minutes.
Well, welcome back after the coffee. Since we're a little bit late, I'll try and make sure that we get to the dinner in time, but we should get straight ahead. The first talk in this session is by Father François Huvet, who is from the Centre Sèvres Faculty of the Jesuits de Paris, and he's talking about the scientific vision of the world and the theology of creation. Is there a difference between East and West?
Thank you for invitation and the opportunity to share some ideas about this topic. Let me first begin by trying to put out my thesis in a nutshell. In some propositions, I would try to put clear. The first is, well, as evident, the difference between modern science and ancient science. In fact, there is the so-called scientific revolution in the 17th century, and in fact, there is a kind of threshold now, a difference between two times. And the difference between both, I think, is mainly due to the importance of transformation of the world, of the category of action, and the result, the link, the very strong link in the West and in modern science between science and technology, understood as a transformation of the world. So the reason why we speak of technoscience. And I will come back a little bit on it after. This is the first level. And the second level is this idea is now criticized. I mean, we are aware of the, I would say, the dead end, impasse of this model, of this way of approaching, of conceiving the world. So maybe it could be explained as a difference between modernism and postmodernism. And in our new conception of the world, or necessity to go to a new conception of the world, could be presented as ecological time. In this conception of the world, maybe we have a lot to receive from the Eastern tradition. I remember Olivier Clément saying that now we are very interesting or oriented toward Far East tradition, Buddhism, Hinduism, and so forth, and so on. But it's maybe for us Christian, it's better to look not on the Far East, but on the Near East Christian tradition that could bring us a lot of elements to think of. So, as far as the new conception, modern conception of the world, is certainly influenced by theological thinking and in the field of theology of creation, it's interesting, in my opinion, to look at the models that are at the background of this scientific revolution, to think more precisely of the difference between these worlds, between East and West, and the reason why at the West we had this scientific revolution. So it's, of course, the causes, the reasons of the emergence of scientific revolution. It's a very large topic, but it's interesting to have some elements of it in the minutes that remain. just I would like to come back to my difference between modern, ancient and modern science. This quotation from Jean Ladrière, which is famous philosopher of Louvain. Science is a way of understanding reality that essentially not about vision, but about action. Or another quotation from Peter Harrison, the meaning of the world is not longer revealed by contemplation of the first principles of the cosmos, but by an active investigation that discovers its material utility. So active investigation and material utility, which is, I think, good characteristic of modern science. So the association with a technique. The result is a deep separation between the natural world and the human world. So I can quote a great historian, Alexandre Coiré, noting that the world of science, he said, the real world, moved away and completely separated from the world of life. And the separation of the human person from the cosmos, you know, of course, the famous quotation of Jacques Monod in The Chance and Necessity. The ancient alliance has been broken. Man finally knows that he is alone in the indifferent vastness of the universe. This is the good characteristic of modern science. But of course, separation of the man from the universe, but at the same time, the possibility from the man to transform completely the universe. So the notion of nature doesn't exist anymore. There is no more nature. Nature is a construction. So does this idea have relationship with theology, and especially theology of creation? And this one, the notion of creation was underlined by a famous article of Michael Foster in 1924, I think, in the relationship between the notion of creation and the emergence of modern science. Because if we have the notion of a creative God, we have the idea of a deep transformation of the world. And especially in the West, and the last quotation will be, not the last quotation, but another quotation from the famous historian of medieval technology, Lynn White, the link between Latin Christianity and the emergence of technology, and said, all that can be said is that Christianity in its Latin form provided a set of presuppositions remarkably favorable to technological thrust. So, so my insistence will be more on technology than on science, and I think if we are to think about the difference between East and West, it's not maybe about science, but this close link between science and technology. Recently I noticed this quotation from Christophos Yanaras. It's quoted by Alexei Nesteruk. It's technology that constitutes the basic theological problem in the encounter between Orthodoxy and the West. So to get further in this reflection, I had the idea to compare two theologies of creation in the expression of commentaries of Genesis by two figures representative of the West and the East, or East and West. I mean, because my first example will be in Basil of Caesarea, his famous Hexameron, which is considering as it is Efthymios Nicolaidis, who writes recently a book in French, but it's in a translation from what is there is an English edition before, the commentary of Genesis that has most influenced the Christian conception of nature. So, first of all, the Basil Hexameron, and for the West, of course, the famous commentaries of Genesis by Augustine. The influence of Augustine, of course, is clear in the West. So they are more or less contemporary. Augustine is 25 years younger than Basil. the comparison is a bit artificial because Augustine hadn't read Basil, even if his master Ambrose wrote a commentary, Hexameron, directly inspired by Basil one. But well, so it's two different texts, but I think interesting element between. So Basil pronounced 9 homilies, in the commentaries 9 homilies, in 378, dealing with the 6th day of creation. In the first homily, Basil begins by challenging the role of chance in the origin of the world. It is not a spontaneous encounter of elements, it's God who is the cause of the creation. A strong rejection of chance is linked to the destiny of humanity that is not inscribed in heaven. The cosmos in only one step in God's creative purpose. What is important is not to know how to measure, I quote Basil, is not to know how to measure the distance of the stars, but to discover God, the creator of the universe, the fair judge who gives each of the actions of our lives the reward they deserve. So Basil emphasizes human freedom. A significant element is the importance given to examining the components of the cosmos, which reflect divine wisdom. And I quote Basil, "I have seen the spectacle and admired God's universal wisdom." The theme is classic, but maybe more emphasized in the East and in the West. There are not only celestial bodies that interest Basil, but only animals. There is a very interesting description of animals' life and very interesting, very detailed. They shows that God has given us in advance in nature all kinds of opportunities to accept the paradoxes of faith. So the result is nature, and this is my main accent, nature is a parable for human action. For example, fishes have no reason of their own, but they have the law of nature strongly imprinted in them. So this is, well, very shortly, and I have no time to get into more detail in Basil. You probably are more familiar with that. So now I turn to Augustine. If you read Augustine commentary on Genesis, you feel quite another world. Augustine is not interested in what is interested in the cosmos, but more on heaven, and nothing about the fishes, and nothing about the animals. It's in Augustine, it's really human human person who is the center of his reflection. So human action finds its source in dialogue with God. The importance of the word sermo in Augustine. So a certain extent, for Augustine, and I quote Nestoruk, nature viewed from this perspective must not be loved. There is nothing to admire in creation. I mean, it's a bit short, but in good expression, nothing to admire in creation. So the idea, the difference in Augustine between to use and to enjoy. Nature should be used but not enjoyed. So even if, of course, he affirms the goodness of creation, the Bible says it's nothing special in Augustine, but the importance for Augustine of the concept of original sin is very preoccupied by the importance of evil in the world. So due to the importance of the original sin, divine action cannot be manifested from within a corrupt nature. After the fall, the natural world is deprived of grace. So, it's clear that, well, of course, I'm very quick on this comparison, but it's clear that you feel another accent in in Augustine. I'll try to sketch in a few expressions. Of course, the importance of the anthropological dimension, the emphasis in Augustine is placed not on the cosmological, but the anthropological component of creation. Creation is understood in terms of relationship, in connection with spiritual experience. Of course, spiritual experience is important for Basile, but the experience, the personal experience, and the affirmation of a subject. It is with Augustine that subjectivity makes its entry in the history of thought. And of course, in the Confession, it's typical of this way of proceeding. It's quite clear that Descartes is, to a certain extent, in the heritage of Augustine in his perspective. Even, of course, if Augustine is not really anthropocentric, is more theocentric, but it's all is placed, the importance of the history is determined by the relationship between human person and God. Another element I would like to underline is the importance in Augustine on history, as expressed, for instance, in the City of God. The constant preoccupation of history. Of course, it's clear from the Bible that the God of the Bible is the God of history and not the God of nature, which is a common element in both traditions. But the importance of history is remarkably underlined by Augustine, that the idea that Christian revelation has its origin in a unique and non-repeatable event, the resurrection of Christ in the City of God. Christ indeed died only once for our sins. The only once, the importance of event in Augustine theology. So that could be interpreted as a hegemony of the singular over the general. For Augustine, what is important is the singularity of the human person, more than general concept. Let's see, the importance of the general over the importance, of the singular over the general could have a resonance in a nominalist period. And this is, even if the Middle Ages, of course, well, we've heard of the different tradition, Aquinas and Augustine. Of course, the metaphysics, the association metaphysics, maybe came over Augustine, but the importance of singularity still remained. And of course, the importance of evil, that means not only the importance of history, but the dramatic conception of history. So the result, that the importance of evil implies a conversion, not only spiritual progress. I think it seems, I think that in the Eastern tradition, I think of Irenaeus, history is more on the line of a spiritual progress. But for Augustine, the accent is put on conversion. So, and conversion, that means the necessity of a new creation and the importance of novelty. These elements, very quickly expressed there, will find again in the Reformation. And of course, I agree with Peter Harrison that the importance of Reformation, the emergence of modern science, and the importance of the renewal of a concept of original sin, and the importance of conversion for Luther, for instance. So I can quote here Peter Harrison: "The obscurity of fallen nature warranted the use of the more active and intrusive methods of investigation that characterized the experimental approach of modern science." So if you have the conception of a fallen nature, of course we have to investigate and active and try to transform it. So the result is that the distinction, for instance, between natural and violent movement, which is typical of Aristotle, is rejected in this perspective. So the world is less an object to be contemplated in order to perceive the presence of God than a thing to be transformed. So the path is open to the development of technology. So in this very short presentation, I didn't want to force a difference between East and West. But my goal was to show a difference in sensitivity that can have important consequences on the way we relate to the world. So both, of course, as a pronounced human subject, and the importance of human person, of course, is shared by both tradition, that's clear. But the Greek tradition, the Eastern tradition, is more immersed in the cosmos, and the human person is integral part of the cosmos, while in Augustine's subject exists, as it were, aloof from the world, as if on the external stage of the world. So even his conception of God seems to be external of the world. The insistence of difference of creator and creature is evident, but the externality of the world makes it very difficult to think the idea of divinization, for instance, in this perception. So the criticism we are willing to make today of modern Western technoscience may invite us to turn to the tradition of wisdom proper to the Christian East and to let ourselves be inspired by the Eastern vision of the world. That's the reason why it's important for us, I mean, in the Western world, in the Catholic tradition or Protestant tradition, not only to read Augustine, which is, of course, very important, but as well to read Basil. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any comments or questions that anybody would like to put? Yes, Father Dor.
Now I don't have to shout. In Confessions, his view of reality is far more complex and holistic, and although that's more like a story of the soul, and for good reason, the book is considered a mainstay of the history of subjectivity, the discovery of the subject. There's still a lot of cosmological background there, and Augustine's perception of reality is more complete than in De Civitate, in the City of God. I wonder if your return to Augustine via the East couldn't lead to a retrieval of Augustine, the whole Augustine, not only the one of the City of God.
Yeah, sure. Of course, Augustine is more complex and is very complex author. But I was struck by the fact that in his different commentaries of Genesis, his lack of interest for animals, plants, and so interest for the cosmos as a general frame and the order, which is not very typical. I mean, it's but they in comparison with Basil, which is a very sometimes strange for us, maybe interest for animals, and so as if for Augustine, nature is interested only when it is close to God. I mean, the heaven as a regular movement, but what is around us is really corrupted. So I think really the even I don't want to sum up Augustine to original sin, because there was a discussion about it. But in fact, I'm struck by the importance of this idea in Augustine, even if he has, of course, interesting interpretation of the cosmos in general. But it's not. It's I would say an ideal cosmos. As far as I know, commentaries in the Eastern tradition, they are more interested in the real, everyday nature. Well, it's my impression. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's my impression.
We have time for one more question, possibly two. Sorry, so we could have one quickly.
First of all, thank you for your generous presentation. I have the impression that last years there is a polarization between East and West without adequate recourse to the sources. We are very happy to realize that St. Gregory Palamas was using extensively St. Augustine through the translation of Maximus Planudes, and particularly his book on Te Trinitate. I have the impression that East and West is a mental construction, at least up to the schism, because exactly what you said is found, even the distinction between uti frui, in St. Maximus the Confessor. And St. Basil was not so cosmic. He was a scientist. Actually, we have a professor in the university called Dermintzakis, who was a geologist and who made a scientific study of the hexaemeron from a geological point of view. Actually, St. Basil was using the knowledge, the updated knowledge up to his period. So, I have the impression that the problem with the West is the extensive use of Aristotelianism against Galileo. And the problem is that they did not absorb exactly the Aristotelianism in an appropriate way. The problem is not with Augustine. Augustine is common with us. It's something more specific. The problem was with Aristotelianism. Thank you so much.
We have possibly time for one more. Was there somebody over there who was waving their hands?
A very, very short question. Thank you for your presentation. But at that time, around the 410, there was the destruction of Rome, and Augustine decided to defend this destruction by a Christian king. So I'm wondering, and I will appreciate very much if you comment on it. I think that the heavy burden of the history was tremendous at the time. So he had to say something about the Christian authority. And in transformation as well, there was a problem with the Pope. So the actual behavior of the official kings and the official authority of the church had a burden about or above the Basilius as well as Augustine in order to choose and to give this kind of interpretation that so nicely
Is it possible
you
to
present
respond to that in one sentence? Two, perhaps?
Just the difference between Augustine and Eusebius in the conception of history. That's quite different. And the difference in Augustine between the two cities, which is after the destruction of Rome. Rome, the Rome as a profane city has no importance, and importance on other level. So I think, well, it's another difference between and Western theologian and Byzantine.
Well, thank you very much for an excellent talk and for the We move on now to David Bradshaw, who is in the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Kentucky, and his title is Perceiving Nature as It Is, the Divine Logoi and the Divine Images.
Well, that talk was a perfect preamble to this one, because I'm simply going to try to dig a little more deeply into what the contemplation of nature meant for the Eastern Christian tradition. It is surprising to what a small role the contemplation of nature plays in modern Christianity. To be sure, recent years have seen an explosion of interest in what is often called the stewardship of nature. That's a different topic and not my concern here. I'm interested in the attempt to appreciate nature for what it truly is, and to do so not via discursive reasoning as in science, but through an immediate act of noetic awareness. Let us turn first to that great fountain of Western religious experience, the Psalms. The Psalms are full of vivid and intensely powerful descriptions of the natural world. In fact, they are more than descriptions. They are reports of seeing the natural world in a certain way, one that is alleged to present its deepest reality. To take perhaps the most familiar example, there is the famous verse, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork," Psalm 19:1. It is evident from the succeeding verses that by declaring the glory of God, the psalmist has in mind more than serving as evidence that God exists, although they certainly do that. Every movement of the heavens is a movement of God, one where God's presence is not so much inferred as seen. And I'll quote here from the King James Version, which is actually quite literal. "Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoices as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof." It is here not so much the regularity of celestial phenomena that declares the glory of God, as their sheer majesty. In the sun, which rejoices as a strong man to run a race, the psalmist sees a visible form of the presence of God. In other words, what I refer to as the truth of nature is here revealed to be theophany, the manifestation of God. When the psalmist looks upon nature, he sees God arrayed in the majesty and glory of his creatures. I suppose it is clear that what the psalmist sees and what most of us see when we look upon nature are not the same. Granted, we can look upon the natural world and try to imagine what it was like to view it as the psalmist did. We may even in some exalted moments feel that we do so. The psalmist, however, is not describing what he sees in some brief moments, but his ordinary perception of the world. Nor does he learn from anyone else how to experience nature this way. To do so is the natural expression of his integral understanding of himself, the world, and its maker. If we wish to dig a little deeper into the source of the difference between the psalmist's perception and our own, we need look no further than the next few verses of Psalm 19. Surprisingly, immediately after the observation that nothing is hid from the heat of the sun, the focus of attention shifts to the divine law. Quote, "The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes." This is not only praise of the law, it is a recognition and indeed celebration of the fact that perception is morally conditioned. Obedience to the law makes wise the simple, rejoices the heart, and enlightens the eyes. To speak more prosaically, what one cares about, including one's moral concerns, conditions the way one perceives both the surrounding the world, and one's own actions. And that's a well-known point within contemporary moral philosophy. In light of this, it seems likely that if we were to ask the psalmist how we might come to see nature as he does, his reply would be not to think first about nature at all, but to seek the Lord through obedience. The rest will follow in due course. Of course, a great deal has transpired between the psalmist's time and our own. For us today, even to seek the Lord as wholeheartedly as the psalmist does not necessarily bring with it the psalmist's perception of nature. For in our day-to-day affairs, we inevitably and quite rightly view nature differently. We know and cannot help knowing that the sun is really not very much like a bridegroom coming out of his chamber or a strong man running a race. Granted, we may appreciate such descriptions as metaphor, but they cannot have for us the felt immediacy they have for the psalmist. This is no doubt obvious enough. Yet there is also much truth to the psalmist's observation that our perception is morally conditioned, in that our habitual priorities and concerns shape the way we perceive reality. The question is how to do justice to both of these truths. That is, how to recognize that it is possible to achieve a deeper perception of nature without suggesting that this perception must take precisely the same form as it did for the psalmist. One way to view the patristic tradition is as an attempt to do precisely that. The Church Fathers developed a subtle and complex understanding of the way in which God can be perceived in nature, one that retains the core of the psalmist's view while developing it with considerable philosophical sophistication. The patristic interpretation developed along two main lines. One describes the divine presence in nature in terms of logoi or logi, would be the Byzantine pronunciation, the refracted presence of the divine logos. Each thing has its own distinctive logos, which brings it into being and constitutes its ultimate meaning and purpose. The other strand of thought describes the divine presence in terms of energei, the divine energies that course through all things, sustaining, directing, and perfecting them. These two understandings are complementary and were often deployed in very different contexts. Each has been the subject of detailed study, so my task here will be merely to describe the main outlines of the view they present. The concept of the logoi of beings was a natural outgrowth of the Stoic concept of spermatikoi logoi. The Stoics held that there is present in each thing a portion of the divine logos that directs it and guides its development, much as the species form does for Aristotle. For the Stoics, of course, since the logos itself is a material being, so are the logoi. Origen dematerialized this concept, viewing each logos instead as the differentiated presence of the divine logos, the second person of the Trinity. Each logos is thus not only immanent but also transcendent, constituting not only the immanent presence of the logos, but also the distinct creative intention that God has about that creature, an intent that has been present within the logos from all eternity. Crucially, Origen adds that the logoi can be perceived by those who, through freedom from the passions, have achieved a likeness to God. He writes in his commentary on John, "The logos of each thing is clear to those who have assumed a likeness to those eyes that saw how each of the things that have been made was good." And those, of course, are the eyes of God. For the declaration concerning each of the created things, God saw that it was good, means this: God perceived good in the logoi of each thing. One recognizes here an echo of the psalmist's fundamental premise that to perceive the divine presence in nature requires moral transformation. Origen goes further, however, in adding that to attain such perception is in fact a kind of godlikeness, inasmuch as it means seeing the goodness of nature as does God himself. Among later authors, the one who elaborated the concept of the logoi most fully was St. Maximus the Confessor. For Maximus, all of sensible reality is symbolic, pointing beyond itself to a higher intelligible reality. Maximus presents this idea in terms of the traditional Platonic contrast between the objects of sense and the objects of intellect. He uses the analogy of a church with two parts, the nave representing the sensible world and the sanctuary representing the intelligible world. As they function in liturgical worship, these are not two separate and distinct spheres, but two levels cooperating in the performance of a single act. In the same way, the sensible and intelligible worlds are not two distinguishable parts, but two manners in which the single creation exists and can be apprehended. Maximus explains in his Mystagogy, the whole intelligible world seems mystically imprinted on the whole sensible world in symbolic forms, for those who are capable of seeing it, and conversely the whole sensible world subsists within the whole intelligible world, being rendered simple spiritually and in accordance with intellect in its logoi. The sensible is in the intelligible in logoi, and the intelligible is in the sensible in types. And their function is one, a wheel within a wheel, as says the marvelous seer of extraordinary things, Ezekiel, in speaking, I think, of the two worlds. Type, typos, refers here to the sensible representation of a heavenly reality, as a bishop is a type of Christ, or baptism is a type of death and resurrection. In saying that the intelligible is in the sensible in types, Maximus presents the sensible world as a kind of cosmic liturgy, the earthly enactment of an eternal heavenly drama. Conversely, the sensible is in the intelligible in logoi, so that sensible objects have a higher level of existence, one at which their real meaning and purpose is revealed. Just as one cannot understand baptism except as a type of the resurrection, so one cannot understand sensible objects apart from their logoi. The relationship is both semiotic and ontological. For the sensible type both figures or represents the intelligible logos and constitutes its immediate sensible presence. Maximus also has much to say about the means by which one becomes capable of perceiving the logoi. The means are, in a word, simply the Christian life in its fullest form. Prayer, study of Scripture, liturgical and sacramental participation, ascetic self-denial, the struggle against the passions, and the active practice of the virtues, especially charity. Maximus sees these various elements as therapeutic for the different parts of the soul. As he writes in his Centuries on Charity, almsgiving heals the passionate part of the soul, fasting extinguishes the appetitive part, and prayer purifies the mind and prepares it for the contemplation of the things that are. And I'll skip a little bit. He has much more to say about that. Let me just summarize. Maximus does not envision the goal as the absence of passion, however, but as the redirection of the appetites and passions toward God. Although he follows long-established custom in using the Stoic term apatheia to designate this goal, he defines it merely as, quote, a peaceful state of the soul by which it becomes resistant to vice. The sign of apatheia is a mind that is undisturbed in prayer. The transformation of the passions is accompanied by a transformation of the senses. In Ambigua 21, Maximus develops an elaborate correlation between the 5 senses and the 5 faculties of the soul. Sight is an image of intellect, hearing of discursive reason, smell of passion or thumos, taste of appetite, and touch of the vivifying faculty that gives life. The 4 cardinal virtues come about by the interweaving of the members of each pair as they are exercised correctly. So the temperance, for example, results from the interweaving of the appetitive faculty with taste, when each is directed to the appropriate object. These virtues in turn are interwoven to form wisdom and meekness, and from these there comes the most comprehensive virtue of all, charity. The cumulative effect of this process is that the censors are, quote, rendered rational. They then, quote, gently order the faculties of the soul by their own perceptions of the logoi in beings. And through these logoi, as in a written text, God the Logos is recognized by those sharp-sighted with regard to truth. For Maximus, physical things are to God as printed words are to their meanings. The transformation of the senses is the process by which one comes to be able to read the divine text written within nature. To perceive the logoi is one way in which the patristic tradition describes what it means to become aware of the truth of nature. The other, as I've mentioned, is that of participating in the divine energies. Energia, energy, is a term coined by Aristotle as a correlative to dunamis, potency or potentiality. Most famously, the prime mover is a being whose essence is energia, pure act. The prime mover's thinking embraces all the intelligible content of the world, all that Aristotle calls form, within a single eternal act. Let's now add to this the further well-known Aristotelian thesis of the identity of thought with its object. That's a subject in its own right, but just let me take that for given and show what follows. What follows is something remarkable that even today many Aristotelian scholars fail to appreciate fully. The thought of the prime mover cannot be localized in the prime mover alone. It is instead an energia, an activity or actuality, that pervades and structures all of reality. More precisely, the prime mover thinks as a whole the unified intelligible content that in its diverse manifestations constitutes the intelligible structure of the world. The prime mover's activity of thinking thus constitutes that intelligible structure, albeit at a higher level of actuality than that of its diversified presence within the sensible world. This is a conclusion that, although not made explicit by Aristotle himself, was recognized by his commentators and by Plotinus. For our purposes, its importance lies in the semantic depth that Aristotle's work gave to energia and its cognate verb energein. Unlike superficially similar pairs such as drama and drawn, energia and energein always referred to a kind of activity that could in the right circumstances be entered into and shared by another. This means not simply that the two agents share the same activity, but that of the agent who is the source of the energia vivifies and informs the recipient, while at the same time enabling the recipient to act authentically on his or her own behalf. Such a meaning is particularly prominent in the New Testament. where St. Paul speaks, for example, of the divine energia that is being realized or made effective, energumenein, in him. That's Colossians 1:29. Pauline's statements such as this helped make energia within early Christian writing almost a technical term for the activity of spiritual agents, whether God, Christ, or demons, that is capable of entering into, empowering, and transforming the agency of creatures. Justin Martyr, for example, says that Moses, quote, by the inspiration and energy of God, took brass and made it into the figure of a cross. Energia was not, as a rule, the term preferred by the Church Fathers for referring to the divine presence in nature. For that purpose, they preferred logos. However, in the Byzantine era, the concept of divine energy was gradually expanded to include the divine activity that is present not only in persons, such as Moses or the apostles, but in all things, sustaining, vivifying, and enlightening each according to its distinct nature. John of Damascus, in his influential work on the Orthodox faith, writes, quote, the divine irradiation and energy is one, simple, and undivided, beneficently diversified, indivisible things, dispensing to all of them the components of their proper nature while remaining simple. It is indivisibly multiplied in divisible things, and gathering them together, it returns them to its own simplicity. For toward it all things tend, and in it they have their existence, and to all things it communicates their being in accordance with the nature of each. It is the being of things that are, the life of the living, the reason of the rational, and the intellectual act of those possessing intelligence. One notes here the characteristically Neoplatonic language of procession and return, which John has received from Dionysius the Areopagite. Indeed, this passage is in large measure simply a paraphrase of Dionysius' teaching about the divine processions, rephrased in terms of the single divine energy that is present in all things. So understood, the divine energy is very close to the divine logoi. Both are ways in which God is actively present in creatures, defining and constituting their being. There are, however, some important differences. The divine logoi are the meanings the creatures have in light of their purpose in the divine mind. Together they constitute the Logos, the second person of the Trinity, who, considered at least in relation to creation, is the single divine discourse in which and by which God creates. To perceive the divine logoi is thus an act of communication, a way of reading, as it were, the divine discourse written within nature. The divine energies are likewise a differentiated unity, a reality that is one in God, but multiplied in creatures. They are not vehicles of meaning, however, but forms of activity in which rational creatures are invited to share through their own active cooperation. Such synergy is a form of knowledge, but not one achieved through communication, rather is knowledge of the sort that one has of one's own acts. Since one's own acts are also, in this case, divine acts, divine human synergy is thus a way by which creatures can share in God's own knowledge of his creation. So to conclude, I hope it'll be plain that these two ways of speaking of the divine presence in nature are not opposed, but offer complementary perspectives on a complex and multifaceted reality. My aim here has not been to explore all their ramifications, but to present their basic outlines so as to enable further discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that very clear talk. Questions or comments? Father John.
Before you arrived today, we had a talk from Alexei Nesteruk talking about a different perception of reality, specifically human reality, which would require a transformation, a change in those that perceive that reality, scientists and theologians, or philosophers in your case. And I believe that your talk is a perfect complement to his paper. My question refers to this transformative dimension, which you have pointed out like midway when you talked about reaching apatheia, dispassion via purification and the practice of virtue. Would you think that this kind of transformative approach to reality is the way ahead for all those interested in the conversation between scientists and theologians, towards articulating a reality that is perceived not only via concepts and from a theological and philosophical viewpoint, but also via instruments in a scientific sense. And we should use our own being, for instance, as an instrument, as a tool, which via purification can access aspects of reality that otherwise remain elusive.
Yeah, that last part definitely is true and is very important. You know, it's so prominent in the Fathers, the goal of natural contemplation, perceiving the divine logoi directly. I see it as complementary to science. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. And science itself has, or can have, almost an ascetic dimension in itself, because it requires subordinating your own personal interest to the pursuit of truth, and often at some sacrifice. So, you know, I think science has to be appreciated for what it is, but whatever it is, it's not this. It's not going to ever give us that deeper knowledge of nature that reveals the actual presence of the Creator directly. And I think we can't ever lose sight of that the Fathers hold up as the highest ideal.
I ask you quite sort of provoking question. Now, if you contemplate the logos of a human being, but at the same time we understand that human being as an image of God is fundamentally unknowable, what is the limit in actually, what kind of actually limit we have in this contemplation for understanding of the sense of human being as a creature? Because we cannot effectively, if human being is unknowable as an image of God, being an image of the unknowable God, this means that contemplation of this logos of a human being cannot disclose actually the sense of human being as a creature. How to actually balance this position, for example, of Saint Maximus on knowledge of logos through aesthetic experience, but even in this knowledge we still remain a creature. So that's why there must be limits.
Yeah, so one thing I didn't bring out very clearly is that it's not only at the level of species that there are logoi, it's also at the level of individuals. So I would think, you know, as you're well aware, many of the saints have gifts of discernment, of recognizing what's truly within someone's soul. That can be seen as almost a form of natural contemplation, in that it's a perception of what and who that person really is in ways that may be hidden even to that person themselves. You know, then at the higher level, there's the perception of what we are as human beings, our shared common humanity, and so forth. And it works at all of those levels down to the lowest individual. So I don't think that, I didn't quite catch everything you said, but I don't see anything that's incompatible there with recognizing also the depth of humanity as made in the image of God.
Continuing discussion on that comment, in light of the movie and the metaphor of the mirror, I'm wondering about the difference between the contemplation of the self, like Narcissus, versus the offering of the self to the other in response to the self-offering of God. The dialogical element compared to the monologue of self-examination seems a very critical event.
Yeah. Well, so that's really what's implied in everything that he says about overcoming the passions. The passions are pride, anger, lust, envy, gluttony. They're all forms of self-love. You know, and Maximus says the root of all the passions is philautia, self-love. So it's precisely in that giving of the self to others through everything he describes, including the active practice of charity, that one's vision is purified, right? So I think he would agree 100%. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and again. We move on then to our last talk, which is from Professor Petros Vassiliadis. And the professor, as many of you will know, is the director of the Orthodox Ecumenical Theology Inter-Orthodox Postgraduate Program of the International Hellenic University. Or its title, I should just say, is The Anthropological Dimension of the Orthodoxy-Science Relation.
I will put my alarm to help you. Okay, before I start, allow me to express my gratitude for this invitation, a short word and a longer word. My apologies for not being able to join this wonderful journey from the beginning. The reason being that I was engaged in setting up what it was told, and you can find the brochures in the Secretariat. So, the anthropological dimension of the Orthodox science relationship. There is a longer paper, but I have squeezed it into 12 slides, which I will comment with you. As an introduction, without ignoring that the main focus of this series of conferences is on natural sciences, in view of the future perspective of the science-Orthodoxy relationship, in the title of the program, I decided to address the anthropological dimension of this relationship. It is an issue that will occupy Orthodoxy both theologically and as a mission imperative. And one remark I have to make is that my humble contribution does not have any ambition to be it's just a reflection from the point of view of Orthodox missiology, which is my second profession. It is an issue that I will occupy Orthodoxy both theologically, as I said, and as a mission imperative. But it is almost impossible to understand this relationship without examining the Christian Church's attitude towards modernity. But before doing this, I will examine the Christian Church's attitude to the need to define what Orthodoxy really means. I will not stay here because it's always, what I want to make is that Orthodoxy refers to all the people of God who share the right conviction, the Orthodoxia, the Orthodoxa, concerning the event of God's salvation in Christ and this church and his church, and the right expression of this faith, the Orthopraxia. So this is what I think it's important to have in mind. Now, Orthodoxy as an ecclesial category and its eschatological dimension. Orthodoxy leads to the maximum possible application in orthopraxia of charismatic life of the freedom of the Holy Spirit in all aspects of daily public life, social and cosmic alike. Everyone is invited by Orthodoxy to transcend confessions and inflexible institutions without necessarily denying them. The late Nikos Nisiotis has reminded us that Orthodoxy is not to be identified only with us Orthodox in the historical sense and with all our limitations and shortcomings. And I quote, "We should never forget that this term is given to the one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church as a whole over against the heretics who, of their own choice, split from the main body of the Church. The term is therefore exclusive for all those who willingly fall away from the historical stream of the life of the Church, but it is inclusive for those who profess their spiritual belonging to that stream." So, as I said, Orthodoxy has more or less ecclesial rather than confessional or ideological connotation, and this is related and has reference to the subject we discussed.
This understanding of Orthodoxy has been first put forward by the late George Florovsky, who declared that the Church is first of all a worshipping community. Worship comes first, doctrine and discipline second. The lex orandi has a privileged priority in the life of the Christian Church. The lex credendi depends on the devotional experience and vision of the Church. Now, out of the three main, let's say, common characteristics of Orthodoxy, Eucharistic theology, Trinitarian theology, and hesychastic, only the first has a universal and ecumenical significance. But the Eucharist is to be understood as a proleptic manifestation of the kingdom of God, as symbol and image of an alternative reality. So we have a church that is dealing with the eschaton rather than with the present situation. And this is because the kingdom is, although it has been inaugurated, is being expected to culminate at the eschaton. So eschatology is the central and primary aspect of ecclesiology, the beginning of the church, the one which gives her identity, sustains and inspires her in her existence. Now, I will focus only on three areas: the Church's attitude towards modernity and science, enlightenment, especially within the framework of postmodernity. Although we all know that the scientific revolution started, a couple of centuries earlier, but it is within modernity, after the Enlightenment, that it received the main, let's say, legitimacy. The second focus will be the new understanding of Christian mission, and this is why I said I will focus from this perspective only, because it is important to understand how it was viewed before the new understanding of mission and how science is viewed now after the new understanding of mission. Of course, the last one is the anthropological dimension of orthodoxy-science relations. Now, of course, modernism and modernity, you can see here, I don't want to spend more time on that. Science is related to, and for most scholars is the result of modernity, the most tangible outcome of the Enlightenment, as I said. The modernist revolution had a lasting and a catalytic effect in the religious life of the Christian world. To properly define the faith-science relationship, it is necessary to briefly locate it within the framework of modernity. In the pre-modern world, the sacred cosmic stories of all religions provided the most public and certain knowledge human beings believed they had about reality. After the Enlightenment, the secular science replaced religion as the most public and certain knowledge, whereas the religious stories were reduced to matters of personal and private belief and opinion. The ideal of modernism was the separation, as we know, of the church from the state, the relegation of religions to the private or personal realm, and the declaration of the public realm as secular, from the Latin word seculum, which is age, this present word, whereas the church deals with the eschatological reality. In other words, free of all religious influence. During almost the entire period of modernity, Christianity was reserved, and also the Eastern Orthodox much more, if not hostile to the principles of modernism. This have changed in the last Holy and Great Council in the Orthodox mission statement, which gives, and I live here just to have a look, gives a more positive attitude towards the science in general. It is the 11th and 12th paragraphs of the mission statement, the mission of the Orthodox Church in today's world. Now, postmodernity is an ambiguous term. The postmodern period has its beginning in the emergence of the social sciences that at its earlier stages undermined the authority of the church or the authority of the religion. When, however, the same techniques of sociological and historical criticism were finally applied to science itself, including the social sciences, it was discovered that the scientific knowledge was also an imaginative interpretation of the world. For some, this discovery was more shocking than the discovery that the Earth was not the center of the universe. Suddenly, all our worldviews, including the so-called scientific ones, were relativized. That was analyzed earlier this morning in many presentations. This made people aware that their respective modern views of the world could not automatically be assumed to be objective descriptions. These developments brought again religion back into the public domain, and this made theology adopt a new approach and articulate what is generally called public theology. Having said all this, it is important to reaffirm what sociologists of knowledge very often point out, namely that modernism, counter or alternative modernism, postmodernism, and even demodernism are always simultaneous processes, not successive ones. The Church cannot exercise now her mission, and this was also indicated in the mission document the Orthodox have endorsed, in a meaningful and effective way without a certain encounter with modernity. There was some earlier analysis of how the West perceived, the Church in the West perceived modernity and science. Peter Berger has made two opposite positions, accommodation and resistance. I have argued that they are both, incompatible with Orthodox theology, but this is not our theme. I will have to speed up a little bit and move to the main and most important aspect of my presentation, which is the new understanding of Christian mission. Now, in the message of the Orthodox Church towards the world, it was written that in regard to the matter of relations between Christian faith and the natural sciences, the Orthodox Church avoids placing scientific investigation under tutelage. She thanks God for gives to scientists the gift of uncovering unknown dimensions and so on and so forth. This is extremely important, which is, an affirmation of something which was not earlier officially explained. Since the 1963 Mission Conference of the World Christianity has abandoned most of the earlier models of evangelization, simply as proclamation and conversion in their literal sense, and developed a new understanding of mission, mostly represented by a variety of terms like witness, from the martyria, from the Greek martyria, public presence, dialogue, liberation, etc. The Church started to address human sin in the structural complexities, ministering the socially poor and marginalized of our society, entering, above all, into a constructive dialogue with science. The new paradigm is now a Trinitarian understanding of the divine reality. For mission theology nowadays, this meant abandoning the primary importance of proselytism, not only among Christians of other denominations, that was a very difficult situation earlier, but even among peoples of other religions. Dialogue was suggested as a new term parallel to, and in some cases in place of, the old missiological terminology. Nowadays, the problem of reconciliation both in the religious field and with science, becomes not simply a necessity, but a legitimate theological imperative. Today, in the field of world mission, we speak of the ecumeny which is to come, την οικουμένη την μέλουσαν, an open society, where an honest dialogue between church and science, as well as between the existing living cultures, can take place. The world pluralistic society can and must become an ecos, a household of life where everyone is open to the other and where all can share a common life and contribute to the common good despite their views and the plurality and difference of their identity. All these developments have been recently reaffirmed by the Holy and Great Council, as I said, which was agreed and voted by all 14 autocephalous churches, including those who did not participate in it. However, not all Orthodox churches share this modest opening towards the values of today's modern condition. Much more reserved towards science is the official document of the Russian Church, the Basics of the Social Concepts, mainly for its inclination towards the so-called traditional, exclusively, of course, moral ethics. They are fighting for pro-life, etc., rather than the more holistic social ethics endorsed by the Holy and Great Council. Now, the Church, the Russian Church, and her allies abstained from this long-awaited pan-Orthodox Council, and more recently this inclination has taken the more aggressive form in their Ruski Mir theory, which in fact rejects everything that comes from the West, including science. And this had obvious consequences also for the present Ukrainian crisis. Now, this has an explanation because for many years all these people had, okay. Let's go then quickly to the anthropological dimension. The anthropological dimension, which is an important ethical issue. It's not, scientific one. The anthropological dimension of the problem of orthodoxy-science relationship is centered on the concept of human identity. The most debated issues in our days are the gender theory in general and the nature and role of women in church and society. So these are just the concerns the Orthodox, at least theology and the Church needs to take seriously into account. In the past, we had the Church focusing on Christology. Last century, the division of Christianity made the Church focus inevitably into ecclesiology, but the most urgent demand today for the Orthodox theology is undoubtedly the anthropological, of an anthropological character. Father Callistos insisted the importance of anthropology in order to formulate an Orthodox anthropology, however, we have to accept beyond the accepted distinction between the apostolic tradition with capital T and all the later local tradition and, of course, relative traditions, also another important distinction which is equally necessary, that of the authentic, though latent tradition and the one historically shaped as an ethos. The three areas which needs to be focused upon are on human sexuality, second on dynamic and scientific biblical and patristic data. 1 minute left. And the third one is a new scientific approach to nature and role of women in church and society. the problem of human sexuality is still a problem, although it is accepted that the human being is one entity, not just flesh and pneuma, spirit. But this is also in Bible and in our Orthodox tradition affirmed. What is more important is to accept the scientific data, not scientific in the natural science dimension, but the scholarly understanding of how the Bible is to be read, so that both the role of women and the nature of human being is to be approached. So we need to go further this, because unless we proceed into this scientific approach, which the scholars have accepted unanimously, even the Orthodox everywhere, but not the Church. And the consequences will be great for both the human identity and for the role and place of women. So let me now go to the conclusion. Orthodoxy and or the Church Universal, in order to effectively witness to the gospel in today's modern and postmodern context, in addition to reaffirming her ecclesial and not confessional or ideological identity with the ensuing culture war, and in addition to her authentic perception of eschatology, the Church needs desperately a new encounter with modernity, a new and dynamic relations with science, and a coherent anthropology, quite evident, of course, in the authentic, though latent, Orthodox tradition, in dealing with today's burning ethical issues, such as the gender theory and the nature of women and her role in church and society. Thank you. Thanks for your patience, being the last speaker.
Well, we do have a few minutes for questions and comments. Yes, please.
Professor, thank you so much for the presentation, but it's absolutely, it's exhilarating how these texts of Crete Council have been interpreted by different authors. When Bartholomew, our patriarch, went into a congress in Rome, he said, we are entering the post-secular era. The story of modernism and postmodernism is over. So the discussion about talking with modernity is, according to the patriarch, out of space and out of time. There is a nice talk, a nice point in your presentation. You talk about holism. The Edinburgh Convention 2010 spoke about holistic mission. This is mission. This is not pluralism. Pluralism is a method not to impose your doctrine on someone, but it's not accepting the Hick theory that there are plural ways to God, so we have to coexist. And the meaning and the final text of the message of Crete is a little bit dialectical. It says all these things about science, but it adds the opposite also. And the final message is the uniqueness of Christ, the uniqueness of the kingdom of God, and the uniqueness of the Orthodox Church. So, holistic means having to put all these things together: doctrine, Eucharist, asceticism, and not selecting one of these. So, probably we need a little bit more comprehensive theology. Thank you so much.
Very short answer. I am glad that you have made this comment because this is the real essence of all these documents have been. And the Patriarch indeed did this However, he also did something which in our Orthodox world was still a problematic, missing. A year ago in Germany, he tried to say that we are in favor of the human rights. Of course, human rights without human responsibility, as the document said, is awfully ineffective. But human rights because there are still forces, even intellectuals within our church, that opposing this. This is why I have chosen to make, let's say, an approach to science and to modernity, because we have not undergone, no Eastern world, the Eastern world in general, with the exception of the churches in diaspora or the mission churches, have to undertake, at least to undergo this kind of revolution in order to present the mission in the proper way. And thank you for...
Any other comments or questions that anybody would like to make? Yes, Father Doro, again.
Microphone is coming.
Thank you very much. Talking about the great, holy and great council, I think if we look at the final documents, the message, the encyclical, we can discern a few handwritings there. And I believe that the question that was posed earlier somehow alludes to this issue. I don't think these documents should be seen as the final word that the Orthodox Church has to utter in our day and age. And I believe that these documents invite further reflection, but serious reflection, beginning from the text itself, which I repeat, doesn't seem to cohere very well in all respects. And for instance, the fact that you pointed out earlier today that it defines the church as a living reality for the world, which is the basic definition of Christian mission, that's an undeniable affirmation of the fact that we need to meet this world irrespective of how we call it, modernity, post-modernity, de-modernity, whatever other things, you know. But on the other hand, the documents point out the fact that, I mean, implicitly, that there is an issue with orthodoxy today. We're sick. And the fact that after each statement, pragmatic, realistic in terms of describing the mission of the church today, the documents sort of turn towards safer doctrinal grounds, shows that there's a problem there. Would you comment on this discrepancy in the text that for me is obvious?
First of all, I agree that the text or the final outcome of the Holy and Great Council is not something which we expected. I led a group of 15 missiologists who produced, I mean, many comments. And fortunately, the Archbishop of Albania, who undertook the task to redraft the encyclical in the message, took notice on this. All the churches have more or less focused on other minimal, in our view, things. So it is just a beginning. It's just a beginning of going beyond our enclosure, going to the world, affirming the importance of the ecumenical dialogue, and and this is why it was opposed by many conservatives. It was going out to the real mission, which is not just condemning what is happening around the world, but coming into dialogue. And as the Patriarch said, that this is just what we have prepared for, let's say, a century. let's finalize this and go further to new beginning, which is in our midst, in front of us. So I agree that something is, yeah.
Because of the conservatives.
Well, we have many in our church. We cannot ignore them because it's in our body, in our flesh. But the problem is that the hierarchs were at least generous and took this first step. It is enough for us. This is my personal view. Others are very critical to the Holy and Great Council. But unless we make a new start and all our riches being presented in a meaningful way, that's why I said it's important to have a dialogue, not with modernity. I took modernity as an example, but with what concerns the world outside us, because the church and the theology do not exist for themselves, but for the world. This is even the most radical statement, official statement by the Orthodox. In our tradition, of course, but not openly explained.
Well, that seems a very good point on which to finish. Clearly, when we talk about orthodoxy and science, we're actually talking about orthodoxies and science to some extent. And that is the world in which we live. So thank you very much, Professor.
I thank you too.
It's been very helpful.
I would like to invite the speakers, participants, to